Chapter 50-19. The big ship slowly sailed on the endless blood sea. Everyone stood on the deck without moving, but they could feel that the endless blood sea had a special power that was constantly trying to seep in. In the end, it was blocked by the blood demon ship. The Lightning Devil King appeared next to Lin Fei. Previously, the two of them had introduced themselves to each other. Thus, they knew each other's names. Taoist Lin, no one can enter the endless blood sea. I heard that only those who have broken through to the superior god stage and reached the divine master stage have the ability to fly. The Lightning Devil King seemed to understand the situation here. Lin Fei also felt that the endless blood sea was indeed quite terrifying. The power of the endless blood sea was specifically used to deal with their bodies of flesh and blood. Without the blood sea ship, the entire endless blood sea would be like a huge ferocious beast. This ferocious beast could kill all of them in one bite. As long as we follow this ship, we will be able to reach the Blood Demon Island. However, once we reach the Blood Demon Island, we have to be careful. Why don't we form a team of two? I specialize in speed, and you specialize in close combat. That way, our cooperation will be perfect. The Lightning Devil King took the initiative to invite them. He also knew that his strength was average. His forte was speed, but if he really reached the Blood Demon Island, it would be a little difficult for him. After all, the Blood Demon Island was more dangerous than he had imagined. However, if he teamed up with Taoist Lin, it would be a different story. The Lightning Devil King was quite direct and invited them to work together. Lin Fei had quite an impression of this Lightning Devil King. He also felt that this place was not ordinary, so he might as well cooperate with him. If he did not cooperate, he did not know what the others would think. Therefore, he might as well cooperate with the Lightning Devil King. Lin Fei also felt that the Lightning Devil King did not have any enmity towards him. After all, the Great Karma technique was no joke. It was quite mysterious. It was not very strong. If it was stronger, it would be able to use the Great Karma technique and kill people along the karma lines. For example, this Golden Blade sect master was very hostile towards him. In other words, this guy would definitely kill him. As for the others, they more or less had some karma lines, but they were not too serious. At most, they were just a little wary. This was considered a normal phenomenon. No problem. If we work together, we can avoid a lot of danger. With your speed, you can help me restrain a lot of dangerous existences. Lin Fei had taken a fancy to Jin Dao's sect master. The Lightning Demon King also looked over and said with a smile, "That's right. I'm not good at anything else, but my speed is quite good. I can help you restrain them for a while. When the time comes, if anyone has any ideas, we should work together. We might even be able to do something big." Sect Master Golden Saber was displeased. This guy, Lin Fei, actually said it directly. It was obvious that he didn't take him seriously. Of course, Lin Fei's words also suppressed Sect Master Jindao's thoughts. If the two of them really joined forces, then he really had no chance of winning against them. Not only would he suffer losses, he would also have to worry about his life. Damn it. He would endure it for now. When he arrived at Blood Demon Island, he would look for an opportunity. There were quite a few things in the nearby Blood Sea that would occasionally appear. People like them weren't able to enter the ship's hold at all. They could only stay on the deck. The Lightning Demon King knew quite a bit about the situation here. On the way, he talked about quite a few things. This allowed Lin Fei to gain quite a bit of knowledge. He had acquired some information from Bai Lai. But of course, the internal details couldn't keep up with what the Lightning Demon King had said. As for the other high gods, they seemed to have gathered together as well. No one knew what they were doing, but they were faintly discernible. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. In any case, he didn't sense that they were targeting him in any way. The Great Karma art was quite useful. But of course, Sect Master Jin Dao was different. This guy really was full of karma lines. 3 days passed. In front of them, a faintly discernible island appeared. In the air above the island, there was an enormous face. The face floated on the surface of the water, but with just a glance, those pitch-black eyes were like endless whirlpools. Lin Fei glanced at it and felt as though his entire body was about to be sucked into it. The Lightning Demon King's voice rang in his ears. Don't ever look at this face. Actually, at first glance, Lin Fei had already felt it. He directly shook and broke off the connection. After all, Lin Fei's physical body was still very strong. It could be easily dissolved. This thing is called a blood face. It's a treasure. Those who are weak will be unable to break free from it at first glance, so no one will look at this blood face. The Lightning Demon King didn't dare to look up. Of course, in his heart, he had a certain understanding of Daoist Lin's strength. No wonder he was able to kill the 5 disciples of Sect Master Jindao. Even such a blood face couldn't do anything to him for a while. He was able to easily break free. His strength was indeed strong. It seemed that he might be able to gain something from this trip. Soon, the large ship approached the Blood Demon Island. The entire sky above the Blood Demon Island was red, and the red fog shrouded it. He couldn't see clearly what was inside, but he could vaguely see some buildings. Of course, some buildings were in ruins and collapsed. After a long time, there was no change at all. The 6 of them all flew out. They landed on the Blood Demon Island. After looking at each other, they each charged into the red fog from different directions. They didn't hesitate at all, as if they were afraid that they would lose something if they were a step too late. These fellows really think that they can get good things by going in first. The danger inside isn't that easy to resist. Lin Fei and the Lightning Demon King were the last 2 to enter. They weren't in a hurry at all. There is indeed no need to rush. Haste makes waste. Let's go in slowly. Maybe we can even get a huge bargain. The 2 of them followed into the red fog. Once they entered, the red fog started to seep in. A yellow light spread out. It turned out that the treasure that the Lightning Demon King released. Just like that, the red mist was blocked. This is the power of blood. It is very terrifying and has a strong penetrating power. You must not let it seep in. Once it seeps in, the blood in your body won't be able to be controlled and will be slowly swallowed by it. Then, a blood demon will come out from your body. Many people in my sect have suffered a huge loss here. The Lightning Demon King seemed to be quite afraid of this. Chapter 50-20. This Blood Demon Island was indeed a little more unusual than Lin Fei had imagined. The power of blood was very strange here. If he didn't have some strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if the Lightning Devil King had brought treasures, he would still feel a certain amount of pressure. The 2 of them did not walk very fast. Swoosh. A figure quickly pounced forward. The Lightning Devil King immediately sent a bolt of lightning over, shattering this thing. It turned out to be a ball of blood. Other than the power of blood, there are also some amazing things. Just like the things we just saw, they are definitely not something you can imagine. Things like this are called blood spirits here. They possess extraordinary power. Some blood spirits are strong, some blood spirits are weak. We have to be careful. The reaction speed of the Lightning Devil King was still very fast. A single bolt of lightning killed the blood spirit. Lin Fei could also tell that this blood spirit indeed carried a bloodthirsty aura, so he reckoned that there were quite a few of these things. As soon as he finished speaking, so. Many sanguine spirits charged toward him. The Lightning Devil King scolded, and shot out bolts of lightning. These bolts of lightning were all very powerful and possessed an extremely powerful destructive power. He couldn't withstand the number of blood spirits. Lin Fei suddenly punched out. This punch was like flowing water as it swept across the blood spirits. In the blink of an eye, it quietened down. The Lightning Demon King chuckled. Dao Friend Lin's close combat techniques are still the best. Furthermore, it's an area of effect attack. Compared to you, my techniques are far inferior. At the very least, I can't compare to you in terms of power. With Lin Fei's strength, the Lightning Devil King had indeed acknowledged it very much. Just like this, the two of them continued to explore, one in front and one behind. There were also some palaces and some ruins here, but the Lightning Devil King did not stay here for too long. Their gazes had always been on the depths of this place. There were basically no good things in the periphery. After all, this everlasting mountain had existed for so long. Every time it was opened, there would be some people coming in, so there would definitely be a lot of people who wanted to get to the innermost part of the place. Not to mention the outer perimeter. There definitely wouldn't be anything on the outskirts. Therefore, the two of them continued to search inside. This search lasted for several days. Apart from a middle-grade divine artifact, there was nothing else. Neither the Lightning Devil King nor Lin Fei were surprised. If treasures were really that easy to find, then the streets here would be filled with treasures. I think I saw a palace. If I am not wrong, that should be the famous Blood Demon Palace in front. I heard that the good stuff comes from there. I wonder if the others managed to get there first. Their speed along the way was quite fast. The Lightning Devil King wasn't sure if he was the first to enter, but he decided to check it out first. Lin Fei also looked forward. In the blood mist, there was a palace filled with a strange and unique aura. I hope I didn't come here for nothing. Of course, it would be good if I could run into that Golden Blade sect master. I'll take the opportunity to destroy him. The Lightning Devil King laughed heartily. He also admired Dao Friend Lin's temper. Sect Master Jin Dao had really suffered a huge loss this time. If he had fallen here, it would have been a different story. That guy is quite cunning. He even has a clone. If you want to kill him, you will need some tricks. Unless you have a special treasure that can kill him and then kill his clone by following the connection. Otherwise, this guy will be hard to kill. Lin Fei was also aware of this. Therefore, he wasn't anxious. In the blink of an eye, the two of them entered the Blood Demon Palace. When they entered, they felt a fluctuating aura inside. The two of them looked at each other. The Lightning Devil King was the first to rush in. In terms of speed, he was indeed much faster than Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a little late. Therefore, when he entered, the Lightning Devil King saw the situation inside. There was actually a huge pool inside. And in this pool, there was a huge creature. This creature was like a ball, but it looked more like an octopus. Its arms kept bombarding over. At this moment, the Lightning Devil King was also attacked by a few tentacles. Every single tentacle caused the Lightning Fiend King to suffer. As for the remaining high gods, they were all here. Their faces were extremely ugly. They were frantically resisting. However, they were facing a powerful creature. Even Lin Fei's heart trembled. Whoosh! A tentacle came out of the void and swung over. This swing was filled with the power of a high god. Damn! There was actually such a powerful creature here. And Lin Fei instantly knew what this creature was. This should be the legendary Nirvana creature. Such a creature was originally dead, but through special means, it survived and lost its intelligence. It lost all its intelligence. But its attack power was perfect. Such an existence was very hard to deal with. The Nirvana creature in front of them didn't seem to be of a low level. It was at least at the high god level. After the first attack came out, the second tentacle came over. It attacked crazily, its power reaching the limit. It was very perfect. No wonder they couldn't take it anymore. Even the Lightning Devil King was the same. It was fast, but it was weak. Hence, in the blink of an eye, it was bleeding. It looked like it couldn't hold on for long. Whoosh! Not too far away, a high god was pierced through by the tentacle, and his body began to clatter. His body followed and this high god was sucked dry, turning into a pile of powder. The pupils of the remaining high gods all contracted as well. They were really in big trouble. Big danger. How could there be such a powerful existence? So. More than 10 tentacles attacked Lin Fei from different places. Lin Fei's fist landed on these tentacles. After confirming that these tentacles were very tough, the surface of the tentacles cracked open, and then they healed. Indeed, he is somewhat capable. No wonder he can hide in this blood demon palace. We can't block it at all. Retreat. Every time Sect Master Jindao's saber light slashed the tentacles apart, the tentacles would bounce back. He couldn't leave at all. He realized how difficult it was to deal with this thing. They rushed in thinking that they could take advantage of it. In the end, they were targeted by this Nirvana creature. The other party trapped all of them. They couldn't escape at all. And the waving tentacles behind the Nirvana creature didn't attack at all. This was the most terrifying thing. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the tentacles behind them turned into a black shadow and enveloped them. The treasures around them were incomparably resplendent, but they were filled with despair. This was the other party's killing move. Chapter 50-21. This move was incomparably terrifying. It could be said to be the strongest move, and even Lin Fei could feel the terror of this move at this moment. Crash! His super ancient tyrant blade released a ray of light, directly slashing towards the black shadows. Following that, he completely rushed over and grabbed onto the Lightning Devil King's body, then retreated. Another slash passed by. In the time it took for a breath, the two of them had retreated. After the black shadows that filled the sky disappeared, whether it was the Golden Blade's sect leader or the other superior gods, their bodies were riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Following that, their blood and energy seemed to be attracted by someone and flowed into the body of this Nirvana creature. Did I survive? This is too terrifying. I can't even block the full power attack of this Nirvana creature. I'm afraid that this technique just now is at the peak of the superior god realm, or even at the divine lord realm. Lightning Devil King was truly scared out of his wits. His face also turned pale as cold sweat dripped down his face. He had never encountered such a terrifying Nirvana creature. This guy is indeed quite strong. Fortunately, he's restricted inside. As long as we don't get close, he probably won't make a move again. Lin Fei could also feel the terror of the attack just now. Even if he wanted to resist, he would have to pay a price, and he might even be injured. This guy was indeed quite strong, as expected of a Nirvana creature. Unfortunately, the Golden Blade's sect leader and the others did not have this kind of luck and were killed by the Nirvana creature. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. Without you, I would have died for sure. As expected, Everlasting Mountain is filled with danger, and these Nirvana creatures are not to be trifled with. Lightning Devil King had experienced the terror of this Nirvana creature. If he wanted to go in again, he really didn't have the guts. The chase just now had left him with a lingering fear, and he no longer had the guts to go in again. It's a pity that with this guy guarding here, it will be difficult for us to pass. There should be a door behind him. Maybe the thing left behind by that supreme expert is behind that door. Lightning Devil King's attention was still very strong. Lin Fei also looked over. The Nirvana creature had once again hidden itself. The entire pool was very calm. There really was a door behind the pool. This door was very ordinary. But in this ordinary-looking place, there was a powerful Nirvana creature. If someone who came here for the first time really thought that they could pass through, they would probably be entangled by this Nirvana creature in an instant. At that time, it would be impossible for him to come out alive. Even high gods weren't able to take it. This fellow was definitely a peak stage high god, especially when he unleashed a combined attack. This Nirvana creature is indeed quite strong, but I'm interested in fighting it. What you need to do is very simple. Collect the things left behind by Master Jindao and the others. Don't waste them. Lin Fei was quite interested in this Nirvana creature. No matter what, he had to establish a good relationship with them. The Lightning Devil King was shocked. Even he wasn't a match for him. This fellow Taoist Lin was quite courageous. However, when he thought about how he had blocked those two attacks, he realized that they were very ordinary, but he had been able to block them. Leave this kind of small matter to me. My speed is still okay. If you want me to fight him, then I won't dare even if I have 100 guts. Who asked me to be so afraid of death? The Lightning Devil King was quite direct. He knew that if he went in, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat this Nirvana creature. He was quite confident in fellow Taoist Lin's words. He could at least be in charge of guiding them from the side. The main force would still be fellow Taoist Lin. Right. Do you know what sort of things a Nirvana creature like this will drop after it is destroyed? Lin Fei didn't know much about this, so he asked the Lightning Devil King. He hoped that he had a good idea. The Lightning Devil King was quite surprised that he wanted to destroy a Nirvana creature like this. This Nirvana creature was definitely a peak stage high god. Its combat power was extremely terrifying. He said, I heard that these Nirvana creatures are all created from special materials. If you kill them, you'll be able to obtain some special treasures. These special treasures are all extremely powerful. The stronger the Nirvana creature is, the more powerful these treasures will be. This peak stage high god Nirvana creature might even drop a treasure that is infinitely close to the God Lord level. Even a fragment of it would be worth an extremely high price. Although divine artifacts were extremely precious, compared to true treasures, there was still a difference. A God Lord level treasure could crush all other divine artifacts. It was an even higher level treasure, and it was even harder to create. Any sect that had a God Lord level treasure would be extremely terrifying. Even if it was just a fragment, it would still be able to explode with 1 or 2 layers of its power. It would be able to sweep through all opponents of the same level. Even a fragment wasn't something that just anyone could obtain. The Lightning Devil King had never heard of anyone possessing a complete God Lord level treasure. So this thing is actually this valuable. Then I want to fight it. I hope it won't disappoint me. Lin Fei charged in with a whoosh. After entering, the Nirvana creature, which had sunk into the ground, reappeared. Numerous tentacles rushed over. Boom! Each tentacle was like a ray of light, and in a single exchange, dozens of them attacked. It was truly ferocious. It seemed to recognize Lin Fei. Lin Fei immediately unleashed one fist after another. The shadows of the fists hit the streams of light. However fast the opponent's tentacles were, Lin Fei's speed was. He blocked most of the attacks, but of course, some landed on his body. However, when they landed on his body, they were sent flying. They only left white spots on Lin Fei's body. This Nirvana creature is really powerful. My physical body is also strong enough. However, its attack still caused a certain amount of impact. It should be in existence at the peak of high god level, and a particularly powerful one at that. Lin Fei didn't use many techniques. He only used close combat techniques. At the same time, he realized that this fellow's defense was also very strong. Although his own power was strong, it would be destroyed by the opponent's surface layer of power. This made him a very good competitor for Lin Fei. The Lightning Devil King didn't rush in. He was terrified as well. This fellow Taoist Lin really was terrifying. He was so young, and yet he was already a peak higher god. At the very least, those who had gone in before wouldn't have been able to survive so easily. This fellow Taoist Lin was definitely very strong. The Lightning Devil King was glad that he had gotten to know such a powerful fellow. They had even fought side by side. At the very least, he had saved his life. Could it be that he was a young master of a hidden clan who had come out to train? Chapter 50-22. This creature's methods were quite fierce. Each tentacle was equivalent to an attack. It was equivalent to the attack of a top expert. His methods were really fierce. Even the Lightning Devil King, who was watching from the outside, was shocked. If he fought alone, he would definitely die. Before this, they couldn't take it. Even then, they felt a lot of pressure, let alone one-on-one. However, Lin Daoyou's words were completely different. The Lightning Devil King learned a lot of techniques from it. Of course, it could be seen that the methods of body cultivators were really quite powerful. Their strength was extremely penetrative and it was no different from taking it head-on. Slowly, the two of them couldn't decide on a winner. Whether it was the creature or Lin Daoyu, it seemed like they were evenly matched. If one took a closer look, it should be the Nirvana life form below them. He couldn't take it at all. Its methods were almost the same from the beginning to the end. It relied on absolute ferocity to take on any enemy head-on. Suddenly, all the tentacles on the back of the octopus Nirvana creature moved at once, instantly launching a powerful move. Facing this move, the Lightning Demon King's heart jumped. Just now, in front of this move, he felt tremendous pressure, and was almost killed. If it wasn't for Lin Daoyu's help, he didn't dare to imagine that he would have died like those people. At this moment, the Lightning Demon King wanted to see how Lin Daoyu was going to take this move. This move was really terrifying. It was equivalent to a super move. Even if one had some powerful treasures, one might not be able to take it. Lin Fei knew that this guy was going to use this move. The ancient overlord blade landed in his hand. Hua hua. One blade. One by one, the tentacles were chopped off. Then, with another slash, a path was instantly cleared. His whole body rapidly closed in, because at this time, all the methods he had used had been used. There was no way to defend at all. The blade in Lin Fei's hand turned into streaks of light and slashed away all these things. Then, he quickly closed in on the creature. One blade slashed. The blade that slashed across the opponent's body. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, it was extraordinarily fast. Even the Lightning Devil King was shocked. Even he himself wouldn't be able to do such a thing. It was simply too ferocious. After this slash, the Nirvana creature kept struggling and roaring. The second slash came. The blade pierced through the Nirvana creature. The third slash. After 3 slashes, the octopus-like creature finally turned into a puff of green smoke. After turning into green smoke, an item fell down. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed it. It landed on his hand. It was actually a small section of a broken blade. The broken blade was very ordinary, like a piece of iron. However, when it landed on Lin Fei's hand, it felt extraordinary. It gave off a dangerous aura. Before Lin Fei could take a closer look, his immemorial tyrant saber sucked the broken blade into his saber. This caused Lin Fei to be a little surprised. Could it be that the immemorial tyrant saber could refine and absorb the fragments of these Nirvana creatures? No matter what, it was absorbed. The immemorial tyrant saber entered a refining state and didn't move at all. He casually put it away. The Lightning Devil King chased after him. After a few swishing sounds, he took out many rings, more than he had expected. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin, for killing the Nirvana creature. Many high gods are jealous of you. No one can do this. The Lightning Devil King knew the difference between him and this fellow. Thus, he became even more enthusiastic. After taking the rings, he handed them to Lin Fei. Lin Fei only took half of them and gave the other half to the Lightning Devil King. We are partners. These rings were left behind by them. We can split them evenly. To the Lightning Devil King, this was definitely a great bargain. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. He collected the rings. The Lightning Devil King arrived in front of the door. After all, he knew that with his speed, he could sense some dangers ahead of time. The door didn't have any tricks. After all, with such a Nirvana creature here, not everyone could barge in. The two of them entered one after the other. In front was the Lightning Devil King, and behind was Lin Fei. This passageway wasn't very long. Suddenly, it became wide. After entering, they realized that there was a giant palace. However, this palace seemed empty. There seemed to be something in the center of the altar. The Lightning Devil King was the fastest, directly arriving at the center of the altar. He arrived at the center of the altar and saw what it was. Fellow Taoist Lin, come over and take a look. There seems to be a God Master treasure here. Although it's just a fragment, it's definitely very strong. As soon as he said that, a black shadow appeared. A black shadow came out. After a flash of black light, the lightning devil king slammed into a wall in the distance. The black shadow disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a terrifying aura spread out on the spot. Lin Fei quickly came to the side of the lightning devil king and grabbed it. The lightning devil king's armor was directly sliced open, and blood flowed out. My speed is considered fast, but this guy is faster than me. I can't take it. He should have reached at least the 4th level of speed. I can't compare to him. The lightning devil king was shocked. After all, his speed was considered fast. However, he realized that he couldn't dodge in time. The other party's speed was much faster than his. This saber strike made him realize what despair and terror were. Even Lin Fei could see the black shadow at this time. It was indeed quite fast. Because of the other party's speed and strength, the lightning devil king naturally wasn't a match for it. It's good that you're fine. It seems that as long as you don't get close, the black shadow won't appear and attack you. When they attacked just now, even if Lin Fei wanted to stop it, he couldn't. The other party was too fast. Most importantly, he didn't know where this guy was hiding. He felt that there must be a miniature space around this treasure fragment, and this guy was hiding in it. Once someone approached, it would be triggered. It would attack. Such an item was still attractive to Lin Fei. After all, the previous one had been absorbed. Chapter 50-23. That thing didn't look easy to take, but Lin Fei could see that it wasn't as dangerous as he imagined. That attack just now looked really terrifying. If he went all out, Lightning Devil King definitely wouldn't be able to take it. This could be considered as him showing mercy. However, Lin Fei was quite interested in the items on it. No matter what, he had to take a look. He placed Lightning Devil King in a safe place. Rest here for a while, I will go take a look. Lin Fei was confident in his own strength. He could even kill the Nirvana lifeforms outside, so even if the black shadow inside was strong, it shouldn't be that strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left such a method. Hua! Lin Fei's body appeared around the altar and he saw the 2 items on it. It was really filled with a dangerous aura. It was the same aura as before. Without a doubt, this should be a fragment of the Master God's treasure. It wasn't complete. Whoosh! A black eye appeared, and a ray of black light surged forth just like before. It was really fast. Even if Lin Fei expected it, he was still hit by the black light. The black light was filled with terror and the direct power crushed him. Fortunately, Lin Fei's ancient eternal body showed its might. Apart from taking a step back, he didn't do anything else. Of course, his vital energy was triggered, but it was suppressed in the blink of an eye. After the black figure attacked, it seemed to realize that Lin Fei's strength was stronger than it had imagined. So, it attacked again. A ray of black light followed another ray of black light. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was in a state of shock. Lightning Devil King's heart jumped when he saw this from afar. Just now, he couldn't even take one move. This person was even stronger than him and actually took so many hits. However, he still couldn't see what that person looked like. A black shadow flickered non-stop as it unleashed a series of attacks. His speed had definitely reached the 4th level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had suffered 20 to 30 attacks. Every attack left a white mark on his body. This was the first time that Lin Fei had been at a disadvantage ever since his fleshly body had matured. It was no wonder that the Lightning Demon King was unable to withstand it. Even 10 people might not be able to withstand such a move. This guy is very strong. However, he isn't really that strong. His speed is extremely fast. Indeed, he is faster than the Lightning Devil King. However, his strength isn't even at the level of a peak high god. He is inferior to this Nirvana creature. Lin Fei kept dodging, but unfortunately, he was still too slow. His opponent's speed was indeed above his. The difference in strength was a lot, so it was relatively easy for Lin Fei to carry it. If it was someone else, it would definitely not be so easy. Hua hua. Streams of light, like ripples, slid past Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow that was pouncing over was sent flying by this force. He pulled away from it. This was Lin Fei's technique. If you weren't fast, then he would make it so that you couldn't get close. Lin Fei wasn't good at anything else, but his fleshly body was really strong. In truth, this technique was quite useful for Lin Fei. After it spread out, the black shadow's technique was indeed blocked by Lin Fei's strength. Even if it wanted to get close, Lin Fei's strength was already very strong. As it swept forward, it pulled away from it. In the blink of an eye, it was next to the platform. Even if the black shadow wanted to attack, it wouldn't be that fast. The black shadow was only fast. Its strength was only average. Thus, Lin Fei was able to deal with it easily. He did not feel too much pressure. A palm landed around the altar. The altar was like a mirror, shattering. This was the existence of a special seal. He could sense it. 2 items fell into Lin Fei's hands. As expected, they were god-level treasures. But as soon as these 2 items fell into his hands, the black shadow disappeared as if it had never been there. The surroundings became quiet. If it weren't for the white marks left on Lin Fei's body, it would have been as if nothing had happened. In truth, he really had been attacked by a black shadow. Even now, Lin Fei hadn't been able to see what it looked like. It was a little embarrassing to say it out loud. His speed was indeed amazing. The Lightning Devil King was also dumbfounded. That guy had disappeared into thin air. Even he couldn't sense it. How can I waste such a good thing? I'll have to chase it out first. Was it over just like that? That couldn't be it. Lin Fei definitely couldn't do it. Whoosh. Whoosh. His fleshly body began to move. The power that had been like flowing water instantly became turbulent, crashing against the air. It kept crashing against the air. He didn't believe that this thing could be hidden. Bang, 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 bang. The power of flowing water kept crashing against the air. The first time, the second time, the third time. Lin Fei was already very strong, and his fleshly body was even stronger. As he rammed against the air, even some of the techniques in the air were destroyed by this technique. Whoosh. A figure fell from the sky. This time, Lin Fei finally saw what this person looked like. He finally knew that this guy was hiding in a pocket dimension. Just at that moment, Lin Fei's power broke through the pocket dimension. After all, no one could withstand Lin Fei's attacks. As soon as he appeared, he didn't attack at all. He just stood there quietly. This was a faceless, masked black shadow. His speed was quite fast. Even the Lightning Devil King couldn't compare to him when it came to holding people back. It could be said that he was a fairly high-level high god. Given his speed, even peak-stage high gods might not be able to withstand it. It was definitely a headache. Seeing this thing not move at all, Lin Fei understood. This guy had definitely received orders. He would only deal with it after taking it. He stretched out his hand. Rays of cold light shot into the black shadow. He continued to search. Indeed, deep within this guy, there was an illusory figure. This illusory figure was very faint. He couldn't see its face clearly, but he could sense how powerful it was. F***ck off. The illusory figure moved. With a rumbling sound, it came crashing back. Lin Fei's thoughts were destroyed. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's figure once more entered. This was a thought of his, but it wasn't a simple thought. It attacked as soon as it entered. The illusory figure resisted to a certain extent, but how could it block Lin Fei's non-stop attacks? In just a few breaths of time, the illusory figure was beaten back. A puny little illusory figure like you dares to sit here and not leave? Chapter 50-24. How could this tiny, illusory figure possibly withstand Lin Fei's attacks? Under Lin Fei's attacks, it was directly smashed apart. And then, Lin Fei's illusory figure landed within it, replacing it. The Lightning Fiend King didn't know what had happened, but he could clearly sense that this black figure seemed to be different from before. This feeling was quite obvious. Don't forget that he was also a high god expert. It was just that his strength wasn't as strong as that of the others. His senses weren't that different, and he immediately understood that fellow Daoist Lin had definitely subdued this black-clothed man. This black-clothed man truly was a qualified hired thug. His speed was quite a bit faster than even his own. If he were to fight against him, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Lin. You've acquired yet another good item. This is far better than a single treasure. The Lightning Fiend King laughed, then began to congratulate him. This black-clothed man really is quite good. He's quite skilled in speed, and can be used to tie down enemies. Don't you think so? Just like you. In the future, when your power increases, you'll be able to match him. Keep up the good work. I'm quite optimistic about you. Lin Fei really was quite optimistic about this Lightning Fiend King. This was because this Lightning Fiend King was different from the others. Once he broke through, he would definitely have an enormous advantage in speed. Just like in the beginning, Lin Fei, when faced with this fellow who had an advantage in speed, really couldn't think of a way to deal with him. In the end, he used his own strength to transform into flowing water, forcing the Lightning Devil King out. However, the Lightning Devil King had lost his instincts, so his methods were more or less different. But if it was the Lightning Devil King, then it would be completely different. Speed could be controlled, and when the time came, he would be able to improve quite a bit. Thus, there was no way to compare them at all. But of course, to the current Lin Fei, this black-clothed man was still of some use. Ordinary high gods really weren't a match for this black-clothed man. Just look at the Lightning Fiend King. There was a huge difference between the two. The Lightning Fiend King took a deep breath. Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin, for your praise. I will definitely keep up the good work. There was nothing else in this place, and the two left the secret realm. As soon as he came out, he could feel some fluctuations in some places. Fellow Daoist Lin, other than these secret realms, there is another special place in this everlasting mountain. I don't know if you want to go there as well, but I'm preparing to go there next. The Lightning Fiend King suddenly asked. What was so special about this everlasting mountain? Lin Fei wasn't very sure. Although he had read some information, it was obviously incomplete. The information that Bai Lai took down didn't have any special markings. I'm really not too sure about that. I only know a few secret realms about this everlasting mountain, but I really don't know where the most famous part of this everlasting mountain is. Lin Fei shook his head. The Lightning Fiend King laughed. He knew he was right. Actually, the most special part of the everlasting mountain should be the eternal world. The Lightning Fiend King spoke unhurriedly. In an instant, Lin Fei's attention was drawn to the eternal world. I heard that this eternal world is the most special place in the entire everlasting mountain. Those who go to the eternal world are all powerful geniuses, and of course, there are also some powerful rankers. I heard that in this eternal world, there is a series of treasures left behind by the top ranker Gu Tianxia. Lin Fei had never heard of this before. If he dared to use the words eternal world as a secret realm, it would indeed be different. Furthermore, it seemed that the strongest person was called Gu Tianxia. Lin Fei had never heard of it before. Is this Gu Tianxia very powerful? Lin Fei was not afraid of losing face, and directly asked. The Lightning Fiend King was very curious. The other party was so strong. Could it be that he had never heard of Gu Tianxia? However, he didn't think too much about it. He explained again. This Gu Tianxia is the #1 expert in our star field. Do you think he's powerful or not? I heard that this is a top-notch expert who has dominated an era. A top-notch expert of an era. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. He had thought that this Gu Tianxia would be a very strong top-notch expert. He never thought that it would be the top expert. This top-notch expert is publicly acknowledged by all the powers. No one dares to say that his strength is insufficient to sit in this position. The Lightning Fiend King continued to speak. Every time the everlasting mountain appears, the people who come in are actually aiming for the eternal world. Of course, people with ordinary strength are here for these secret realms. I heard that these secret realms were all gathered from various places by this senior Gu Tianxia, and then specially integrated into this everlasting mountain, which is why they are like this now. Not to mention the eternal world, Lin Fei was really interested in this. This was the most special place in the entire everlasting mountain. Since it's the most interesting place, I must take a look. I don't know the way, so I'll have to trouble you to be my guide. The Lightning Fiend King laughed out loud. With fellow Taoist Lin with me, I can be at ease along the way. I heard that the closer I am to the eternal world, the more dangers I will encounter. Although my speed is fast, it is hard to avoid encountering a loss when I am alone. With fellow Taoist Lin, it will be different. I can really reach the eternal world happily. The Lightning Fiend King was also incomparably direct. He knew in his heart that although everyone wanted to go to the eternal world, without a certain amount of strength, they could only stare blankly. The two of them headed towards the eternal world one after the other. With the Lightning Fiend King leading the way, it was completely different. The two of them pushed their speed to the limit, and gradually, Lin Fei discovered some mysteries, because the closer they got to this place, it was as if there was a force pulling them. This was a very mysterious feeling, and Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Especially since his physical body was so strong, he naturally would not miss out on this slight feeling. Fellow Taoist Lin, do you feel a trace of pulling power? This is the recognition released by the eternal world, and only by obtaining a certain amount of recognition can one have the chance to head to the eternal world. As long as I follow this guiding force, I will be able to gradually approach the eternal world. Without this guiding force, I will encounter those secret realms. The Lightning Fiend King understood this place quite well. Very quickly, Lin Fei understood the use of this guiding force. And just like that, a secret realm appeared in front of him. There was such a small path in these secret realms. Without this guiding force, even though there was nothing going on in front of him, in reality, it was just a combination of secret realms. It was extremely likely that he would fall in if he wasn't careful. It would be difficult to get out. He was afraid that he would enter this secret realm and go to that one. A series of secret realm pits. Chapter 50-25. The pulling force wasn't very fast, it was slow. Just like that, he followed a line and headed towards a certain place. During this time, Lin Fei also felt a lot of voices heading in this direction. It could be imagined that there were quite a few people who had reached this level of strength. After all, the people who were able to come here were definitely here for this everlasting mountain. It was fine if they didn't know about it, but if they did, they definitely wouldn't miss it. For example, Lin Fei almost missed the opportunity. If it wasn't for the Lightning Devil King saying it, Lin Fei would never have thought that there was such an important place called the Eternal World. Look, the Eternal World is right in front of us. Doesn't it look like a towering pyramid? If you want to go to the top, you can only know the scenery above. I heard that the Eternal World has been open for a long time, and so far, only one person has reached the top level. There are a total of 9 levels in the Eternal World, and there are unfathomable existences on the 9th level. I heard that the person who made it to the 9th level has already become a top-notch expert in the star domain. The Lightning Devil King's face was filled with worship as he looked at the faintly discernible Eternal World in the distance. Lin Fei also looked over, and indeed, he saw that the Eternal World was like a pyramid, but this pyramid gave off a vast and boundless aura. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he still felt that there was a huge difference in front of the Eternal World. He was afraid that this pyramid was a super treasure. With just one move, I can let you experience what is called the aura of death. Not long after, Lin Fei and the Lightning Devil King were getting closer and closer to the Eternal World Pyramid. The number of people around them gradually increased. They were also being led. They looked at each other but did not make a move. Instead, their gazes landed on the Eternal World Pyramid. No one left. No one knew better than them that in front of them was the famous Eternal World. Those who knew about this place naturally had some tricks up their sleeves. They wouldn't make a move at this time, as that would be asking for trouble. If they couldn't enter the Eternal World, it would be the biggest problem. In the blink of an eye, everyone sat in the Eternal World. In front of them, there was a large open space, and on this open space, there were many round tables. These round platforms were like footholds. Everyone landed on these round platforms one after another. There was a certain distance between them. The Lightning Demon King landed on a nearby circular platform. It was not too far away from Lin Fei. At the same time, it sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. This is a temporary place to stay. I heard that once you reach this round platform, you will have to accept the test of the Eternal World. It is also considered an entrance test. I heard that only by passing the test will you be qualified to enter the first level. Otherwise, no one else is qualified to enter. The Eternal World is filled with all sorts of tricks, big and small. Only those who abide by the rules can enter. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This was quite a good method. No wonder there were so many round tables here. Anyone who landed on this round platform could sit cross-legged. There was no more movement. He didn't know how many round tables there were around. At the very least, Lin Fei didn't think there were too many, but it wasn't too few either. Now, almost half of them were sitting down. Some of them closed their eyes to rest, while others were sizing them up. There were all kinds of expressions on their faces. Without exception, they were all looking at the pyramid. The pyramid looked very ordinary, but there seemed to be runes embedded on the outside. It made people feel majestic, powerful, and terrifying. They didn't even doubt that if they attacked the pyramid, they would be counterattacked by the empty pyramid and killed on the spot. Lin Fei sat quietly nearby. He could feel the power of the pyramid. With such an existence, it was no wonder everyone came. The first round of the test wouldn't be simple. Although the pyramid didn't look big, Lin Fei knew that it was definitely a powerful spatial treasure. It was definitely very powerful inside. It wouldn't be easy to make it to the 9th level. So far, there was only one person who made it to the 9th level. One could imagine how strong this person was. His potential was probably even stronger. Lin Fei waited for more than a day. The round platform outside was finally filled with people. However, the moment everyone was seated, a brilliant light instantly enveloped everyone. In front of this bright light, everyone felt like a mountain had fallen on their bodies. It was a very different feeling. At the same time, a figure walked out of the bright light. This figure could only be vaguely seen, but one couldn't clearly see what it looked like. It was very blurry. But it was this blurry figure that was able to let you know what great terror was. Even a glance or movement from the other party could make one feel it. Welcome to the Eternal Pyramid, to the place of the Old Master. Those who can come here are the proud sons of heaven in the star area. You may be disciples of big families or sects, but it's your fate to come here. Everyone's heart was slightly startled. They originally thought that this figure was the top powerhouse, but they didn't expect that it wasn't a powerhouse. It was just a subordinate, which made them feel even more afraid. Everyone became well-behaved. Lin Fei also saw this figure. This figure looked very simple, but Lin Fei knew that such a figure could erupt with terrifying power. Even if he went all out, he might not be able to withstand it. This kind of feeling was very rare, but Lin Fei was very sure that this was the case. This was definitely an existence equivalent to a tool spirit, responsible for the Eternal Pyramid. Since you can come here, this is the place for your opportunity. Now, whether you can take a step closer to the opportunity depends on your own strength. Later on, I will activate the treasure left by the Old Master. The treasure will release a certain amount of power. Whoever can withstand it for a long time will have a higher chance of entering. Actually, when everyone sat on the round table, they already knew what was going on. Without a certain amount of strength, it was impossible to enter this place. Now, It seemed like this was really the case. The figure suddenly reached out and grabbed, and a treasure flew out of the eternal pyramid. This treasure fell into the palm of the figure like a ball. Then, with a push, a surge of energy rushed over like flowing water. There was a proud son of heaven with the strength of a middle god at the front, but he was instantly blown away by this flowing water force. Then, his whole body disappeared like a star in the blink of an eye. No one knew where this guy went, but at least it was certain that this guy had lost his qualification. Chapter 50-26. This power was very strong. It swept across everyone's body like a stream of light. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Those who were weak couldn't withstand it on the spot and were immediately disqualified. After this stream of light, a second stream of light appeared. Then, a third stream of light appeared. The power of each stream of light was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei felt quite relaxed. When these streams of light landed on his body, they were indeed powerful. However, they weren't as terrifying as he imagined. Therefore, it was very easy for him to withstand it. There were a total of 10 rounds of such power. After 10 rounds, there weren't many people left. It seemed like the 10 platforms were quite empty. They weren't as full as before. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Then, the figure appeared once again. Congratulations to everyone for obtaining the qualifications to enter the primordial pyramid. After entering, everyone can search for their own good fortune. Let's see who will be able to reach the 9th floor this time. There are big and small fortunes on each floor. Of course, there are also some that are at risk of losing your life. These words were spoken unhurriedly. In the distance, a door appeared. The door was connected to the eternal pyramid. Just as the Lightning Devil King had said, if one didn't pass the test, they wouldn't be able to enter. This figure knew the way to enter. The people present didn't hesitate too much. One by one, they turned into streams of light and rushed towards the door. Lin Fei was considered one of the slower ones. Even the Lightning Devil King was the same. Of course, the Lightning Devil King knew that if he was the first to enter, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of these geniuses. If he followed Daoist Lin, it would be completely different. He would definitely be able to gain a lot of advantages. I thought you would be the first to enter. With your speed, you would definitely be ahead. Lin Fei and the Lightning Devil King entered just like that. After knowing that there was a 9th level, Lin Fei was even less anxious. After such a long time, only one person had reached the 9th level. One could imagine how dangerous each level was. Therefore, Lin Fei was even less anxious. It'll be easier if I follow you. After all, my strength is only so-so. If I were to encounter any one of them, it would be troublesome. The Lightning Devil King was also very straightforward. He knew how much strength he had. It wouldn't be so good if he were to fight alone. After entering the primordial pyramid, he felt that this place was a little different. This floor was very quiet, so quiet that it was a little surprising. This was a pitch-black place, and even the perception of the surroundings was infinitely suppressed. He couldn't figure out where the cave was in such a short amount of time. I knew that it wouldn't be easy to enter the supreme ancient immortal realms. Seems like this is really the case. I wonder how I can reach the 2nd level from this level. The Lightning Devil King wasn't very clear about what was going on. All he knew was some news from the outside. One by one, the figures disappeared, making this place seem even stranger and more mysterious. This place is very different. I wonder how he made it to the 2nd floor. The Lightning Devil King's figure kept moving as soon as it entered. He didn't feel anything different when he moved. Anyway, it was like an endless place. In fact, Lin Fei could feel it too. After entering this place, it seemed to be boundless. It was impossible to see clearly what kind of entrance there was. It was very strange. It seems like this 1st floor is for us to find the way to the next floor by ourselves. Lin Fei observed for a while and felt that this floor was very different. The Lightning Devil King frowned immediately. He couldn't sense the existence of any route in this place. Just follow behind me. Wherever I go, you will follow. Basically, we will be able to make it through. This first floor might seem endless, but there is actually a route that leads to the middle. After all, Lin Fei's strength was much higher than the Lightning Devil King's. Therefore, he could feel it the moment he entered. There was a special existence that was faintly discernible on this floor. Others might not be able to sense it because they weren't strong enough. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was different. He could even sense the existence of these guiding forces. However, it didn't seem to be activated. Suddenly, he headed towards a place. The Lightning Devil King followed behind unhurriedly. Walking through the night, there was no danger in this place. However, it was terrifyingly quiet. There was once when the Lightning Devil King wasn't careful and nearly lost him. It scared him so much that he broke out in cold sweat. That was close. I was almost gone. This place is definitely a huge maze. No, it should be a huge illusion. Only an illusion can be like this. My strength is still too weak. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to find the end. Chen Feng sighed. What a close shave. The Lightning Devil King cursed and his expression turned a little ugly. Although he didn't show much along the way, he knew that if he came in alone, he wouldn't be able to pass this level. Just thinking about it made him feel a little sad. Lin Fei's speed wasn't that fast. He could feel the threads of guiding force. Although it wasn't very strong, at the same time, he agreed with the Lightning Devil King's words. This floor did have a certain amount of illusion power. The power of these illusions was quite terrifying. Voila! Lin Fei brought the Lightning Devil King and finally passed through this floor. Even the Lightning Devil King was confused. He didn't expect to pass through just like that. It was like a dream. It seems like this ancient pyramid is quite terrifying. I can't even pass through the first level. If it's the second level, I will be even more dumbfounded. Thank you, Dao friend Lin, for bringing me to the second level. This made the Lightning Devil King feel even more grateful towards Lin Fei. Without Lin Fei, he wouldn't have been able to pass through. Just thinking about it was a little scary. There was a huge difference between the first and second level. The first level gave off a feeling of boundless vastness. In reality, there was a trace of the power of illusion. However, the second level was a little different. This side was also empty, but in front of them, a group of soldiers appeared. These warriors were all standing quietly. Every now and then, there would be a warrior standing at a fixed distance. Lin Fei saw that there were people in the distance. Every certain distance, there would be a warrior. These warriors seemed to be exceptionally strong. Their first move was a close combat technique. It seemed like if he didn't defeat these warriors, he wouldn't be able to pass through the next level. Chapter 50-27. These warriors were all very fierce in close combat, and they all held a scimitar in their hands. The scimitar was like a flowing moon, and every strike was almost exactly the same. He didn't know what kind of big shot had created it, but if it was used to guard this place, it would create a certain amount of pressure. If he wanted to pass through this place, he would have to pass through the attacks of the black-armored people. Lin Fei was very sure after watching for a while. He even knew that these black-armored people would only attack one person and not more than one person. However, if you wanted more people to attack him, one of the black-armored people would catch up and directly isolate you. Therefore, the scene was very chaotic, but it was also very different. You'll have to rely on your own strength in this place. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for others to participate. Do you see those golden armored people? They should be guarding this place. If you don't have some ability, you won't be able to stop them. Lin Fei had long since noticed that there were a few golden armored people not far away. These golden armored people just stood there quietly without moving. If there were any people who seemed to bully them with numbers, they would instantly arrive beside the black armored people. The moment they made their move, everyone could feel that they were using spatial techniques. They were indeed using spatial techniques. They could move within such a short distance in an instant. If they wanted to deal with them, it would be difficult unless their spatial techniques were stronger than theirs or they were stronger. It was a pity that these people were not as strong as these golden-armored people, so they could only leave in a sorry state. Then it seems like I can only risk my life on this floor. However, it seems like their strength is quite slow, and their speed is a bit slow. If I rely on my speed, I should be able to break through. In the first stage, the Lightning Devil King followed Lin Fei over. He had thought that he would be able to pass through a few levels. The current situation was truly unexpected. The Lightning Devil King still had a certain level of confidence. After all, these black-armored people could still be dealt with. Although he wasn't as fast as fellow Daoist Lin, he still had his own strength. As long as he was careful, he would still be able to pass. With a whoosh, the Lightning Devil King flew forward. As soon as he flew, a black-armored person came over. A crescent moon directly attacked, and the Lightning Devil King directly dodged it. After all, his speed was still very fast. Speed gave him a certain advantage. Lin Fei watched quietly for a while and decided to move forward. He didn't know how long this path was or how many black-armored people there were, but they were definitely not easy to deal with. The further they went, the stronger they would become. The second level clearly gave off a sense of pressure. Voila! One of the black-armored men in the distance was instantly blasted to pieces, and a treasure fell out. The black-armored man instantly grew excited. Unexpectedly, my luck is quite good. I actually obtained a low-grade god artifact. Not to mention, it is a defensive one. That person was extremely happy as well. Although it was only a low-grade god artifact, it was definitely something good for it to be here. At the same time, everyone finally understood that this was the so-called serendipity. In the distance, another black-armored man was killed, and a weapon dropped down. It was a long spear. The long spear landed in the man's hand, and with a wave of his hand, it glowed brightly. He was wild with joy. Such words really made many people feel envious. Initially, he thought that this battle would be very dangerous. But now, it seemed that these black-armored people were quite capable. Most importantly, after killing them, there was a certain chance that they would drop something good. At the same time, they admired those big shots for actually leaving such treasures in the bodies of these black-armored people. This time, Lin Fei also noticed it. He also knew that these black-armored people not only had the ability to defend against them, but more importantly, they could also drop items. Of course, this depended on luck. Some people didn't even drop anything after killing the black-armored people. Some people did, so the scene fell into a short period of celebration. You drop one, I drop one. It seemed like the drop rate was quite high. Lin Fei's side seemed to be more unlucky, and he killed a few black-armored people. He didn't gain anything, even the Lightning Devil King. At this moment, he gradually felt some pressure because it was really not easy to resist these black-armored people. Although they were slow, they were strong, so they were very careful. They were really careful along the way, afraid that they would suffer a loss if they were not careful. If they suffered a loss, all their previous efforts would be wasted and they would lose their spot here. Take your time. I'll take a look at the end first. When the time comes, I'll wait for you there for a while. I hope you can do your best. Lin Fei said to the Lightning Devil King, then he sped up. How did he speed up? Of course, it was by increasing the strength of his hands. When these black-armored people came up, Lin Fei directly punched them, and they instantly exploded. This was the use of a strong physical body. 1 black-armored person, 2 black-armored people, 3 black-armored people. Along the way, these black-armored people couldn't stop Lin Fei at all, which shocked many people. They didn't know where this expert came from. It was too easy and too simple. It was like drinking water. This also made many people feel helpless. They were still bitterly holding on, but this person had already gone all the way. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace of him because there was a black mass in front, which meant that this young man had already reached the front. He was faster than them. Lin Fei's speed was really fast, and he directly pulled away from the most basic group of people. He reached the front. Fewer and fewer people came. Of course, there were still some people who came to this area. Their strength was obviously stronger than the others, and many people also noticed this side. This was because as everyone moved forward, there was naturally a line that appeared. There were people in front, and there were people at the back. Everyone wanted to reach the third level. Although killing black-armored people on this level would result in items dropping, it depended on one's luck. If one didn't have the luck, they could only watch helplessly. Who is it? He's so fast, and he can even fight with these black-armored people head-on. His strength is amazing. It seems that this person has quite a bit of potential. We have to work harder. The strength he displayed was indeed quite strong. Killing these black-armored people was really too easy. With a whoosh, the black-armored people finally revealed an item. When this item dropped, Lin Fei was a little surprised. It was actually a secret technique. This secret technique was a divine ability. It was called Heaven's Collapse. Just hearing the name, it felt especially domineering. Even Lin Fei felt that it was a little interesting. How many good things were hidden in the black-armored people? Chapter 50-28. Finally, there was something that Lin Fei was satisfied with. This was a secret attack and it was quite strong. Especially the power that exploded in an instant. The power of this move was quite strong. Of course, it consumed a lot of energy. Not everyone could withstand it. For Lin Fei, this move was quite useful. After a few thoughts, he grasped this move. This move condensed the energy into a point of essence and instantly launched a certain attack, leaving the opponent with no reason to resist. This Heaven's Bane had a certain probability of ignoring the opponent's defense. Such a method really surprised Lin Fei. This kind of method was really rare. No wonder it was named Heaven's Bane. Sometimes, when one move was used, it would turn into a huge attack. Coincidentally, Lin Fei came in front of a man in black armor. That man in black armor launched an attack. Lin Fei threw Heaven's Bane over. There was a loud bang. A ball of lightning instantly fell on the opponent's body. At this moment, the huge power of the lightning blasted out. Some people who were originally challenging the levels also noticed this. The man in black armor was instantly blasted away by this move and split into pieces. Originally, everyone thought that this young man was quite strong. But now, they took a deep breath. This was much stronger than they had imagined. How could there be such a strong guy? He was really different from before. Many people looked over and remembered this guy. He seemed to have moved quite quickly and pulled a certain distance. They didn't expect him to have such a secret technique. He blasted the men in black armor away with one move. This move made them feel even more terrified as it broke the men in black armor. They all knew that the men in black armor were quite strong and it wouldn't be easy for them to break through. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Suddenly, he understood one thing. In other words, after these men in black armor went berserk, some secret techniques were most suitable for this place to deal with these men in black armor. Lin Fei was originally very strong. When he used Heaven's Bane, it was really flexible. There was a loud rumbling sound. One after another, the thunderballs were hurled forward. Everything was just as Lin Fei had imagined. The skyfall had caused great damage to the black-armored man. With a single move, the black-armored man was blasted away. It also consumed a lot of energy. Not everyone could withstand it. Lin Fei didn't change much. His speed increased, and in an instant, there was a certain distance between them. The second batch of people were also pulled apart. There was a loud rumbling sound. In this area, the black-armored men were basically unable to stop them. When Lin Fei made his move, there was a certain drop rate. The number of items increased as well. However, there were all kinds of items. Lin Fei didn't look at them too much and kept them all. Along the way, there were fewer and fewer people around. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. He did not expect that a secret attack would be targeted. In other words, some of the divine abilities here were targeted at these black-armored people. Whether or not one could use their full power depended on luck. At least, Lin Fei was quite lucky. Hua hua hua. A wave of frost swept across the area in front of him. The black-armored men were instantly split apart, and then many pieces fell out. It turned out that there was a woman in white who kept attacking. Every attack froze the void. Even the black-armored men had no chance as they were frozen. Her attacks became very strong. No wonder she was so fast. At the front, there weren't many people. There were only 4 or 5 of them. These people were all in a certain area, and it seemed like they weren't fighting with each other. Of course, there was competition. Everyone wanted to get to the second level as soon as possible. The black-armored men on the second level were indeed quite different. It was quite stressful to deal with them. Lin Fei's Heaven's Bane continued to bombard them. It did not take long for him to discover that there was a change to the black-armored men. When he used Heaven's Bane, he noticed that those people were looking over. There weren't many of them. After taking a look at Lin Fei, they retracted their gazes and used their own techniques. Lin Fei observed for a while and could tell that these people were actually using secret techniques. It was highly likely that these secret techniques had all been dropped. Because they were targeted. Lin Fei's Heaven's Bane was straightforward and explosive. It wasn't something that anyone could activate. Their techniques were more or less targeted. For example, the frost that the woman in white used. It turned into a cold light that shrouded over and froze them. It seeped in and froze the black-armored men from the minute details. Then, the icicles flew over and killed the black-armored men. It complemented each other and was definitely a secret technique. This woman was very cold, terrifyingly cold. It was as if there was a cold current flowing around her. In other words, there wasn't any power around her at all. In particular, if he wanted to fight in close combat, he would probably be attacked by the frost around him before he could even reach him. Instead, they would become a frozen statue. This woman's strength was pretty good. When Lin Fei looked at her, he could tell that she was at least a peak mid-god. Although she wasn't a high god, by relying on secret techniques, she was able to compete with high god experts. Just by looking at his current position, one could tell that he was much faster than the others. Ordinary people really didn't have this ability. After observing for a while, he retracted his gaze and began to attack the black-armored men. He wanted to see if the defense of these black-armored men had improved. However, Lin Fei's Heaven's Bane wasn't just for show. After using Heaven's Bane, Lin Fei arrived in front of the black-armored man. Lin Fei's fist smashed over, forcing the black-armored man to retreat. Then, Lin Fei's second punch arrived. Then, the black-armored man was pushed back again. Lin Fei's third punch smashed the black-armored man into pieces. This technique once again drew the attention of those people. It turned out that Lin Fei was an expert in close combat. He was able to destroy a black-armored man with 3 punches. This technique was quite ferocious. Not everyone could do this. At the very least, they weren't experts in close combat. They realized that this person was also a formidable competitor. They weren't afraid of anything else, but close combat would be somewhat stressful. People like this were not easy to deal with. If his body became exceptionally strong, they could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, this person was quite unfamiliar. They knew that they should mind their own business. After all, they were all here to explore the Eternal Pyramid. Naturally, they wanted to obtain their own opportunities. Chapter 50-29. Lin Fei's actions attracted the attention of many people. The method just now was indeed quite ferocious. It wasn't something that just anyone could use. Especially the method of Heaven's Collapse, coupled with the close combat method, he was definitely a body refining expert. The number of body refining experts they knew could be counted on one hand, so they naturally paid attention. They didn't guess wrong. This person's close combat method was extremely strong. He kept rushing all the way, and few of these black-armored warriors could stop him at all. They were either killed or blasted away. Then, with a series of critical strikes, these black-armored warriors were directly killed. In a place not far away, there were two people. One on the left and one on the right. There was a lot of distance between them, but vaguely, they seemed to complement each other. At this moment, the two of them were also transmitting their voices. That guy over there seems to be quite strong, and he is also a body refining expert. Why don't we pull him over to form a team? Otherwise, the later levels will be more and more difficult to pass. The two of us can at most reach the 3rd or 4th level, and the 5th level is the most we can reach. If we can pull him over, the 5th level shouldn't be a problem. Maybe we can even reach the 6th level. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who didn't look young. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he noticed the situation over here from time to time. He used water attack methods, and the power of water ripples kept attacking these black-armored warriors. It was more of a kind of restraint, so that they couldn't get close at all. After a certain distance, he used water methods to kill these black-armored warriors. On the other side, this person used spear techniques. The spear was like a dragon. Every strike could leave a little crack on the black-armored warrior's body, and his strength was stronger than this person's. At this moment, he also noticed that the body refining expert over there had also heard this voice transmission. He also transmitted his voice over. It is indeed worth roping him in, but he has to enter the 3rd level, otherwise, he won't be qualified. It was time to speak. The black spear in the other party's hand pierced through the black-armored warrior. Like a ball of fire, the power quickly spread out. A ball of fire rose in the black-armored warrior's body, blasting it into pieces. Nothing dropped, but this person wasn't surprised and rushed to the second black-armored warrior. At first glance, this young man seemed to be a mess. He blasted away a few more black-armored men, vaguely ahead of them. They couldn't help but feel envious. This kind of strength was indeed quite strong, especially when he was a body cultivator. He was said to be invincible in close combat, and even the black-armored man seemed to be somewhat unable to defeat him. Lin Fei also noticed that they were observing him, but he didn't think too much about it. He just kept rushing forward. He didn't know how many black-armored people he had killed and how many items he had picked up. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the end. At the end of the tunnel, there was an existence that was similar to a dimensional rift. There were no black-armored people here, only golden-armored people. At this moment, there really was someone here before Lin Fei. He fought with the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man used a blade. Every slash was traceless and extremely domineering. Moreover, this person was also using a saber, so he really couldn't win in a short time. This person also saw Lin Fei rushing over, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he was targeted by a golden-armored man. The golden-armored man said. His voice was cold and emotionless. "Kill me. If you obtain the pass, you will have a chance to pass through the spatial gate." The golden-armored man instantly shot over like a cannonball. Ignoring the void, he punched in front of Lin Fei. The power of this punch was very strong. Lin Fei raised his hand to block. A wave of power seeped down. It was like a broken bamboo. How could Lin Fei's body be so weak? Once it was activated, a wave of power directly came up, and with a loud bang, the two of them retreated. The golden-armored man was also sent flying, and the young man who was still fighting was shocked, and his eyes lit up. He was actually a body cultivator, and he was actually able to withstand the golden-armored man's attack head-on. So. The golden-armored man instantly unleashed a fierce attack, and many figures appeared around him. These figures seemed to be real, and they instantly exploded. Every strike wasn't easy to withstand. Lin Fei was not easy to deal with either. Similarly, waves of attacks exploded out, and these attacks instantly destroyed the phantoms. It was the same even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. It struck the golden-armored man's body. There was a loud bang. The golden-armored man smashed into the wall in the distance. It was unknown what the wall was made of, but it was very sturdy. There was no problem at all. Friend, you have a good technique. The golden armored man's defense is very strong. It won't be easy to kill him. Your fist technique is quite tyrannical. The young man also laughed. Right now, he was being attacked by the golden armored man. He felt a lot of pressure, but he didn't feel any despair. Instead, he had an unlimited fighting spirit. You have to be careful of this golden armored man. These guys can easily recover from their injuries, and their strength is also very strong. Basically, every golden armored man is around the superior god realm, so it won't be easy to kill him. The only way is to exhaust him, and once his strength is exhausted, you will naturally be able to enter the next stage. Lin Fei didn't know why this young man said such a thing. It didn't prevent Lin Fei from knowing some information. The golden armored man was really quite strong. If he really killed most of these black armored men and came here to meet the golden armored man, he would only be able to stare at him. You won't be able to break through. Thank you for your reminder. Lin Fei said gratefully. He rushed towards the golden armored man. The golden armored man instantly left his original position. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Lin Fei. There were also spatial techniques. A punch came crashing down. After this punch came crashing down, a series of fist shadows exploded out. It was another big killing move. The power of this move was extremely powerful. However, Lin Fei smiled coldly and suddenly punched forward. After passing through these attacks, the punch instantly landed on the golden armored man's body. An endless amount of power came crashing down like mountains and overturning seas. The power of the immemorial eternal body instantly exploded out. He really didn't believe that this guy's physical body could be that strong. Even if it was made of special materials, it wouldn't be that strong. This was the second stage. If it was really that strong, then there was no need for everyone to continue. They would just obediently accept their fate. There was a loud boom. The golden armored man's body was covered in cracks, and these cracks expanded endlessly. In the blink of an eye, the golden armored man couldn't withstand the power of Lin Fei's punch and turned into pieces. It was as swift as lightning. This punch used up almost 40% of Lin Fei's strength. The effect was quite obvious. It directly destroyed the golden armored man. The young man was shocked once again. What a powerful body refiner. He killed the golden armored man with a single punch. It was a pity that the golden armored man didn't drop anything, which was the so-called pass. Chapter 50-30. The golden armored man's resistance was indeed quite strong, but when Lin Fei killed the golden armored man, there was no drop of anything. It had to be said that he had really been busy for nothing. It was not easy to obtain this pass. The young man on the other side also laughed. This golden armored man is indeed not easy to deal with. Even if we kill him, we might not be able to obtain the pass. Sometimes, we have to kill 2 or 3 golden armored men, or even 4 or 5 or 7 or 8. It all depends on our luck. Lin Fei had thought that he would be able to kill the golden armored man with a single move and obtain the pass. Now it seemed that he would need time to face the golden armored man. If he wanted to get the pass, he would need luck. Countless Jingguang gathered in front of him, and a golden armored man appeared. The aura of the golden armored man was not much different from before. In other words, there was another golden armored man. Your golden armored man is different from the ones you usually see. After you kill him, the second golden armored man that comes out is sometimes not a melee type, and sometimes it's a different type. It can be said that there are many types, just like me. It's just that the one in front uses a sword, and now the one in front uses a saber. It's even more ferocious than the one in front. In the time it took for them to speak, the saber technique in the young man's hand changed and became a lot stranger. He grasped the opponent's whereabouts and slashed at the opponent's body. The power of this saber was not ordinary. It was incomparably sharp and instantly cut the golden armored man into 2. Lin Fei could also tell that the slash just now was not ordinary. It had struck at the golden armored man's weakest point. I am Zhao Wuji from the Zhao family. The young man cupped his hands and said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei also replied, "A nobody, Lin Fei." This was also Lin Fei's best excuse. He was indeed a nobody. In the star domain, there were not many people who knew of an existence like him. Just like this time, many of them were experts from the star domain. The experts inside were naturally different. Don't look at the proud sons of heaven they had met now. When the time came, they would probably meet some old seniors. They had probably already reached the 3rd level, or maybe the 4th. They were just at the beginning. Zhao Wuji had never heard of this name before. He felt that this person in front of him was very unfamiliar, but he was extremely strong. Especially this close combat ability, it was truly unimaginable. Even the golden armored man could not withstand this tyrannical punch. Just how strong was this guy's physical strength? The 2nd level is indeed quite difficult. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels are even more difficult. You have to be careful. It's best if you don't go all out. If you consume too much energy, you won't be able to keep up in the next level. Seeing that the other party was so strong, Zhao Wuji naturally had some thoughts. It would be best if they could cooperate. Lin Fei suddenly attacked the golden armored man in the distance. Even Zhao Wuji was surprised. It was another punch. It was the same move, the same method, but it seemed to be more powerful than before. There was a loud bang. The golden armored man exploded. He didn't have the ability to endure it, and he hadn't even made a move yet. Isn't this too fierce? He actually killed another golden armored man just like that. I only killed 4 golden armored men in total, but he killed 2 in the blink of an eye. He's trying to catch up to my rhythm. Zhao Wuji muttered in his heart. Following that, he saw an incomparably shocking scene. Those golden armored men were all killed by him. They fell to the ground. After killing 10 golden armored men, Lin Fei finally obtained a pass. The drop rate was extremely low. He deliberately wanted to stop everyone. Fellow Daoist Zhao Wuji, I'll be going first. If you can come in, we can have a good chat. Lin Fei pushed the pass in his hand and entered the spatial door. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Zhao Wuji looked at Lin Fei's disappearing eyes and couldn't help but blink. It was as if he was dreaming. I really can't believe that this guy's close combat skills are so strong. In the blink of an eye, he went in. I'm far inferior to him. This also made Zhao Wuji remember this person. Originally, he thought that his strength was about the same as his, but now, it seemed that he was definitely stronger than him. He couldn't even block a single punch from the golden armored man. His physical strength was probably extremely strong. Even if he were to deal with him, once he got close, he would still feel a great sense of danger. This person was definitely a proud son of heaven. However, he seemed to be unknown in the star field. This time, many people would probably remember this Lin Fei. Such a powerful body refinement power was truly terrifying to anyone who saw it. He didn't seem to have any sort of aura on him, which was the most incredible thing about him. How could there be such a guy? Sure enough, there is always someone better than you. It's not that you don't have an opponent, it's just that you haven't met one yet. If this Lin Fei became an enemy, he would become a terrifying nightmare for all the proud sons of heaven. On this side. With a whoosh, Lin Fei entered the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was indeed very different from the 2nd floor. This was a place filled with birds and flowers. It was like a garden, but it was such a place that made Lin Fei feel surprised. Because he didn't feel any dangerous aura here. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Logically speaking, this floor should be dangerous. How could there be no danger? Lin Fei walked around. He was prepared to take a good look and understand what was so mysterious about this floor. As he walked, Lin Fei found a palace on this floor. At the entrance of the palace, Hundreds of Flowers Palace. Lin Fei had seen this name quite a few times, but it was indeed quite different when it appeared on the 3rd floor. Since he was here, Lin Fei didn't think too much about it and pushed open the door to enter. After entering, Fresh flowers floated down like a rain of fresh flowers. However, these fresh flowers instantly erupted with a terrifying and sharp aura. Every single petal exploded with power, smashing against Lin Fei's body. With this explosion, there were hundreds or even thousands of attacks. They truly were as dense as the waves of a tsunami. This allowed Lin Fei to experience the terror of this floor. With a hua sound, Lin Fei's energy transformed into a protective barrier around his body. It formed a line of defense. Then, crackling sounds rang out incessantly. In this short period of time, it was unknown just how many flowers attacked Lin Fei. However, all of them were blocked by Lin Fei's defensive power. This was a barrier formed from physical strength. It wasn't something that just any technique could block. In this short period of time, although they were all god-level attacks, when there were so many of them, it was different. Chapter 50-31. Naturally, these techniques weren't enough to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei walked in. He swaggered in with these techniques that specifically targeted the body. They looked rather powerful, but in Lin Fei's eyes, they were still a bit weak. As he saw it, the power was only so-so. It wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. Thus, it was easy for him to enter. Of course, it was impossible for ordinary mid-level or high god-level experts to enter so easily. They had to pay an enormous price. But of course, if they were unlucky, they would be destroyed by the attacks of these petals. Lin Fei walked into the palace. There were attacks like this on the outside, to say nothing of inside. Lin Fei was still a bit cautious. Although he had already trained the primordial eternal body to the 3rd level, and his body was at the high god level, his physical body was already very, very strong. Although the explosive power was domineering, this was the ancient mountain. Naturally, things were different. This was the most mysterious primordial pyramid in the ancient mountain. This place had a total of 9 levels. He had made it to the 3rd level. Lin Fei didn't know how to get from the 3rd level to the 4th. Upon entering the palace, one gaze after another fell upon Lin Fei. Some of these gazes were puzzled, some were surprised, and some were extremely calm. Lin Fei realized that these people weren't geniuses. Some of them were veteran experts. Their power was at the high god level. Lin Fei had thought that he had made it to the 3rd level by himself. It seemed that the 3rd level really did have some tricks up its sleeve, to be able to stop these people here. This was rather rare. Lin Fei casually swept them with his gaze, and discovered that the most powerful people here should be at the peak of the high god level. They were very close to the legendary Divine Lord level. But of course, although it was only a single step away, Lin Fei knew that this step was very, very difficult. To reach the Divine Lord level wasn't that easy. This required great power. Of course, there was also a certain amount of luck. Otherwise, there was no way to pass. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have swarmed towards this place. This was something that Lin Fei could see very clearly. He stood at a random spot. These people did not pay any more attention to this newcomer. Lin Fei looked very flustered at this moment. From Lin Fei's body, he did not sense any of the aura that a god-rank powerhouse should have. To be able to make it through the trial from the outside meant that his strength was pretty good. Everyone quickly understood what was going on. He should be a body cultivator. He didn't expect that a body refinement cultivator would come over this time. After these people saw that Lin Fei was a body practitioner, their eyes fell on a burly figure in the distance. The burly man also looked over. He seemed to be guessing the relationship between the burly man and the young man who just came in. Lin Fei also noticed that the burly man was also looking over. This person's eyes were filled with doubt and surprise. It was very different from the gazes of the others. Lin Fei did not sense any killing intent from the other party. He understood what was going on. The other party was also a body cultivator. Just as Lin Fei was wondering if he should go over to meet him, the other party walked over first. As soon as he came over, he came to Lin Fei's side. Then he activated his treasure. At this time, no one could hear him at all. He could talk with peace of mind. I'm Zhao Yong, a body cultivator. It's really not easy to see a body cultivator here. I wonder which sect are you from, or are you a rogue cultivator? If you are a rogue cultivator, you are indeed quite strong to be able to make it this far. Zhao Yong did not pay much attention to this person just now. Later, he found that this person was stronger than he imagined. He was actually a body cultivator. This was relatively rare. It felt like he had seen a fellow countryman. Not everyone could become a body practitioner, so the appearance of a body practitioner really made him feel pleasantly surprised. I'm Lin Fei, a nobody. I came here to try my luck. I didn't expect to meet a body cultivator here. It's not easy. Lin Fei did not intend to cultivate Godhead. Naturally, he wanted to walk the path of the physical body. It was really difficult for others to walk this path, but it was different for Lin Fei. It was really easy. It was really not easy to meet one now. Those words surprised Chen Yong. He didn't expect this guy to be so direct. What a nameless person. Chen Yong was also surprised that he didn't know the name of someone who had cultivated to such a realm. So, it's Cultivator Lin. It seems like we can stand together this time. This is the third level of the 100 Flowers Palace. Do you see the place in front? There is a place to clear the stage. This stage is a little different from what we imagined. Chen Yong didn't ask any more. Instead, he told Lin Fei about it. Lin Fei was indeed quite curious about this place because it looked quiet in front of him. There was nothing there. Apart from a blurry white mist, there was nothing else. Lin Fei knew that this was the place of the test. Everyone can only go in one at a time. There are some tricks over there. As long as you can crack it, you can naturally go in. If you can't, you will be teleported out. Before you came, dozens of people were teleported out, so no one dared to be rash. For the time being, we haven't figured out what this place is like. Chen Yong sighed. Is there no other way out? I see that you are also a body refiner. Could it be that you can't take it? Lin Fei could naturally tell that this person's physical body was also extremely strong. He had almost reached the peak of the god realm. He was only one threshold away from the superior god's physical body. Of course, this threshold wasn't that easy. It would probably take decades or even centuries to break through. Once he reached the superior god's physical body, his power would become even stronger. That was why this guy came to the everlasting mountain to try his luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence. Not to mention coming here to seek opportunities. There's only one way here, and that's it. Only by passing through can we enter. Otherwise, we won't be able to pass through at all. Chen Yong looked over. At this moment, a figure flew over. Another person planned to give it a try. It landed on the surface of the white mist. However, everyone could clearly see that after that person entered the white mist, he suddenly started to move in a frenzy. There was no rhythm to his movements, as if he had fallen into a state of madness. Very crazy, uncontrollable. Lin Fei's eyes slightly narrowed. Could this be the so-called illusion technique? At the first moment, he understood what was going on. Too fast. There didn't seem to be any other reason. That much was certain. Chapter 50-32. The nearby Chen Yong nodded. It should be an illusory technique. Sometimes it's something else, sometimes it's not. It's very random, and it's not easy to control. Thus, everyone is testing their luck. Lin Fei could indeed sense that this energy was very strange, very unique. Aside from the power of illusions, there seemed to be nothing else. He hadn't expected that the third trial would be the power of illusions. This illusion was a test of how powerful a person's soul was. In other words, the so-called soul. If one's soul was powerful, one would naturally be able to endure it. If one's soul wasn't powerful, even if one's body was powerful, it would be useless. In this aspect, Lin Fei was fairly powerful, but this time, he wasn't in a rush. With so many high gods here, he wasn't in a rush. Let's wait and see. Lin Fei chatted with Qin Yong about some things. During this period of time, quite a few high gods charged over. Only 3 managed to make it through. These 3 all had some powerful treasures, which was why they were able to endure the attacks of the second and third trials. Thus, they were able to enter the next floor. This also made Lin Fei understand one thing. Why everyone said that this floor was extremely hard to overcome. To be able to make it to the 4th or 5th floor was already very impressive. To be able to make it to the 6th floor could be said to be extremely talented. Not to mention the 7th and 8th floors. As for the legendary 9th floor, originally, Lin Fei had felt that he would be able to make it through the 9th floor. But now, it seemed, the difficulty of each floor was infinitely greater. Just look at these high gods. Those who weren't extremely talented probably wouldn't even have a chance, much less be able to make it through. Then are you going to make it? Most likely these people aren't planning on doing so for now. The nearby Qin Yong asked. Lin Fei looked at the white fog, then nodded. I've decided to give it a try. If I can make it in, that would be for the best. If I can't, I'm confident in being able to easily retreat. Whoosh! Lin Fei charged towards the white fog. Even Qin Yong was surprised. He hadn't imagined that this kid would be so decisive and resolute. What he didn't know was that once he entered, there would be no way out. Either he would be teleported out, or he would be killed by the white fog. Otherwise, why would this place be said to be extremely difficult to break through? But even so, there was an endless stream of people who wanted to break through to the next level. When Lin Fei charged into the white mist, many people turned to look at him. When they found out that this person was a body refinement practitioner, their interest was piqued. There were even fewer who walked the path of body refinement. Currently, on this floor, there was only Qin Yong. The physical body of a mid-god was very strong. Coupled with the defense of a treasured armor, ordinary methods were really useless against Qin Yong. Qin Yong could be considered to have made a name for himself in the circle. Even an ordinary early-stage high god might not necessarily be able to capture Qin Yong. This was the benefit of having a strong physical body. Of course, if he met someone who could restrain him, then he would be sorry. He was unable to unleash his full strength. Lin Fei rushed into the white mist. The white mist seeped towards him. Initially, Lin Fan had thought that the white mist was just for show. Only now did he realize that he had been thinking too much. The white mist was not just for show. Rather, it was seeping into his body. The white mist was very spatial. Even though Lin Fei's primordial eternal body was very powerful, it was actually able to seep into his body through those tiny openings. It was actually able to seep in through those tiny openings. Not much. As soon as it came in, it was blocked by the power in Lin Fei's body. He didn't know what the white mist was for. But Lin Fei knew that the white mist definitely couldn't take over his body. It was just that simple. And then, with a boom, it was as though a huge bell had been struck in his mind. This power instantly exploded out of Lin Fei's body. It smashed into Lin Fei's body in circles. He finally knew how difficult this level was. That attack just now wasn't just a soul attack, it was also aimed at the physical body. No matter which one was injured, they would all suffer. Lin Fei's physical body was naturally fine. At most, his body would split open. He would be able to recover with a single thought. It was just that his mind was completely blank. This sort of technique was indeed quite profound. Hua, hua, hua. Lin Fei quickly healed his body. His physical body was really strong. Then, a figure appeared in the depths of his mind. Then, the power of the bell descended once more. Lin Fei instantly used his own fist technique. He didn't think much about dealing with such a technique. His hand that was wide open was broken. He continued to strike the illusory bell. It shook. Lin Fei's technique was broken down a little, but it couldn't stop Lin Fei's explosive power. Finally, he found a chance to strike the bell. It caused some ripples to appear on the bell. He was delighted. He finally had a chance. Following that, it launched a second attack at the same time. This second attack was much faster than the previous one. There was a loud rumbling sound. Even someone who was prepared wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. Moreover, this was a treasure that no one was controlling. It was purely an attack that someone placed here. If it was anything else, Lin Fei would have believed it. But this one, aside from causing him to be a bit surprised at first, didn't have any power afterwards. Each time, Lin Fei would find a chance to strike heavily against the illusory bell. After 7 or 8 consecutive strikes, the illusory figure was finally sent flying. And then, Lin Fei's body completely returned to its natural state. With a swoosh, he charged out of the white fog. Lin Fei didn't know how long he had been here. He knew that he had passed the third trial. After passing through the white fog, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Those high god experts did indeed remember this person. But now, they were all filled with astonishment, because they discovered that this person had actually passed through the white fog. In other words, he had advanced to the 4th floor. Even they weren't able to pass through. How was it that this fellow was able to do so? They couldn't understand it no matter how they thought about it. Some people felt that perhaps this trial had become easier. And so, several figures charged into the white fog. Their results didn't seem to be very good. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. They had disappeared because they had been forcibly teleported away, unlike that young man. Qin Yong had been watching this entire time. He had originally thought that this person wouldn't be able to pass, but he realized that he had been thinking too much. This person was indeed much more powerful than him, but he had passed through just like that. Perhaps he could also use the power of his physical body to pass through this floor. Those who had been thinking of doing so now had no such thoughts. They discovered that they wouldn't be able to pass through at all, but they all remembered this expert who was a body refiner. Chapter 50-33. This level was relatively easy to pass. At the very least, that was what Lin Fei felt. After passing through the layer of white fog, he arrived at another place in the blink of an eye. This place was a small palace. It turned out that he didn't enter the 4th level. In the palace on the 1st level, he saw a few figures. These figures seemed to be picking something. At this moment, they saw Lin Fei coming in and felt a little strange. They didn't sense any godhead aura from Lin Fei. How could such a person barge in from the outside? Everyone knew that the techniques here were terrifying. Those without strength could only stare at them because they couldn't enter at all. If it was a body cultivator, it would be a little different. After all, body cultivators were rather terrifying, especially with their strength. Not everyone could withstand them. In particular, some of their small tricks were rather scary. If one didn't fight against them, they might not feel anything. However, once they did, they would know how powerful they were. Can I ask what kind of tests are there on this level? Lin Fei asked them with a smile as soon as he came over. These people were indeed considered strong. Of course, they weren't the strongest because the strongest definitely wasn't on this level. Lin Fei asked them directly. As for whether they would say it or not, that was another matter. Lin Fei felt that they would say it honestly and wouldn't keep it to themselves because it wouldn't be good for them. Those people were indeed choosing something, because there was a ball of light not far from them. At this moment, their faces turned ugly when they heard this. A figure in white suddenly snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask us? Do you really think you're great just because you came? A huge thunderbolt came crashing down. It was really fast. It was so fast that no one could react and it landed on Lin Fei's head directly. It seemed that this strike would definitely take down Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed. The thunderbolt landed on his hand and didn't come down at all. Then, it turned into a ball of light. It was smashed back by Lin Fei. The white-robed figure was not on guard at all. With a muffled groan, he retreated several steps. This power landed on his body. What do you think? The taste of your own lightning isn't bad, right? If you continue to make a sound, I don't mind using my fist. I feel that my fist can even destroy your armor. I don't know if you believe me or not, but if you don't, you can come and try. I guarantee that you'll experience the power of your body. I can make you experience true despair with just one punch. Lin Fei's action of grabbing the thunderbolt with one hand made them feel incomparably terrifying. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts. One of the taller experts said, "There are some treasures here. Only by choosing a treasure and using it to unleash its full power will you be able to advance to the next level. Otherwise, you will still be trapped on this level. This can be considered a small test for this level." Lin Fei was a little surprised by the tall man's words. It was rare to see such a thing happening. No wonder there were so many balls of light floating in front of him. These balls of light seemed to contain treasures. When he took a closer look, there seemed to be some sort of isolating power. It was really unusual. It turned out that this was a blind selection. It all depended on one's luck. If one's luck was good, they would naturally be able to obtain the item inside. But if one's luck wasn't good and obtained a low-quality treasure, then trying to master the mystique within it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. This was the reason why these fellas had such a headache. Of course, this was nothing to Lin Fei. He used the Great Karma technique right away. One golden thread after another floated out. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was able to determine which item was fated with him. Without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed it. This ball of light didn't resist at all. It landed in Lin Fei's hand. This time, it landed in Lin Fei's hand. The outer layer of defense was directly broken. After that, a technique appeared inside. It turned out that there was a mystique technique stored inside. This mystique technique seemed rather frequent, but Lin Fei instantly understood. This mystique technique was quite powerful. When the skinny man saw Lin Fei keep the ball of light, he started cursing in his heart. He hoped that this fellow wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. If that happened, he would be trapped here. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to be on the same level? Lin Fei immediately went to another place. This palace wasn't very big, but to Lin Fei, a small corner was enough. He would absorb and refine this technique. This mystique technique wasn't very difficult. It was an explosive technique. At this moment, the tall man spoke again. This is the stone steel that they left behind. As long as you have the technique, you will be able to break through this stone steel. Only by doing so will you be able to enter the next level. All of us are still lacking in strength, so we can't go down at all. Previously, Lin Fei had noticed this stone steel. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't expect that it was used for a test. That was a little different. Then, he chuckled. It's still easier to use it for a test. Lin Fei laughed out loud and stepped forward. He punched the stone tablet directly, and the power in his body instantly surged out. Then, it turned into a mystique technique. There was a loud bang. Everyone felt their ears go deaf. Then, the stone steel was broken through. A huge hole was left behind. After the hole appeared, a wave of energy landed on Lin Fei's body. Then, a voice rang out. Congratulations on mastering the mystique technique. Prepare to enter the next level. Swoosh. Lin Fei disappeared in the blink of an eye. The skinny man had wanted to look down on him and even feel lucky. But in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. His face turned extremely ugly. That's too fast. All of us wasted quite a bit of time, but he passed the moment he arrived. That power is too domineering. They had indeed been trapped here for quite some time. They thought that they would be able to enter the next level from the start. They didn't expect that there would be another small checkpoint here. It would allow them to master the mystique technique. But if they couldn't pass it, it would be a huge pity. A latecomer actually barged in directly, which really surprised them. Swoosh. On this side, Lin Fei finally arrived at the 4th level, Chapter 50-34. Whoosh 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 whoosh. When he arrived at the fourth round, Lin Fei instantly felt that something was different. That was because this level didn't look particularly dangerous. However, if he were to really feel it, this level was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Streams of power that were like flowing water rushed over continuously. After the power of the flowing water hit his body, it formed a huge impact. If one didn't have some strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. The power was getting stronger and stronger. Even if Lin Fei had cultivated the ancient eternal body, he still felt a little pressured. At this moment, he felt a little pressured. He didn't expect the fourth level to be so powerful. In his eyes, he didn't see anything. Other than the power that was like flowing water, there was nothing else. Could this be the test of the fourth level? If this was the test of the fourth level, then one wouldn't be able to pass it if one didn't have some strength. No wonder no one came. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei could already feel that this level wasn't normal. Then, let me see what's in this fourth level. Lin Fei's body moved and formed a vacuum around him. After the power rushed over, it couldn't move forward at all. This was especially taxing for Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei could still withstand it. Just like that, he walked forward step by step. His steps weren't considered big, but he could feel that the power of this level seemed to be gradually increasing. If the fourth level was already this strong, then Lin Fei felt that it would be a little difficult to break through to the fifth level. Not to mention the seventh, eighth, and ninth levels. Every level would be extremely terrifying. Lin Fei kept walking forward just like that. As he walked forward, he realized that this level seemed to be quite difficult. This level didn't seem to have an exit and it seemed to form a circle. After walking a few times, he almost reached the same place. Lin Fei stopped and squinted his eyes in disbelief. Could there be no entrance to this level? Seems like I must have used the wrong method. I should be able to pass this level. Perhaps this level is a test of the strength of the physical body. The previous floor was related to the soul, but this floor was very likely to be related to this. Lin Fei's judgment was still very strong. In the blink of an eye, he felt that he should have grasped the key point. He sat down decisively. He didn't know how many people were on this floor. At the very least, he didn't feel it now. Therefore, Lin Fei was quite calm at this moment. He might as well silently endure these attacks. The power that flowed like water was getting stronger and stronger. It kept attacking Lin Fei's body, and as time went on, he found that the power was indeed increasing. The body protection that he had formed was actually slowly being crushed. The distance formed was getting shorter and shorter, just as he had imagined. This place is really a test of the body. If his physical body wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. As for how long they would have to endure here, no one knew. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't too worried about this. He decided to wait and see how long it would take. At the same time, he also discovered a pattern. The power would increase in an hour at most. Thus, an hour was the limit. After all, Lin Fei's observation skills were quite accurate. After an hour, the power increased by a portion. Time continued to pass. The power continued to increase, and the protective power around him was almost completely destroyed. It began to attack Lin Fei's body. In this way, it would be able to show how different the fourth floor was. The power didn't just attack Lin Fei's body, it also attacked his cells. It constantly seeped into him. Lin Fei's primordial eternal aura was indeed quite domineering. When withstanding it, he was able to completely suppress the invading power, preventing it from entering his body and forming a certain scale. This was a battle of attrition. This made Lin Fei more and more certain that this was what the fourth floor was all about. Only by withstanding it would one be able to calmly enter the fifth floor. To many people, very few would be able to withstand the fourth floor. This was a truly headache-inducing level. Whoosh. Whoosh. The power of the flowing water increased once more. This time, it reached the high god level of power. It was still at the high god level, but the power was slightly different now. Some of the power of the flowing water was extremely penetrative, and the power of the flowing water actually contained a penetrative nature within it. The power instantly increased explosively as well. If you still thought that it was the same power as before, then this attack would cause you to suffer greatly. You wouldn't even dare to think about it. You really are quite crafty. If you aren't careful, you really might suffer. But now that you've encountered me, there's nothing you can do about it. I'll be able to easily endure it. Lin Fei once more focused, not daring to let his guard down at all. He was afraid that when the time came, this power would bring him some danger. If he wasn't careful, he might be eliminated. That would be a bit of a pity. Who knew if he would be able to enter again? His power once more increased. This time, it became savage and dominating, as though he was a dominating, ultimate expert. Every punch and kick was filled with terrifying power. This was what Lin Fei felt. Lin Fei didn't move too much. He just quietly endured it. He felt as though if he were to clash head-on against this power, it would be rather dangerous. He would most likely suffer greatly. From start to finish, after roughly 10 hours, Lin Fei finally managed to endure all of the attacks. In particular, the final attack actually activated the power that had seeped into his body. With a swoosh, it transformed into an internal and external attack. Then, he encountered Lin Fei. Lin Fei really didn't let it succeed. He easily withstood it. After enduring the attack, he heard a rather familiar voice in his mind. Congratulations on passing the 4th trial. You may now proceed to the 5th trial. At the same time, in the 4th trial, you may choose any divine ability you wish. The power disappeared without a trace like the wind. Immediately afterwards, several balls of light appeared. These balls of light couldn't be seen clearly, but they were filled with an extraordinarily attractive force. This was a divine ability. This was quite rare. It seems I've passed this trial. Lin Fei had guessed that this was a trial of the physical body. Now, it seemed that this really was the case. As expected, it was a trial of the physical body. Even though this was what Lin Fei had guessed, this level was still dangerous and it was extremely harmful. So, he decided to pick out the balls of light first. Once again, he used the Great Karma technique. However, this time, there was a certain obstruction. It was as though it was blocked by a layer of power for no reason. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected, this big shot was amazing. He could even block the Great Karma technique. Now, he could only rely on randomness. Chapter 50-35. As for what kind of divine ability it was, Lin Fei really didn't care. If he could find a suitable one, then that would be for the best. If not, then it didn't matter too much. He was thinking too much. This place was indeed quite unusual. He casually grabbed a ball of light. This ball of light had a ball of sealing power on it. With a crack, it shattered and landed in his hand as a jade slip. After this jade slip landed in his hand, Lin Fei's expression became a little weird. He didn't expect that there would actually be a jade slip here. Things like this were really rare. It seemed like this ancient mountain was really different. He tapped on the jade slip with his finger. Then, he saw the technique inside. From a dusky place, a figure walked out. With a single strike, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and the entire world seemed to have changed completely. Even though it was just a simple strike, it made Lin Fei instantly feel that this power was different. This should be a powerful divine ability. It should be a higher-level special power that evolved from a divine ability. Lin Fei had quite a bit of experience. At first glance, this move was indeed quite powerful. This was because this move was called Sky Splitter, but Lin Fei felt a different power from it. That was because this power wasn't just a simple attack, but it had also split all the power apart. It seems like my luck is quite good, to actually obtain such a powerful divine ability. After obtaining this divine ability, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to head to the next level. He started to practice. He started to comprehend. This comprehension took some time, but when it was completed, Lin Fei immediately punched out. This punch was like a blade, instantly sealing everything in front of it into countless parts. After this punch was thrown, the power was consumed extremely quickly. In an instant, it consumed 30% of Lin Fei's power. Such a huge consumption was like a bottomless pit, instantly robbing the power in Lin Fei's body. This kind of situation really wasn't easy to encounter. This also caused Lin Fei to be even more astonished by this divine ability of split the heavens. If such a move was used to deal with a high god, it would definitely be able to heavily injure it or even kill it. It was definitely a move equivalent to that of a pinnacle high god. He could even go one step further. Even when I'm using it like this, I still have such peak battle prowess. If I were to use the opponent's power, it would be even more powerful. It would probably reach the level of a divine master. Lin Fei was using pure physical strength, so the power that erupted out would definitely be affected. Unlike the other party, Lin Fei also realized that this was probably a higher level of origin energy. As for what this origin energy was called, that was hard to say. In any case, Lin Fei had finally obtained a technique that he liked. He needed to consolidate his foundation. Lin Fei entered the next level. As soon as he entered the next level, a huge mountain appeared in front of Lin Fei. This mountain was like a mountain that was 30,000 meters tall. One couldn't see the end of it, as it was covered by layers of clouds and mist. In front of Lin Fei, a mountain path actually appeared. This mountain path was curved, rocky, and covered by white mist, making it hard to see clearly. Can it be that I have to follow this mountain path all the way to the top? Can I only reach the 6th level after reaching the top? Lin Fei had already experienced the power of the previous level. What surprised him even more was that he didn't sense any figures here. He knew that if he wanted to enter the next level, he would have to go through this path. Whoosh! Lin Fei's figure charged into this mountain path. As soon as he charged in, Lin Fei discovered that the path behind him had completely disappeared. He also understood that this mountain path was most likely meant for him alone, while the person behind him should be using a completely new mountain path. Whoosh! A saber light chopped down from up ahead. The saber light chopped down, exploding forth with tiny blades, each of which had the power of a high god. Lin Fei knew that this mountain path wasn't going to be easy to traverse. He had only been in for a short period of time, but someone had already come, and it was a large-scale attack at that. Virtually the entire path was blocked off, giving him no chance at all. His primordial eternal body moved. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of the attacks landed on Lin Fei's body. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. This sort of attack didn't stop Lin Fei's footsteps at all. Lin Fei's speed grew even faster. On the way here, countless rays of light constantly attacked him. These rays of light surged forward. Lin Fei decided to make the first move. No matter what techniques were in front of him, with a single punch, he was able to break through quite a few of them. Lin Fei began to travel more and more mountain paths. He slowly began to sense that his position seemed to be slowly rising. On the way here, the existences that appeared became much more ferocious, all of them using divine abilities. These divine abilities were all quite mysterious, but they also allowed Lin Fei to gain quite a bit of knowledge. This path was really not easy to traverse. If one didn't have a bit of strength, they really wouldn't be able to endure it. In front of him, there were no longer some divine abilities, but the figures of some puppets. These puppets were either powerful in close combat or long-range combat. No, Lin Fei's physical body was indeed very powerful. He kept getting closer and closer. Although he left some marks, he did not let these things hurt him. It wasn't until a huge demonic figure appeared in front of him that Lin Fei's speed slowed down. When this figure saw Lin Fei coming over, it actually took the initiative to speak. If you want to walk past me, you have to show me your strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold on at all. This figure also quickly pounced forward. As it pounced forward, more than 10 arms stretched out from behind it. Every arm came crashing down. Each attack was equivalent to the battle prowess of a peak superior god. It wasn't just an ordinary kind of strength. With such a powerful thing here, Lin Fei instantly thought of some special creatures. As expected of the primordial mountain, Lin Fei also immediately avoided it. In an instant, the void where he was at exploded. This demonic creature was simply too strong. With such a roadblock here, not everyone would be able to stop them. These arms kept charging forward, and Lin Fei also retreated. Of course, there were also some figures that hit his body, and the power was still extremely strong. In an instant, a layer of powerful force erupted in a short range. The impact and destruction also followed closely behind. Lin Fei's speed wasn't fast, but his dodging speed was much faster. These arms were almost a beat slower in every step. Lin Fei circled to his opponent's back and threw a punch at him. This punch turned into a beam of light, directly destroying a few of the demonic creature's arms. This demonic creature wasn't as powerful as he imagined. Chapter 50-36. These creatures were indeed quite powerful, but Lin Fei had already destroyed these nirvana creatures before. So it wasn't that difficult to deal with them. Moreover, Lin Fei's strength had increased quite a bit, so his journey wasn't considered fast or slow. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian broke through the distance of 100,000 feet. By then, he could vaguely perceive through the void that some people were also moving forward on the other road. There weren't many who were walking the fastest. He wasn't the slowest. Some people in the distance seemed to be able to vaguely sense Lin Fei's presence. Looks like my speed should be around the top 5, and this is without me speeding up. If I go all out, I should be able to walk in first place. Lin Fei had already figured out that he should have walked a distance of 10,000 feet, but he didn't know how long this path was. He couldn't see the end yet. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He walked slowly. 15,000 feet. 20,000 feet. 20,000 feet. At this time, the nirvana creatures ahead were getting stronger and stronger. Almost every one of them had the battle prowess of a peak upper god. These commemorative creatures all had different techniques. Some were close combat, some had special attacks, and all of them were very powerful. At this time, Lin Fei observed and realized that he had unknowingly walked to first place. The people on the other paths were all behind him. At most, they had walked to around 17,000 feet. And he had already reached 20,000 feet. This made Lin Fei realize the benefits of having a strong physical body. There was a loud bang. Another nirvana creature was destroyed. Lin Fei continued forward. The white fog in front of him suddenly dissipated. A bright light fell on Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the top of the mountain. It turned out that this mountain path was only 20,000 feet. It wasn't far, but it wasn't near either. But along the way, he had destroyed many nirvana creatures. At a rough estimate, there were at least a few dozen nirvana creatures. This also allowed Lin Fei to gain a lot. There was a huge table at the top of the mountain. This table looked quite extraordinary, but Lin Fei couldn't tell what it was. He placed the pass on the table and casually picked it up. As soon as Lin Fei activated it, he directly entered the next floor. When he left, he saw that there were not many passes left on the table, less than 10 yuan. In other words, there could be another 8 or 9 people. Even if the people at the back reached this level, they wouldn't be able to go down. It seemed like the quota for each level was limited. Just like that, he successfully passed the 5th level. There was no reward. After another flash of light, Lin Fei arrived at the 6th floor. They arrived at the 6th floor. Lin Fei could sense the aura of a top-notch expert. These were the true top-notch experts. Every one of them was a peak stage high god. Everyone's gazes fell on him. It turned out that there were already 6 people on this floor. These people were much more powerful than the ones he had seen before. All of them were quite old. Although they all looked to be middle-aged, each of them had probably trained for thousands of years. Their gazes fell on Lin Fei. Some were calm, some were surprised. In the blink of an eye, they all closed their eyes to rest. It was also a palace. The palace seemed to be extremely ancient, and Lin Fei sensed an aura that was somewhat familiar. That was the aura of the primordial era. Lin Fei's gaze quickly focused on a few items. Those items were like pillars, with dragons and phoenixes carved on them. If he wasn't mistaken, these should be items from the primordial era. He randomly found a place to sit down. There are actually items from the primordial era. Could it be that this primordial mountain was passed down from the primordial era? If that's the case, then it really is different. Lin Fei himself had trained in the primordial eternal body, and had even acquired an primordial tyrannical blade. When used together with his fleshly body, he became even more powerful. Now that he had seen items from the primordial era, he more or less had some expectations for this floor. Lin Fei sat here for almost a month. This was out of his expectations. There was no movement on this floor at all. It was as though they were waiting for everyone to arrive. More and more people arrived. Some of them were people Lin Fei had never seen before. In the blink of an eye, there were 15 people sitting on this floor. These 15 people were all top-notch experts. As for the young ones, there wasn't any, and the youngest was most likely Lin Fei. These 15 people all arrived. Lin Fei knew that he would soon find out what the 6th floor was. After all, since he had come to the 6th floor, he definitely had to go to the 7th floor. The 7th floor was probably something that only people like them could enter, and then the 8th floor and finally the 9th floor. An illusory figure appeared. It was the same illusory figure that he had seen before. It was still impossible to see the figure's face, but its voice could not be faked. Welcome to the 6th floor. Those who are able to come to the 6th floor are all experts qualified to become god lords in the future. It was still as cold and emotionless as ever, but the 15 people present had clearly changed quite a bit. The 6th floor is different from the other floors. In this match, you will be qualified to accept my test. Each person will take one attack. If you can take it, you will be able to enter the 7th floor. If you can't, you will still be able to obtain a god lord weapon. Everyone was visibly moved. The 7th floor truly was something to look forward to, but a god lord weapon was also something to look forward to. They rejoiced even more that they could become one of the 15 people. Everyone turned to look at him. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this item. He already had the immemorial tyrant saber, and this saber definitely surpassed the god lord level. What Lin Fei was interested in was heading to the 7th floor. Taking one attack from the illusory figure was no easy task. Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate this illusory figure. This fellow was extremely strong. He could definitely control the power of the immemorial secret dimension. Even so, the people present were clearly extremely excited. No matter how moved they normally were, a god lord weapon was enough to excite them. With this weapon in hand, there were very few people at the same level that could be a match for them. Only the people present were a match for them. Chapter 50-37. This stage was very interesting, especially since the Phantom was personally making a move. Even if it was just a single move, it was enough to make everyone feel different. Who is going to be the first? The Phantom's voice was as cold as ever. The 15 people present seemed to be wondering if they should be the first to take the test. After all, the Phantom only used one move. They didn't know what it was, but they didn't know what tricks the Phantom had up its sleeve. Don't worry, everyone. Since this is the test of the 6th level, the power of this move will only be within your imagination. Perhaps the Phantom knew what everyone was thinking, so it spoke again. Therefore, he spoke again. His voice was still very cold, but it made everyone feel that something was amiss. At least, this move didn't seem as dangerous as they had imagined. A burly figure stood up. Then I'll go first. I'll give it a try. When the figure stood up, a few people's expressions changed. Clearly, they recognized this person. I am all heaven's 4 seas. Please advise me. The figure stood up, clasped his hands, and walked to an empty space in the distance. There was nothing in that empty space. It seemed very empty. All heaven's four seas just stood there casually. Instantly, the sound of waves could be heard. It turned out to be a high god who trained in water elemental power. He had trained in water elemental power very well. As soon as he stood up, it was like a vast ocean that was flowing slowly. It was very powerful. Water elemental power could be used for both offense and defense. It was indeed very hard to deal with. No wonder he was the first to stand up. Lin Fei also looked over. He didn't plan on being the first to step out, even though he would have some advantages if he did. Although being the first would give him some advantages, he still decided to watch. This phantom was definitely more extraordinary than he had imagined. Whether or not they could withstand it depended on their luck. So, he decided to let them try first. He could observe and see how strong this phantom was. If it wasn't strong, then it would be fine. If it was extremely strong, then he would need to study it. The phantom disappeared and instantly appeared in the empty space. It was also an illusory figure. Suddenly, there was an endless ocean around it. It charged forward. This move transformed into a boundless wave that surged forward crazily. Even all heaven's four seas was shocked. Unexpectedly, his opponent also used the power of water. The power of water seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. In the blink of an eye, the power of the water element had cleanly washed away the power around him. Then, with a boom, it landed on his body. With a crisp sound, all heaven's four seas was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. It's a pity that you weren't able to withstand this move, so you can only retreat in defeat. After a flash of light, the man disappeared without a trace. Many people secretly took a deep breath. He knew that this phantom was extremely strong, but he didn't expect it to use the power of the water element. The power of the water element became even more overbearing and ferocious as he displayed it. None of them had ever experienced the power of water before. He had never met someone as strong as him before. This Luo Tian Si Hai really lost unjustly. Encountering the same move, if it were any other move, perhaps it wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. Lin Fei had seen it clearly just now, so he understood what was going on. This phantom shouldn't be as simple as being proficient in the power of water. He should be able to display all the powers that the people here have mastered. So, if he wants to withstand this move, he has to burst out with great power in an instant. His opponent had only used one move, but Lin Fei could see something. This guy wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. In fact, he was extremely strong. This level wasn't that easy to pass. After all heaven's four seas, another person stood out. This person wasn't very tall, but he was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived at his previous position, as if he was prepared. This time, this person wasn't like all heaven's four seas, who just stood there without moving. Instead, he attacked the phantom in an instant. As the saying goes, the first to strike gains the upper hand, and the last to strike suffers a calamity. This saying had been passed down for a long time. Many people had learned it. This figure instantly split into 5 figures. 5 figures appeared around the illusory figure and instantly launched an attack, forming a joint attack formation. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen this technique. These clones were extremely powerful as well, each of them at the high god level. After the 5 of them joined together, the explosive power they unleashed instantly reached the peak high god level. This phantom instantly transformed into an enormous black hole. This black hole expanded infinitely, directly enveloping all of the clones, including this person. And then, with a muffled groan, the person fell down. A very smart move. However, you still failed this level. That technique just now was my technique. My name is Black Hole. The second person was also eliminated. The remaining 13 people more or less had some ideas in their hearts. They had thought that they had some tricks up their sleeves, but as they saw it, they could just stand to the side. This phantom truly was more powerful than they had imagined. The third, the fourth, the the 5th, and the 6th. In the blink of an eye, 7 people had been eliminated. The 8th person stepped onto the stage. This was a white-robed young master. The others all sucked in a cold breath, their faces filled with astonishment. This was because this phantom truly had too many techniques at his disposal. It was inconceivable. Compared to him, their techniques were simply too weak. Sword. The white-robed young master instantly chopped out with his sword. After the sword chopped out, it transformed into nothingness. None of the people present were able to see the traces left behind by this sword. Even Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He immediately realized that this white-robed young master was an expert. This wasn't a simple attack, it was an extremely terrifying, spirit sword technique. The power of this sword was rather terrifying. There was some movement around this illusory figure. And then, it scattered. After condensing it, it didn't attack again. What an excellent spirit-slaying sword technique. You have some experience. Congratulations on entering the 7th level. A door instantly appeared next to the white-robed young man. Nobody had imagined that this white-robed young man would be able to make it through just like that. This was a bit different from what they had imagined. Since when had this phantom become so weak? The 8th person made it through. This caused everyone to have some thoughts. And then the 9th and 10th. The 11th all stepped onto the stage. Unfortunately, all of these people were eliminated as well. There were only 4 people left, and Lin Fei was one of them. Chapter 50-38. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 people left. The strength of these 4 people seemed to be quite strong. Of course, Lin Fei was also one of them. So far, only the young man in white had entered. His sword technique was quite outstanding. With a single slash, the illusory figure was cut down. It might not be appropriate to say that he killed it, but the young man in white's sword technique was quite mysterious and hard to resist. So, the young man passed the 1st level. He arrived at the legendary 7th level. The 7th level must be very different. A figure stood up. It was a very ordinary-looking man. The moment this man stepped forward, he stood up. As soon as this man came up, 5 beams of light flew over. These 5 beams of light instantly turned into a giant cage, trapping the phantom. With a boom, the phantom cracked inch by inch and turned into nothingness. You've also passed the level. You can go down now. This ordinary-looking man repelled the phantom as soon as he attacked and entered the next level. He was so fast that the other 3 people were surprised. Earlier, Lin Fei also noticed that this ordinary-looking man should be quite strong, but he did not expect his strength to be so domineering. He repelled the phantom as soon as he attacked, and the technique he used was quite sophisticated. It was clearly a spatial technique. The spatial technique controlled the direction of the phantom's movement. And there was more than one such space. There were several of them. They trapped the phantom layer by layer and then killed it. This was definitely an old guy. It was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. The 13th person was not so lucky. He was eliminated. Then he was the 14th. The 14th person surprised Yi Xian. A long phantom dragon broke out. This long dragon seemed to contain spatial techniques. It was also very domineering. The illusory figure was repelled. And successfully entered the next level. In the blink of an eye, there was only one left, and that was Lin Fei. Lin Fei watched from the beginning to the end. This illusory figure was indeed quite powerful. He flew over. That phantom also looked at him calmly. You're very special. You're an existence that hasn't cultivated out a godhead. Let me see just how strong you are. Among the 15 of them, Lin Fei was the only one who had not cultivated a godhead. Lin Fei's strength was not weak at all. He suddenly moved his muscles and punched out. The punch turned into a ball of light and instantly enveloped the phantom. The phantom didn't resist at all and directly disintegrated. This punch. Lin Fei unleashed 100% of his power, not holding back at all. He wanted to see how long the other party could last. It seemed that everything was going as he had expected. In the face of absolute power, this phantom was still quite lacking, because it did not use any other power. They could only exist by relying on the power of the phantom itself. It's very rare to walk the path of body refinement. Just like my previous master, I hope you can go even further. A door opened. Lin Fei entered the portal. He had also heard the phantom's words. In this everlasting mountain, was the strongest person in the past a body refiner, or an expert from the primordial era? Lin Fei more or less already had some ideas in his heart. This time, he arrived at the 7th floor. Crash. Streams of light washed over his body. As the stream of light rushed over, Lin Fei's body was instantly riddled with lacerations. Following that, blood flowed out. Not far away, he also saw the 3 people who had entered earlier. They had all moved their treasures, and when they saw Lin Fei who had entered from behind, they were all slightly surprised. They had always been paying attention to this person. He walked the path of body refinement, but they never thought that his physical strength would be so strong that he would actually be able to repel the phantom and successfully come down. With a thought, he recovered. Following that, a layer of vacuum energy appeared in the surroundings. However, this energy was quickly struck by a heavy blow. At this moment, he was inside a huge black hole. Layer after layer of energy erupted from the black hole, continuously attacking their bodies. Whether it was Lin Fei or the 3 of them, they all felt the pressure. Lin Fei even squinted his eyes slightly. At the very front of the black hole, he could even vaguely see a few figures. They seemed to have come in earlier than them, but it seemed like the 7th stage was especially difficult to pass. This power is so tyrannical, and it's full of destructive power. It should be the legendary origin destructive power. Destruction can destroy anything. No wonder my body was destroyed quite a bit in just a single exchange. Lin Fei's body was already strong enough. After all, he had reached the 3rd stage of the ancient eternal body. Now it looked like he couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't obvious. It was obvious that there was another thing, and that was that this place depended on who could hold on. If he couldn't hold on, he basically wouldn't be able to go down. If it was the previous trial, it would have been stressful. However, this trial was clearly even more difficult to pass. Not only did he have to have powerful treasures, he also had to be able to withstand the consumption of his own energy. Otherwise, he would be quickly driven out of the black hole. At this moment, his strong physical body came in handy. Lin Fei didn't stop at all. He turned into a stream of light and charged forward. As he charged, layers of energy appeared in front of him. Left with no choice, Lin Fei could only show himself. It seems like I can only take it one step at a time. When the other 3 saw this, they found it a little funny. This young man was really interesting. Very quickly, they couldn't laugh anymore because this young man's physical body was much more terrifying than they had imagined. One step at a time, he passed them in the blink of an eye. Not only did they have to push the treasures, but they also had to be able to withstand the consumption of energy. Naturally, they weren't like Lin Fei. He didn't need any treasures at all and he had many advantages. Gradually, the distance between them was pulled apart. In the blink of an eye, they were left behind by Lin Fei. As for Lin Fei, he was gradually closing in on some of the people in front. There were old and middle-aged people in front of him. At this moment, all of them noticed Lin Fei. This young man's speed was too fast. His physical body seemed to be very durable. Young man, why don't we work together? I'm willing to give you 2 Godlord-level treasures on how to get through the 7th floor. How about it? A middle-aged man with a mustache in front of him looked over with sharp eyes. The middle-aged man's face was somewhat pale, and he seemed to be struggling. Thank you, but I like to be straightforward by myself. Lin Fei smiled and rejected the offer. Work together? He had an absolute advantage here, so he wouldn't work together with others. None of these people were simple. Working with them was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Lin Fei wasn't stupid to that extent. Chapter 5039. Of course, Lin Fei didn't care about the middle-aged man's request and rejected it directly. As for what the middle-aged man thought, he didn't care. After all, his body was the strongest here. Lin Fei could still see this. Cooperation. What kind of joke was this? He didn't even know when he would be ambushed. The middle-aged man with the handlebar mustache looked very surprised. Even the others had strange expressions on their faces. One could imagine that this middle-aged man with the mustache didn't seem to be very good. Young man, you did the right thing by rejecting this guy. This guy isn't as good as you think. An old man said with a smile. This old man was also very ordinary. He seemed to be no different from the previous ordinary person. His strength was indeed very strong, even though he didn't walk very fast. The middle-aged man with the mustache's face also turned slightly cold. He was actually rejected. This young man was quite capable. Reject me. Do you know who I am? Rejecting me is not good for you. The other party only made a request, but now it seemed that he was a little unhappy. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, I'm not interested in who you are. If you want to, just fight. We don't know who will lose face yet. The old man laughed out loud again. Even the other people were the same. This made the middle-aged man with the mustache's face even more unsightly. He gritted his teeth and said, if you have the guts, remember my words. If you have the guts, remember my words. My name is Seymour. You will definitely regret this name. Lin Fei had indeed never heard of this name. However, since the other party revealed his name, he naturally had some ability. So your name is Seymour. Then I will remember your name. As for me, I don't have a big name. You can call me Nameless Person. If we meet again, let's have a good chat. In such a short time, Lin Fei's speed had obviously increased a lot. He surpassed the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. He seemed to be a little unable to believe that the other party had surpassed him just like that. He watched helplessly as the other party walked past him. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Seymour was a high god expert, and he was infinitely close to the pinnacle. He even had a divine master-level weapon in his possession, and he could erupt with a significant amount of power. Although he couldn't fight against a true divine master, he was still considered powerful among the higher gods. Now, he felt that he had lost all face. How did he meet such a guy? If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a problem. But now that there were other people here, didn't it mean that he couldn't do anything to this guy? Voila voila. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning rushed over like a lightning snake. It turned out that Seymour had cultivated a lightning technique. Moreover, the lightning was quite terrifying. It directly came crashing down. Lin Fei was naturally paying attention to it at all times. From the moment he made his move, he knew that this guy was indeed quite capable. He made his move as soon as he said he would. As soon as the lightning snakes came over, they were struck down by Lin Fei's power. They simply could not advance any further. In fact, when Lin Fei moved a little, the power directly crushed the lightning serpent and blew it away. Then, Lin Fei rushed over. This guy had already made his move. If he didn't do anything, he would be laughed at. He also knew that if he didn't show off in these places, people would think that he was easy to bully. Seymour's expression also changed slightly. He really had to give it to this guy. He was quite bold. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to attack directly. Bolts of lightning instantly rushed out. Although he had used a treasure this time to block the attack of the flowing light, he could still divide a part of his attention to deal with this guy. Did he really think that he was very powerful here? He hadn't said anything to Seymour yet. As for the people who had been lagging behind, when they saw this scene, they frowned slightly and felt that their anger had been vented. This guy, Lin Fei, seemed to be quite strong. He hadn't cultivated a godhead, but he had actually relied on his physical body to get ahead of them. Naturally, they felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that they had followed Seymour to attack, they naturally felt happy. After all, one less person meant one less person to reach the 8th level. They might even get less spoils of war on the 7th level. Before Seymour's lightning could get close to Lin Fei, it broke apart one by one. Then, a flowing light slashed over. This slash made Seymour's expression change immediately. Then, the techniques in front of him kept changing. Bolts of lightning transformed into a huge thunder divine shield. This divine shield only blocked for a moment, but it made him retreat a few steps before he stopped. What a strong power! The old man exclaimed in his heart. He was quite surprised. After all, Seymour was indeed quite strong. He cultivated the power of lightning. However, this time, the opponent's Thunder Divine Shield couldn't withstand it. One could well imagine how powerful that piercing power was. As for the others, their expressions changed one after another. They had really misjudged him. This young lad's strength was truly formidable. After Seymour retreated, he looked down at the treasured armor on his body and saw a crack. This crack seemed to have been left by a saber light. If you are still willing to fight with me, then I'll have a good fight with you. Seymour could clearly feel that this move just now was definitely a saber technique. Saber techniques were very penetrating. If one wasn't careful, one would suffer a big loss. In other places, he would definitely have a good fight with this guy. However, here, he had already divided part of his attention. If they were to fight again, he reckoned that he wouldn't have any chance of winning. This guy was quite capable, and he was quite capable. You're good. I hope I remember you. I hope that we don't meet again. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Seymour didn't attack again. He felt embarrassed. He regretted attacking just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He had lost face for nothing. He would remember this guy. There weren't many people who cultivated the tempered body. Therefore, as long as he went back, he would definitely be able to find this guy. When that time came, he would settle the score slowly. He would forget about today. Who knew what other trump cards this guy had? If he fought impulsively, he would suffer a loss. It would affect his progress in the future. That would be a huge loss. Lin Fei knew that this guy wouldn't dare to attack. Chapter 50-40. Lin Fei's move instantly left an impression in the hearts of the people present. This guy who refined his body was quite strong. It was full of explosive power, especially when it came to close combat. Seymour was already at a disadvantage before he even saw him. He mastered the power of thunder, which was destructive, but it didn't seem to have any advantage in front of his opponent's body, even though it was just a simple fight. If they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would win or lose. After the fight, Lin Fei continued to move forward. His speed didn't change much from before, but it seemed to be a lot faster. This caused the expressions of Seymour and the others to change quite a bit. Especially Seymour, he didn't want this guy to run ahead of him. But there was no other way. This guy's body was extremely strong, even his thunder seemed to be able to deal with it easily. He could only watch as the other party went further and further away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the 7th floor. He was really difficult to deal with. Those who passed the 7th floor to the 8th floor were all people with unlimited potential. So there was a shadow in his heart. How did he offend such a person? If they were to fight, it seemed that he really didn't have much chance of winning. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. Of course, he didn't leave the 7th floor, because the obstacles in front of him were getting heavier and heavier, making it impossible for him to get through. It didn't take long. Lin Fei's speed was almost negligible. Step by step, he left a footprint. There were only 3 people in front of him, and these 3 people seemed to be stronger than the people he met before. They also noticed the people behind them. Of course, they also sensed that the person who attacked was a body refiner. And this body refiner seemed to be extremely strong, even Seymour wasn't his opponent. Although Seymour's strength was only at the peak of the upper level, with this method, the power that he erupted was definitely not something that anyone could withstand. After their eyes fell on Lin Fei, they retracted in the blink of an eye. Back to normal. After a few days, the distance between Lin Fei and them increased a lot. He became equal with these three people. The three people finally looked at this young man seriously. This young man was really amazing. He had reached the same position so quickly. It was hard not to notice. Lin Fei did feel the pressure, and it was not a small one. Not everyone could reach this position. At the very least, they were already top-notch existences. It was clear just by looking at the situation. Little brother, you're really strong. You've actually made it this far. I thought that the three of us would be the first to reach the 8th level, but now it seems that there's one more opponent. An ordinary-looking old man smiled at Lin Fei. The old man looked messy, and he even carried a hoe on his shoulder. At first glance, he looked like a farmer, but this farmer was not an ordinary farmer. Lin Fei knew at a glance that the other party had asked this question. Lin Fei also laughed. I'm just here to try my luck. I can't do much else, but this body of mine is barely passable. He didn't know who this farmer was, but Lin Fei knew that this farmer was very strong. He was probably at the peak of the high celestial level. The high celestial level had the peak level. Of course, after the peak level, there was the high celestial level. Strong people at the high celestial level were different. That was the real terror. He definitely had a lot of treasures. So, if he really exerted his full strength, his strength would absolutely be shocking. Not everyone could withstand it. It was not a good thing to offend such a strong person. After all, he must have a strong background. You have a good mentality. The farmer looked away and didn't speak again. Lin Fei didn't sense any killing intent from him. The same went for the other two people. They were probably sizing him up more. The possibility of that happening was extremely high. Lin Fei's speed increased by quite a bit. This was because when the power struck his body, Lin Fei's body instinctively resisted it. Gradually, he got used to it. He surpassed the farmer. He hadn't reached the first place yet, but he seemed to be close. A few days later, Yi Xian finally passed the three and stood in front of them. Once he came to the front, he could feel the boundless pressure. The pressure was much greater than before. No wonder these three people weren't very fast. As such, Lin Fei became the frontmost person among the three of them. For now, Lin Fei didn't see anyone else in front. This place was mysterious, and he didn't know how many people came here. Right now, Lin Fei wanted to give it a try and see if he could reach the 8th floor. Lin Fei was looking forward to this level, although he didn't know what rewards there were on the 7th level. There should be rewards at the end. The distance between them was increasing. During this time, the farmer and the other two people also exerted their strength, but it seemed that they really couldn't catch up with Lin Fei. He didn't care whether they could catch up or not. He was just here to give it a try. At the end of the 7th level, Lin Fei finally saw something that made his eyes light up. Surprisingly, there was a table there. There seemed to be some treasures on the table. These treasures looked quite obvious. It looks like that should be the end. From where he was, it should only be a few hundred meters away. It seemed like it would take him a while to walk a few hundred meters. In fact, that was really the case. It took Lin Fei nearly 5 days to reach the end of the last few hundred meters. He looked back at the distance between the three people. It should be about 400 or 500 meters away. It would take another 4 or 5 days to reach his position. There were many things placed here. They all had some seals on them. The power of these outer seals seemed to be quite strong. A shadow appeared in front of Lin Fei. Then, it said calmly, "Congratulations on reaching the end of the 7th level. There are some God-level treasures here. Of course, there are also some God-level techniques. You can choose any one you like." Treasures of this level weren't very attractive to Lin Fei. He had the immemorial Overlord Blade. This was a weapon from the immemorial era, so its quality must be very high. As for God-level techniques, Lin Fei had some techniques, although he had already mastered many of them. Who didn't want to be stronger? Chapter 50-41. Lin Fei was quite interested in a god art like this. He had to find one no matter what. He couldn't possibly make this trip for nothing. The god arts that could be placed on the 7th floor were definitely very powerful. Especially since they were at the god master level. Even more explosive. Right now, Lin Fei just lacked an explosive method. Although he had a few, they weren't very powerful. He hoped that he could find something stronger. That would be for the best. If he couldn't find it, then there was nothing he could do. Just as Lin Fei was about to choose, he realized that he couldn't see through the seals. If he wanted to find a suitable god art, he would have to rely on luck. This made Lin Fei quite speechless. Then he would just randomly pick a ball of light. At the very least, there should be a god art inside. He casually took a ball of light. The ball of light was in his hand. Whoosh! Lin Fei felt his entire body start to move, as if he had arrived at another place. In the blink of an eye, he was in a small palace. This palace was very small, and it looked more like a secret room. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. There was actually such a place. If it was any other place, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be interested. However, it was really different here. Could it be that he had to cultivate this god art here? If that was the case, then it was quite good. With this thought, Lin Fei was even less anxious. This place was completely empty, and there was nothing at all. This made Lin Fei even less anxious. He would first see what god art he had obtained. This was something that he had to complain about. If he could see it, then it would be different. But now, Lin Fei couldn't see what it was at all, so he could only rely on luck. Luck was something that was hard to say. The seal was opened. Lin Fei saw what was inside. He was a little surprised. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I actually obtained a god art. Lin Fei smiled. God arts weren't that common. It was actually a body tempering technique. This surprised Lin Fei quite a bit. Ancient Black Hole Formation. This was the name of this divine ability. Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. He had never heard of such a method. But now, he could clearly feel that something was different. The most important thing about such a sacred art was the physical body. If it was any other sacred art, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't care. This one was completely different. It was a very powerful technique. Even Lin Fei did not expect such a method to exist at this level. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have felt like he was dreaming. Lin Fei immediately refined this divine ability. After refining, Lin Fei could feel how powerful this method was. It was really mysterious. No one would believe him even if he said it out loud. At the same time, he also thought of what the Phantom had said before. It seemed that this primordial mountain was indeed created by the people of the primordial era. It was highly likely that it was a close combat expert. Other than this explanation, Lin Fei really couldn't think of any other explanation. This was a sacred art that specifically targeted the physical body. The ancient black hole formation relied on the physical body to create black holes in its surroundings. The greatest function of the black holes was to absorb the opponent's power. By cultivating a power here, it could explode when it reached a certain level. This power could directly reach the explosive power of a god lord. In other words, the more black holes one cultivated, the stronger the explosive power. Lin Fei might not be strong in other aspects, but his physical body was unbelievably strong. With such a method, cultivating the ancient black hole array would be like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Fei also seemed to understand why he had been placed on this level. Perhaps it was to let him cultivate the ancient black hole formation. Perhaps the 8th level was extremely difficult, but Lin Fei was already very satisfied. This sacred art really suited him too well. Even if he couldn't pass the next level, it didn't matter to him. Lin Fei was already very satisfied. Right now, what he had to do was very simple. he had to completely cultivate the ancient black hole formation. He had to see how many black holes he could cultivate. These black holes relied on the strength of the physical body. The stronger one was, the more black holes one could cultivate. Lin Fei also sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the ancient black hole formation. The ancient black hole formation was indeed a little difficult at the beginning. If one didn't have some tricks up their sleeves, they really wouldn't be able to cultivate it in a short time. Fortunately, Lin Fei's ancient eternal body was very domineering. In less than half a day, he had cultivated one. This black hole wasn't very big, but it appeared around Lin Fei and was very sturdy. However, it didn't have any power inside. This made Lin Fei even more certain. Once he attacked, the ancient black hole would be able to restrict the opponent's strength. It was equivalent to a defensive move. Of course, once this defensive move was fully absorbed, it could explode with a terrifying killing move. Others might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei could still see it very clearly. This move was indeed very strong. The first black hole was completed just like that. Lin Fei then began to cultivate the second black hole. The second black hole was much easier. Then came the third black hole. And the fourth black hole. All the way until the fifth black hole. Every time he cultivated a black hole, Lin Fei would have a smile on his face. Then came the seventh, eighth, and finally the ninth black hole. In the end, he cultivated 10 black holes in one go. At this step, Lin Fei's speed also slowed down. After cultivating 10 black holes, Lin Fei didn't feel that it was over, so he continued to cultivate. In a short time, he really cultivated a few more black holes. In the end, he stopped at 15 black holes. These 15 black holes instantly formed a large formation. This large formation formed a certain level of defense. In other words, if he didn't break this large formation, he wouldn't be able to attack Lin Fei at all. Even if he did, the power would be greatly affected. Lin Fei estimated that 100% of the power would at most be about 30% to 40%. It was a very domineering formation. The more black holes there were, the stronger it would be. The more Lin Fei looked at this move, the more he liked it. A black hole formation formed by 15 black holes should be considered good. If I want to cultivate it again, I have to improve my physical body. At this point, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. With these 15 black holes, his defense would naturally increase, and he could also form an invisible offensive force. Chapter 50-42. Now that he had mastered these techniques, he should be ready to give the 8th floor a try. Just what was so terrifying about the 8th floor? Now that his physical body had the ancient black hole array, his defense had increased by a large margin. Even if a god-level expert attacked him, they would not be able to do much damage to him in a short amount of time. Of course, a powerful god-level expert was different. At the very least, an ordinary one would not be able to do anything to Lin Fei. After making sure that there were no mistakes, Lin Fei decided to go to the 8th floor. He wanted to see what the 8th floor looked like and see if he could get through it. Then, a door appeared. He could not see what was behind this door. Lin Fei knew that the 8th floor was not as simple as he imagined it to be, so he did not think too much about it and stepped forward. He took this step forward. He discovered that he was in a starry sky. At first, he thought that this starry sky was fake, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was absolutely sure that this starry sky was real. Boom! A huge bolt of blue lightning came crashing down. Then a second bolt of lightning, and then a third. Lightning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These bolts of lightning were like snakes, exploding in a frenzy. In a single exchange, Lin Fei did not know how many bolts of lightning he had to face. He could not even keep track of them. The 15 black holes instantly opened up, and Lin Fei's immemorial eternal body was revealed. Lin Fei's fist technique was unleashed. In a single breath, he had directly used 3 techniques. Even so, these bolts of lightning still landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's attacks were relentless, not stopping at all. In an instant, it seemed as though Lin Fei would be completely annihilated. Lin Fei found that he could not move at all, because the void seemed to have been frozen. He had never encountered such a situation before. It turns out that the 8th floor is actually so terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the means of attack. I still need to be able to withstand it for a moment. Otherwise, there's a high chance that I'll be kicked out. Cracks began to appear on Lin Fei's body. Following that, his 15 black holes had absorbed a lot of energy and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. In other words, the absorption rate was getting faster and faster. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered such a situation. It was his first time using the ancient black hole array, yet he had encountered such a scene. However, he was quite knowledgeable about this array formation. Lightning was indeed powerful. In that instant, he managed to withstand a lot of the attack's power. 15 black holes already had such power. If there were 30 or 100 black holes, the power that would erupt would be unimaginable. Even if it was lightning, it wouldn't be able to land on him easily. This experience still shocked Lin Fei. The consumption of energy in his body was also getting faster and faster because the lightning was very strong. Without question, these bolts of lightning were definitely at the peak of the high god level. In other words, peak great perfection. It wasn't something that could be encountered at any time. It was extremely penetrating. Even if a black hole opened up, it would still land on Lin Fei's body. These attacks were getting stronger and stronger, almost like flowing water. Lin Fei didn't consume much energy, but in this short period of time, he experienced true terror. Endure, I have to endure. I can already withstand a part of the power of the attack. If the power reaches its full power, I naturally won't be able to withstand it. However, it hasn't defeated me yet, which means that I'm still very confident. Lin Fei tried his best to stay awake. Even though his body was covered with cracks, Lin Fei's mentality didn't collapse. He knew that he could be considered to have withstood the first round. The rest was a race of time. He didn't believe that these thunderbolts could last for a long time. If they really lasted for a long time, then no one would be able to pass this round and advance to the next round. Lin Fei's body was constantly recovering, and he was also enduring the pain. He had to see how long it would last, so he kept withstanding. At the same time, he kept using the eternal fist technique, one punch after another. Under his coordination, the 15 black holes exploded with extreme power. All of Lin Fei's attention was focused on this. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he found that the speed of his punches was getting weaker and weaker. The recovery of his body was also getting slower and slower. He knew that he was reaching his limit. Endure, I have to endure. I definitely can't give up. I'm about to win. Lin Fei kept cheering himself on in his heart. He knew that it wasn't long before victory. As long as he could hold on for a while, he would win. However, if he couldn't, it would be equivalent to failing at the last step. He didn't want to fail at the last step. Hua! A huge thunderbolt came down. This thunderbolt was completely different from the ones he had seen before. Lin Fei realized that this move should be very terrifying. If he could withstand it, he might be able to hold on for a long time. The thunderbolt landed on Lin Fei's body, but this time, Lin Fei managed to withstand it. All the thunderbolts seemed to have disappeared at this moment, as if they had never appeared. The phantom appeared in front of Lin Fei just like that. It was the same weapon spirit from before. It was the same phantom. The way it looked at Lin Fei was especially different. Congratulations on withstanding the thunderbolt attack of the 8th level. You can enter the 9th level. The power of the thunderbolt was really strong. Even Lin Fei had a hard time withstanding it. If it came again, he felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. When would it be over for him? May I know what thunderbolt this is? The thunderbolt was the most different thunderbolt Lin Fei had ever seen. Therefore, he really wanted to ask what kind of thunderbolt it was. This is Destruction Thunderbolt. It contains the power of destruction. Naturally, it's different from ordinary thunderbolts. Lin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder it was so difficult for him to withstand it. Destruction Thunderbolt. If he hadn't cultivated the eternal immemorial eternal body and had the ancient black hole array to absorb a lot of the attack's power, he would have definitely suffered a huge loss. It was easy to imagine how intense this loss would be. Voila! Lin Fei arrived at a small secret room. As usual, there were a few balls of light in this secret room. However, these balls of light didn't have a special seal like the ones before, so he could see what they looked like. After passing the 8th level, you have the right to take an item from here. There are mystic techniques and god-level treasures here. You can choose any one of them. There weren't many items here, but Lin Fei could sense that the rewards here were much better than those on the 7th level. Chapter 5043. Choosing a treasure or divine ability at will was really quite a test. However, compared to before, the selection this time was much easier. Lin Fei immediately used the Great Karma technique. He wanted to see which item was most compatible with him. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. As for the Great Karma technique, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. This technique was different from other things. As long as he could sense it, it would naturally have a long-term effect. Although there weren't many treasures here, they all looked quite extraordinary and had quite a long history. Lin Fei could clearly sense them. In the end, his gaze fell upon a large seal. This seal looked ordinary, but it was filled with a mysterious aura. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. I want this seal. I wonder what it's called. Just as Lin Fei finished his sentence, the seal flew over and landed on his hand. Then, he heard the voice of the figure. This is a protective treasure of my master. It's called the 9 Dragons Protection. It turned out to be a protective treasure. That was out of Lin Fei's expectations. Right now, Lin Fei was already extremely strong. First, he had the ancient black hole formation. Next, he had this protective treasure, which was actually called the 9 Dragons Protection. Although this treasure is called the 9 Dragons Protection, it requires a certain level of strength to be able to activate it. Those who are weak can only activate 1 dragon protection. When one's strength reaches the peak, one can activate all 9 dragons protection. With such a request, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. If this thing was so easy to use, it wouldn't be a protective treasure. The treasure you choose now will allow you to go to the 9th level. It's been a long time since anyone has gone to the 9th level. You're the only one in all these years. Actually, there was no need to say it. Lin Fei knew that he was the only one. Therefore, he was more or less filled with anticipation. He wanted to see what the 9th level looked like. At least he would know. Since so many people wanted to go to the 9th level, it would be a pity if they didn't go and take a look. Lin Fei was also very grateful to this mysterious expert for greatly improving his strength. If it wasn't for him, it would have been a long time before he could improve his strength. Whoosh! Lin Fei did not think too much about it and directly entered the 9th floor. The 9th floor actually appeared beside a lake. Not far from the lakeside, there was a figure sitting there fishing, leisurely walking over. But with just one glance, Lin Fei felt that this person was definitely a top-notch expert. He couldn't sense his existence at all. He seemed to exist, but his true body wasn't here. This is a projection that I left here in anticipation of reaching the 9th level. Congratulations, you are the second person to reach this level in 10,000 years. This was a warm voice. Then, the person turned around and looked at Lin Fei. After this glance, it seemed like he could see through everything about Lin Fei. This was a very strange thought, but it was enough to prove that this person was already very strong. Lin Fei also walked over. So this is what the 9th level looks like. I thought the 9th level would be more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei also laughed. He was already prepared, but he didn't expect the 9th level to look like this. The most dangerous level is the 8th. If you can't withstand it, you won't have a chance. But if it's the 9th level, there are no tricks. You are the second in 10,000 years. Lin Fei could indeed experience the terror of the 8th level. If it wasn't for his strong physical body and the ancient black hole array, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Then I'm quite curious. Since I've come to the 9th level, it's not like it's a dangerous place. Or is there something that Senior wants me to do? If so, can you let me know so that I can broaden my horizons? Lin Fei was different from others. Others came to this level to search for opportunities, but Lin Fei came purely to take a look. After all, he had the sign-in system. As long as he had the time to sign in, the things he could get were more abundant than he could imagine. You're quite an interesting person. Most people who come to this level basically want some treasures, some cultivation techniques, or some resources to improve their strength. But you're the first. Lin Fei also laughed. Maybe it's because I'm a little vulgar. I came here purely to take a look. Since you're here to take a look, then I'll give you something. After all, you're indeed different from others. I can't see through you. A key flew out and appeared in front of Lin Fei. This is a key, the key to the Gate of Immortality, so I call it the Gate of Immortality. Gate of Immortality key. Lin Fei's interest was finally piqued. He wasn't interested in other things, but these doors were a little different. This powerhouse definitely knew a lot of things, and even knew some special secrets. Is this an opportunity to become immortal? Lin Fei also revealed a look of curiosity. This was the only way to find out more secrets. The key landed in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't take this thing, but he could feel that the quality of this key was very extraordinary. Legend has it that this Gate of Immortality key leads to the place to become immortal, but you must gather all 5 keys to open the Real Gate of Immortality. The remaining 4 keys are in the hands of the top forces in the star field. Whether you can open the Gate of Immortality depends on your luck. When Lin Fei was about to ask more questions, he found that the shadow had disappeared. It just threw him a mysterious Gate of Immortality key. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He casually put away the Gate of Immortality key. The quality of this Gate of Immortality key was very different. Even Lin Fei himself couldn't tell what it looked like. After obtaining a Gate of Immortality key and hearing the news of summoning the Gate of Immortality, Lin Fei's trip was indeed not in vain. He also knew that the remaining keys weren't on this person's body, but in the star field. Lin Fei himself didn't know how big this star field was. He would have to wait until his suppression time was up before he could find out. At least with this Gate of Immortality key, he would have a chance. At most, he would sign in slowly. After his strength reached a certain level, he would snatch all 4 keys and try to summon this Gate of Immortality. There shouldn't be any problems with this strategy. Without thinking too much, Lin Fei immediately left the 9th floor. A door appeared. When he came out again, he was still inside the Everlasting Mountain, but he was not at that place. Chapter 50-44. Once they came out of the Everlasting Mountain, Lin Fei was in a forest. In the forest, there were many divine arts and techniques. If he wasn't careful, he would be in big trouble. Looks like I've gained quite a bit this time. I actually obtained a key to the Immortal Gate. With this key, I can summon the Immortal Gate. Interesting. On the 9th floor, Lin Fei also saw the mysterious shadow. This shadow was exceptionally powerful. Compared to him, Lin Fei's strength was truly too lacking. Fortunately, he did not receive any blows. He knew that as long as he had time to surpass his opponent's realm, it would only be a matter of time before he surpassed his opponent's strength. This place had indeed given Lin Fei a lot of benefits. He was prepared to see if there were any other places in the Everlasting Mountain that he could go to. Just as he was about to move, he frowned slightly and his figure instantly disappeared. The 2 of you actually dared to snatch my things. Hand them over immediately and obediently be my maidservants. Otherwise, even if an immortal comes, you're dead meat. In a dark place, 2 figures were constantly fleeing, and behind them, there were a few figures chasing after them. Suddenly, in front of them, a ray of light instantly burst out. It turned out that a figure had appeared in front of them, followed by a figure on the left and a figure on the right. A large formation instantly formed and trapped them within. You guys really think too highly of yourselves. In front of me, a primordial spirit stage expert. Who do you want to find to give you the qualifications to do so? The four figures spoke at the same time. Following that, the four figures immediately activated their treasures. In an instant, a great killing move erupted. These two people were Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy. After they came out, they started to move together. They explored quite a few secret realms and obtained quite a few things. In addition, the two of them were quite strong, so no one could threaten them. In the end, in a secret realm, as soon as he obtained the item, he was targeted and chased all the way here. They had used all sorts of methods, but they were still unable to stop this person. So this person was a relatively rare primordial spirit stage expert. There were several ways to cultivate. The most common of them was the spell. After cultivating the spell to the limit, one would naturally be able to break through. Another rarer method was to cultivate the primordial spirit. By cultivating one's primordial spirit, one could cultivate their own primordial spirits. These primordial spirits would also become exceptionally powerful, and in an instant, these primordial spirits could self-destruct. He would be able to cultivate it back after spending some time. Therefore, primordial soul experts were almost the same as being unkillable. It would be very difficult to deal with a superior god who walked the path of the primordial spirit. Out of 10 people, there might not even be one person who could successfully cultivate it. Therefore, experts of the primordial soul path were indeed quite terrifying. Only those with true potential could walk the path of primordial spirit. As for this person in front of him, he was a primal expert. He was a high god, but his primal divinity was extremely powerful. If you dare touch me, my father will not let you off. Bai Xingnan was also bleeding from the corner of her mouth. She was trying her best to hold on as she stared coldly at the middle-aged man in the distance. I know who you are. Aren't you Bai Lai's daughter, Bai Xingnan? He laughed out loud. Do you really think I don't know who you are? Even your father wouldn't know who captured you and brought you back. By the way, I've already concealed this area with my treasure, the heavenly secret pearl, so no one will be able to find out. Bai Xingnan's expression changed slightly. She knew that she was in big trouble this time. You still don't know my name? Then I'll tell you my name. I am Old Ancestor 6 Demons. Whether it was Bai Xingnan or Fairy Greenstream, their expressions instantly changed. Of course they knew this person. In the star field, he was someone who did all sorts of evil. Most importantly, he had joined a powerful force called the Demonic Hall. This Demonic Hall was unfathomable. It was said that there were top-notch experts in the star field, so no one dared to touch Old Ancestor 6 Demons. Ordinary people were not as strong as Old Ancestor 6 Demons. Even if they encountered him, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. With Old Ancestor 6 Demons' strength, unless they were certain that they could defeat him in one strike, he could easily escape by relying on his primordial spirit techniques. This made Old Ancestor 6 Demons famous in the circle. Some people even said that without 2 or 3 superior gods ready, it would be impossible to capture Old Ancestor 6 Demons. This made Old Ancestor 6 Demons even more arrogant out of nowhere. How about it? You should have heard of my name, right? Now, obediently hand me over and be my maidservant again, and you can still live. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. The 4 primordial spirits laughed out loud. In your dreams. The 4 primordial spirits snorted coldly and formed a huge seal with their hands. They struck it down. The seal was like a giant millstone. As it spun, Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy vomited blood. Their faces were very pale. They had been seriously injured in just a single exchange. You have the nerve to fight me with just this much power? Do you really think that my name is a joke? A golden chain flew out, ready to wrap around the two. Old Ancestor 6 Demons felt that these 2 women were quite useful. Even if they were useless to him, he could still sell them to others. Don't you think it's a bit too much to bully two weak women like this? A voice rang out without any warning. Old Ancestor 6 Demons turned around. A fist instantly pierced through his body. With a boom, his primordial spirit collapsed, and the 4 primordial spirits pulled away from him. Master! Senior Lin! Both Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy cried out in alarm. They knew that it was Lin Fei, who had disappeared earlier. The gazes of the 4 primordial spirits turned extremely cold. How dare you sneak attack one of my primordial spirits? I'll make sure that you never return. The 4 primordial spirits instantly launched a joint attack formation. A giant millstone came crashing down with the power of a consummate high god. I heard that you primordial spirits are exceptionally strong. Let's see how strong they are. Upon seeing the 4 primordial spirits, Lin Fei knew that they were rare primordial spirits. This guy definitely had some background. But since he had his eyes on his maids, he couldn't blame Lin Fei for being impolite. Lin Fei wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. The eternal black hole Grand Array immediately appeared. It was a bit difficult to defend against the attacks of the 8th floor, but it was much easier to deal with this primordial spirit. Chapter 50-45. To deal with such a primordial spirit expert. Lin Fei did not think much of it. As long as he could erupt with absolute power, he could make these primordial spirits suffer. The other party could also self-destruct in an instant and cultivate another one. However, this would consume a lot of energy. Right now, Lin Fei was good at speed. Apart from that, he was good at absolute power. Moreover, his punching skills would come in handy at this moment. Every punch and every strike was shockingly fast, blasting in front of the primordial spirits. Although these primordial spirits had some treasures, not every one of them had some powerful treasures. When facing Lin Fei, Ancestor 6 Demons obviously felt that he was at a disadvantage. This was because his opponent was really difficult to deal with. His primordial spirits could not affect his opponent at all. This caused Patriarch 6 Demons to inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. The guy who just popped out of nowhere, it seems that you, a primordial spirit expert, is not as powerful as I thought. If you have any other powerful skills, bring it on. Otherwise, I will use my killer move and destroy your primordial spirits in an instant. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei could feel that these primordial spirits were not as strong as he had imagined. It was nothing more than a multi-layered attack. If the average person wasn't extremely strong, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. However, this was nothing to Lin Fei. Primordial Spirit, Sublimation. The 4 primordial spirits instantly launched a joint attack. A huge lotus instantly appeared under Lin Fei's body and quickly opened up. A special light instantly enveloped Lin Fei's body. As soon as the light came out, the void disintegrated in an instant. Everything seemed to disappear without a trace at this moment. This was one of the more powerful moves of Ancestor 6 Demons. This was a powerful skill that could only be used by primordial spirits. Once it was used, not everyone could withstand it. Ordinary people would either die or be seriously injured if they encountered this move. They would not be able to fight at all. Of course, this move also consumed a lot of energy. However, this guy in front of him was much more mysterious than he had imagined. So, he decided to use it to heavily injure this guy first. So this is your primordial spirit technique? A big killing move is a big killing move, but its power is still a little weak. Even my physical body can't break it. It seems that a primordial spirit expert like you is not that powerful. I was happy for nothing. Now that Lin Fei had activated the eternal black hole array, in addition to his physical body, only about 10 to 20% of the attacks landed on his body. Fierce. However, it was only for a moment. He could tell that this guy was very strong, but it was not a good thing for the Patriarch of the 6 Demons. His killer move was useless, the other party was still unharmed. He knew that the black holes were much more terrifying than he had imagined. It just so happens that I also have a method to give you. Try it. Up until now, Lin Fei had not used any tricks, but Patriarch 6 demons did not dare to underestimate him. He knew that this body refiner was quite powerful. Therefore, he was very careful. Suddenly, rays of light burst out of the black holes. These rays of light were like flowing lights, instantly killing their way over. They were very fast. Even the void seemed to have stopped at this moment. Patriarch 6 demons was shocked. His 4 primordial spirits were instantly killed by the 15 rays of light, and they did not stop at all. Even he himself had withstood several of the flowing lights, leaving bloody holes on his body. In an instant, he turned into a flowing light and fled. Boy, you wait and see. I will come back sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, the flowing light that had fled into the distance exploded. Inside, Faye shook his head slightly. Did this guy really think that the attack just now was so tough? This was the power of brewing. Every one of them was quite terrifying, unless one was at the Divine Master level. Unfortunately, one was not. It was the same even if one was a primordial spirit expert. This guy's real body was not here, which was more or less a pity. What he killed were only primordial spirits. With a wave of his hand, all the rings flew over and landed in Lin Fei's hand. It seems that the two of you have gained a lot of things outside. Even such a primordial spirit expert came to kill you. Lin Fei smiled. Lin Fei didn't really care about the background of this person. His current level of strength did not matter to him. Even if a divine master attacked, it would not be easy to take him down. The experiment just now was quite satisfactory. The power that had been cultivated was contained in the black hole, and it could instantly erupt with terrifying power. Just now, 15 rays of light erupted in an instant, which was quite satisfactory. Although it seemed a bit wasteful, it was still worth it for Lin Fei. At the very least, he had learned the power of these rays. The longer they were accumulated, the more terrifying their power would be. If they were accumulated for 100 or even 1,000 years and erupted in an instant, even a divine master level expert would not be able to withstand it and would die on the ground. Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy also came up. Those were experts from the Demon Hall, but they were all killed just like that. Senior, I've caused you trouble again. That was Patriarch 6 Demons, a member of the Demon Hall. He is from a top-notch faction. I'm afraid that Patriarch 6 Demons will definitely come for revenge after I destroyed his primordial spirit. Bai Xingnan was still quite worried about this matter. They had intruded into a secret area, and the two of them had worked together to snatch the treasure. However, they had not expected that the treasure had long been targeted by someone else, which was why the scene at the beginning had taken place. There's nothing to worry about. Even if he comes, there's nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, I still have to recuperate in the great world of the gods for a while. If he really dares to come, I'll make sure that he never returns. Regarding this, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. His time in the great world of the gods was coming to an end. When that time came, he would be suppressed for 1,000 years, and the benefits he would obtain would definitely be bountiful. He might even be able to reach the next level. Right now, his archaic overlord body was at the 3rd level. If he advanced another level, his strength would be even stronger. Even if he could not reach the Divine Master level, his physical body would still be unbelievably strong. That's right, where did your father go? Did he go to some secret realm? I heard that there are some unusual places in this everlasting mountain. Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in continuing to explore the secret realm. Unless it was an extremely top-notch existence, but the place he had been to before could be considered the top. Could there be any place more attractive than this? Chapter 50-46. There were still quite a few places on this level, and they should be quite mysterious. Otherwise, Bai Xingnan's father wouldn't have gone to these secret realms. Other than him, he was probably not the only one. Bai Xingnan shook his head, he was really not very clear about this. I'm really not too sure about that. My father didn't say anything to me at all. He only said that he and a few others were going to explore this place. Lin Fei asked again, then do you know any interesting places here? Bai Xingnan knew a little about the situation, but he might not know about other places. The information received in this place was definitely more than he had imagined. In the end, this surprised Lin Fei greatly. Bai Xingnan did not know which secret realms here were good, and the ones who knew about them were few and far between. Even if they went, they wouldn't be able to find any treasures. They had basically relied purely on luck along the way. Lin Fei casually walked around. He went to quite a few places on this trip. He got a lot of things. Lin Fei was still a little disdainful. Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy were quite happy, because the two of them had gained quite a few things on this trip. Just like that. After wandering around the everlasting mountain for more than half a month, they had gained quite a few things. Especially for the two of them, it was as if they had obtained a huge sum of wealth. Lin Fei's harvest was not much. Unless it was something that was especially attractive, ordinary things would not catch his eye. During this period of time, he had also met some experts. These experts were all quite strong. Basically, they were all at the peak of the superior god, but they had reached the great perfection stage. Others might feel that they were very strong, but in Lin Fei's eyes, their strength could only be said to be average, and could not be considered to be very strong. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had obtained a few more treasures. Entering someone else's secret realm also allowed many people in the everlasting mountain to know one thing. A powerful expert had appeared. As soon as this expert appeared, he obtained a lot of things. Snatch it. This also made quite a few people angry, but they basically couldn't do anything to him and could only watch helplessly. Half a month later, Lin Fei decided to leave this place and return to his own great world of gods. Because there was nothing attractive here. Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy naturally had no objections. Whoosh! The three of them immediately left. After leaving, they returned to the great world of gods because Lin Fei had brought them back. Bai Xingnan thanked Lin Fei and returned to the second floor. Lin Fei returned to his place. After returning to her residence, the Blue Fairy went to consolidate her strength. This was requested by Lin Fei. It wasn't easy for her to get out of that place and harvest a lot of things. Naturally, she needed to consolidate her strength. As for Lin Fei, it was even simpler. Drinking tea and relaxing, all the way until the everlasting mountain completely disappeared, took quite a bit of time. This also made Lin Fei even more curious about the everlasting mountain. He also knew that it should have been created by an expert from the primordial era. He was extremely powerful. If he wasn't extremely strong, he wouldn't have left behind a key to the celestial world. One look was enough to tell that the immortal world key was not simple. The remaining three were in the hands of the top powers in the star domain. And right now, Lin Fei didn't know much about the top experts of the star domain. He only knew that there was a special place called the World Building. This place could buy any information. He decided to go out and take a look at the World Building after this place was full. He might be able to get a lot of information. Before there was any news, he felt like he was blind. But if there was news, it would be completely different. It was a pity that Bai Xingnan went back too quickly, otherwise he could have asked. Lin Fei was not in a hurry, since the suppression time was not long, it was only 100 years. Of course, 100 years was not a big deal. On this floor, Lin Fei's great demon king still existed. No one had any thoughts, even if some people came back from the everlasting mountain, they didn't think too much about it. That great demon king was not easy to deal with, so they all behaved themselves. Who knew how strong the great demon king was? Year after year passed without a break. Ding, suppress for 1,000 years. On this day, while Lin Fei was drinking his tea, he finally heard a familiar voice. It was the suppression of 1,000 years. For this day, he had waited for an unknown amount of time, and it had finally reached 1,000 years. And now, it was finally time for him to reap his rewards. Lin Fei had always wanted to leave this level. He wanted to go to the outside star domain to see what the situation was like. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the reward of the first level of super ancient eternal body. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the power of destruction. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a headwind boat. After receiving 3 rewards, no matter how calm Lin Fei was, he couldn't help but feel astonished. The rewards seemed to be better than he had imagined. His super ancient eternal body had already reached the 3rd stage, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the 4th stage. After Jingguang flashed, he felt as if his entire body had changed. The difference between a level 3 and level 4 physical body was really huge. In that instant, he felt that his strength had increased by at least 10 times. It was truly a realm of difference. Other than that, there was also this source energy. This was what shocked Lin Fei the most. This was a power that could only appear when one's strength had reached the limit. Only by grasping this source energy could one become a God Lord. Didn't that mean that he had already become a God Lord? Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. The rewards this time had truly surpassed his expectations. Not only had his physical body become stronger, but he had also easily obtained this source energy. This was truly a pleasant surprise. This allowed Lin Fei's strength to undergo a heaven-toppling transformation. The final treasure was clearly a little lacking, but after seeing the use of the headwind boat, he understood. This was a supreme treasure that could fly through the void. Ordinary treasures simply could not compare to it. All in all, these 3 items were truly excellent. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd treasures were all extremely helpful to what Lin Fei needed. 1,000 years of suppression truly made Lin Fei feel great. Suppress a star region for 1,000 years. Suppressing a star region for 2,000 years or 3,000 years will result in different rewards. Please do your best. This was possible. This truly surprised Lin Fei. He had just suppressed a lesser world, and now another star region had appeared. This was no small matter. Suppressing a lesser world was easy, but suppressing a star region was extremely difficult. It could be said that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, Lin Fei still had a lot of time, so he didn't need to worry too much. It was just suppressing a star region. As long as he was strong enough, everything would be simple. Chapter 50-47. The reward this time was actually within Lin Fei's expectations. It was actually pretty good. Lin Fei's power had increased by leaps and bounds in an instant. After this sort of increase, Lin Fei's power was virtually equivalent to that of a godly lord. More importantly, he had also gained control over the power of destruction. This was an even higher level of power. Any technique with this sort of power would be even more destructive. Unless one had an extremely powerful defensive treasure, the power of destruction was simply unbearable. Over the next few days, Lin Fei had been constantly gaining control over the power of destruction, allowing his fleshly body to explode forth with even greater ease. Thus, although Lin Fei was still fighting in close combat, as soon as they exchanged blows, he knew that he could use the power of destruction to become even more ferocious. He could use the power of destruction in close combat to become even more ferocious. If his combat power had been 0 before, now it had become 100. This was how terrifying the power of prime energy was. And Lin Fei had control over the power of destruction, which was even more unbearable. Every time he attacked, he would destroy the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye. A month had passed. During this month, Lin Fei had already more or less gained control over the power of destruction. He had become extremely proficient. Not just anyone could withstand the feeling of being able to destroy the heavens and the earth. He called the blue fairy over. "You've been following me down here for quite some time, so I'm preparing to take you to the 2nd floor. That floor is much more interesting than this one." Hearing this, the blue fairy was surprised. "My lord, you're going to the 2nd floor. You're not planning on staying here." The blue fairy had never imagined that she would be able to return to the 2nd floor so quickly. "Your power has already reached the god level. Naturally, you can go back and bring honor to your ancestors. At least let those people know your power." Long ago, Lin Fei had been preparing to go to the 2nd floor for a stroll, but because of this mission, he hadn't been able to go. Now, he could finally properly go there. Shun Dao could have a good chat with Bai Lai. He needed to know what was going on outside first. The tunnel is always there. Lin Fei did not destroy the tunnel at all. The people on the other side did not dare to come down easily. After all, Lin Fei's combat power was different. He was invincible on this floor. Whoosh! The two of them instantly passed through this passage and arrived at the second floor. The second floor was at least 10 times larger than the first floor. There were many powerful auras. There were all sorts of gods and high gods. Just as Lin Fei came over, a few figures appeared. When they saw Lin Fei, they were extremely excited. Ha ha ha, I knew you would come. I didn't expect you to actually come. I'll definitely be able to capture you this time. You're the most powerful one down there, but you can't do that now. A god instantly attacked. As soon as the god attacked, the blue fairy immediately charged forward. In just 2 or 3 moves, he was able to take down the attack. Then, with a single move, he sent his opponent flying. The other god felt a tremendous amount of pressure as well. Who didn't know that the blue fairy had gone down to become someone's female attendant? But now, she was so powerful. If you want to fight against my lord, you'll have to first get past me. The blue fairy was now extremely powerful as well. She instantly faced off against those gods by herself. These gods had all been left behind by some sections. They were there to keep an eye on Lin Fei. If he dared to come up, they would immediately capture him. The power of a god was about the same. But now, a mere female attendant was able to cause them to feel tremendous pressure. This was definitely something they had never imagined would happen. After exchanging a few dozen blows, these gods were either injured or had fled in a sorry state. And this was because the blue fairy hadn't gone all out. Lin Fei just watched quietly. He didn't expect this at all. Right now, the fairy jade stream was extraordinarily powerful. At the very least, she had reached the peak of the mid-god level. This was the benefit of being on the lower level. Thus, these people weren't a match for her at all. Your Excellency, it seems that the people on this level all want to capture you. The blue fairy was very angry, so when she attacked just now, she went all out. Unfortunately, these people were many and cunning. They didn't want to have a good fight with the blue fairy at all. It doesn't matter. They wanted to deal with me for a long time. Now that I'm here, they will definitely come. Since they are coming, you should play with them and make your name known. Don't you think so? Let everyone know that you are the blue fairy. This time, it was Bai Yu's turn to be a bit shy. But soon, he understood. Your Excellency, don't worry. I will definitely let them know. Lin Fei had already sensed that several people were coming over. All of these people were extremely powerful. There were even high god experts among them. There were also many silhouettes in the void. They didn't make a move. After all, they had seen the scene just now. Especially since Fairy Bai Yu had gone down for 1,000 years, her battle prowess was explosive once she returned. Even if gods joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for her. That kid is quite bold. He actually dared to come to the second level. No matter how courageous he is, he still has to obediently admit his loss after coming to this floor. The second level is not the same as it used to be. The people watching in the air all had different expressions. No one thought that Lin Fei, the great demon king, could withstand the attacks of these experts. They reckoned that he would soon suffer a big loss. Several more figures came down. These figures were all at the high god level. Previously, even a medium god had suffered a loss, so they naturally knew that the blue fairy was not so easy to deal with. You are really bold, kid. But do you really think that you can stop us by bringing a maid? This time, we will make you pay with your blood. The high god instantly attacked, and one ray of light after another shot out. The blue fairy directly stood in front of him and resisted. She instantly withstood the attack. This surprised many people. The maid's strength was actually vaguely comparable to that of a high god. This strength was really quite terrifying. If she were to give it another 1,000 years, wouldn't she be able to suppress them, the high gods? Or could it be that this great demon king, Lin Fei, had mastered some kind of technique? No matter which one it was, they all wanted to capture this Lin Fei first. They would slowly interrogate him. Chapter 50-48. Whoosh. A figure flew out. This was the high god expert who had attacked earlier. However, his face was ashen as he stared fixedly at the nearby blue fairy. He had lost. He had lost completely. He hadn't been a match for her in a head-on clash. This was the female attendant of the Demon King, Lin Fei. It was unimaginable how a female attendant could be so powerful. If anyone else wants to come down, then continue. I can still fight. Just like that, Blue Fairy affected these people. There were still many people watching. Not a single one of them wanted to come down. They were all smart people. If they came down now, they would definitely make a fool of themselves. They might as well let Blue Fairy suffer a bit first. Let me. You're nothing more than a female attendant. The sect expelled you long ago. What is there for you to be proud of? Another figure came over. With a cold snort, he launched an attack. Fairy Green Stream immediately went up, and the two of them quickly started fighting. Lin Fei watched quietly from the side. He was very satisfied with Blue Fairy's increase in power. Her battle experience was increasing. It was rare to see a peak stage god capable of fighting a high god head-on. Whoosh! Fairy Green Stream had only used a single treasure to defeat him. A large hole appeared in his chest. If he hadn't dodged in time, this attack would have killed him on the spot. He was so frightened that his face turned white, and he fled far away. Even two high gods weren't a match for Blue Fairy. This caused quite a few people to be secretly shocked. This Blue Fairy really was an excellent cauldron. Should they take her back? There were many people on this floor who had taken the wrong path. Upon seeing Blue Fairy, they immediately felt that she was a tool that could be used for training. It was quite rare for them to miss this opportunity. As for that Lin Fei, they all chose to ignore him. A bunch of trash. You can't even stop a single person. It's better if I do it. A ray of light flew over from afar. As soon as the ray of light arrived, everyone sensed a sharp aura and realized who it was. An expert from the Heavenly Sword sect has arrived. I just don't know who it is. The experts of the Heavenly Sword sect were also a peak power on the second floor because they were all so-called sword cultivators. Their combat power was exceptionally strong. Everyone would dare to offend ordinary people, but not these sword cultivators. Because the difference was too great. Once he made a move, he would basically crush him. So now that the Heavenly Sword sect's experts had arrived, everyone understood one thing. Perhaps the Blue Fairy was no match for her. When the Blue Fairy heard about the experts from the Heavenly Sword sect, she felt the pressure. This was because these people were indeed very strong. After this figure appeared, everyone exclaimed in surprise again. So it's Bai Lang from the Heavenly Sword sect. Everyone knew this person. He was an extremely powerful expert who cultivated powerful sword techniques. He had even mastered the most powerful flying sword. It was said that this flying sword was extremely terrifying. Once it was unleashed, no one would be able to withstand it. It was said that he could unleash 3 of these flying swords at once, and each one would become more and more powerful. Basically, no one would be able to withstand all 3 of them. Even those at the same level wouldn't be a match for him. Even those at a higher level wouldn't be a match for him. As soon as Bai Lang appeared, he stared at the Blue Fairy. 1,000 years ago, you had some ability. I didn't expect that 1,000 years later, you've reached the peak of the god level. Even high gods aren't a match for you. Let me see how strong you are. I've taken a liking to you, woman. Whoosh. A ray of sword light came chopping down. No one knew when the sword light had formed, but the fact that it had come down just like that caused everyone to be shocked. When this sword light chopped down, the blue fairy had a hard time blocking it. This Bai Lang wasn't someone to be trifled with. 1,000 years ago, he had already become famous. He was extremely powerful. After 1,000 years, he had most likely become even more powerful. Bai Lang nodded as well. It seems this trip was worth it. Your power is worthy of me coming. And then, the second sword came. This sword looked the same as before, with no trace of a mark at all. The blue fairy felt the pressure. Although she had managed to endure it, the pressure was no less than before. And then came the third, fourth, and fifth sword. The power of each sword continued to rise. On the sixth sword, the blue fairy was sent flying backwards by a single sword strike. But Lin Fei, who was behind her, gently stopped her. Bai Lang looked over calmly. You were able to block 6 of my sword strikes. Not bad. Ordinary gods, even if they are at the peak of the god level, can still be killed by me with a single sword strike. For you to be able to block 6 of my sword strikes means that your potential is quite formidable. In the past 1,000 years, you truly have changed. When the others saw that Bai Lang had defeated the Green Stream Fairy with 6 sword strikes, they felt even more emotional. Of course, they were amazed at how powerful the Blue Fairy was. No wonder Bai Lang wanted to come out. It seemed that he was very interested in the Blue Fairy. Lin Fei, I know that you have become a great demon king. You are quite powerful and invincible amongst demigods. I wonder who gave you the courage to come to this level. Whoosh. He immediately sent a sword strike towards Lin Fei. This sword strike was very domineering. Just as it was about to reach Lin Fei, it split into 10 swords, instantly forming a formation that smashed downwards. Although Bai Lang was very arrogant, he knew that he had to test out Lin Fei's power. He was quite a bit more powerful than he had been before. Seeing this scene, quite a few people began to secretly sigh. This Bai Lang was becoming more and more powerful. He was able to unleash such a powerful attack with a single sword strike. No one else would be able to do this at all. That would depend on whether or not this so-called Great Demon King could withstand it. If he couldn't, then they would be able to let out a long sigh of relief. This guy was indeed quite difficult to deal with, especially since his power was quite strange. Everyone knew that the people on the second level wanted to take revenge on this Great Demon King Lin Fei. At the very least, there were many people who wanted to take revenge on him. No one knew how he had come up here. Could it be because of the Blue Fairy? The Blue Fairy arrived next to Lin Fei. He casually flicked his wrist. It landed right in the center of the sword formation. With a whoosh, the sword formation broke into pieces. Your swordsmanship isn't bad. It just so happens that I need an expert swordsman by my side. Bai Lang laughed angrily. You. The others laughed as well. This Great Demon King Lin Fei was quite daring. He actually dared to say such a thing. Didn't he know that this Bai Lang was very powerful? And now, he actually wanted Bai Lang to be his fighter. People would laugh at him if they said it out loud. Chapter 50-49. Hearing this, the people present couldn't help but laugh. Bai Lang, an expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect, actually treated him like a fighter. How dare he say that? This was especially true for Bai Lang, who was burning with rage. You're courting death. Whoosh. 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 Each of the sword lights burst out with a bright light, which even contained a special metal attribute. This caused many people to be secretly shocked. It turned out that Bai Lang's swordsmanship had a metal attribute. No wonder his destructive power was so strong that no one dared to face him head-on. Even if it was a treasure, regardless of whether it was an offensive or defensive treasure, it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer in a single exchange. Dang! 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 These sword lights landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei didn't resist at all and let them land on his body. However, when they touched him, they bounced back. It was as if there was a layer of powerful force in front of Lin Fei. Each sword light was bounced back. In an instant, a hole appeared in the void, causing the surrounding people to flee far away. Because a few people were unlucky enough to be hit by these sword lights, they immediately bled and suffered serious injuries. It's your fortune that I've taken a fancy to you. What other tricks do you have? If I make a move, you'll have to suffer. But don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you're an expert of the Heavenly Sword sect. I'm indeed lacking a fighter. Lin Fei smiled faintly. This kind of smile was a huge blow to Bai Lang's confidence. A huge irony. He was an expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect, not a fighter for others. Whoosh! A sword shadow flew out from behind him. Since you want to see it, I'll let you know what a real killer move is. Watch my flying sword. A flying sword flew over. This flying sword was illusory and formless, but it had a mysterious aura. In an instant, it burst out with power. Before the first sword arrived, the second sword arrived, followed by the third sword. These 3 swords were executed in one go, forming 3 incomparably powerful attacks. In front of these 3 rays of swordlight, Bai Lang's techniques had reached the peak of the high god level, and had even vaguely reached the paragon level. Indeed, everyone could feel the power of such a method. This Lin Fei is probably going to regret it soon. He actually dared to face Bai Lang's 3 great sword skills. That goes without saying. He's definitely going to be unlucky. Not everyone can withstand this sword move. Even I can't find a way to deal with it now. This guy probably has no way to deal with it either. No one present thought that Lin Fei would be able to block these 3 sword moves. At this moment, Lin Fei casually stretched out a hand and slapped out fiercely towards the void. The void collapsed in an instant. Before the 3 sword lights reached Lin Fei, the void had already distorted. Then, Lin Fei's fist directly rushed through the sword light. Then, a punch landed on Bai Lang's body. This punch was very fast. Even some people couldn't keep up with it. They didn't expect Lin Fei to be so fast. Bai Lang had emitted a dazzling light when he was alive. Then, the light was instantly shattered. Bai Lang was sent flying. He only stabilized himself in midair. Even so, he was still in a state of shock. This punch made him experience the feeling of death. His opponent's punch could actually kill him. But at the critical moment, he withdrew it. Now, I'll give you one more chance. Either you help me, or I'll kill you with one palm. Lin Fei looked at him calmly. The surrounding people were instantly dumbfounded. They sucked in a breath of cold air, and without saying a word, they began to flee. They fled as far as they could. In the blink of an eye, they all fled. Even in the depths of the void, there were some people who were shocked and afraid. They also left. Some brave people didn't leave. They seemed to think that Lin Fei wouldn't do anything to them. All of a sudden, he threw a punch at the void. The punch was like a ray of light that swept past their bodies. It was a precise attack, and they didn't have any chance to resist at all before exploding one after another. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in the depths of the void. As for those who fled in advance, they wished their parents had grown 4 legs and ran as far away as they could. It was too terrifying. This great demon King Lin Fei actually had the battle prowess of a superior god. It was very likely that he was at the peak of the superior god stage. He might even have the battle prowess of a consummate superior god. Oh my god. How did this guy's strength increase so quickly? He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Luckily, I didn't attack. Those who fled felt as if they had just escaped from the jaws of a tiger. That feeling made them shiver in fear. At this moment, Bai Lang finally understood why Lin Fei said such a thing in the beginning. He was indeed quite strong. However, compared to Lin Fei, he was still far from being able to compare. That punch just now made him realize the difference between them. All of his attacks were easily destroyed by Lin Fei. He also finally understood why the blue fairy was able to break through so quickly by following Lin Fei. She had reached the peak of the god stage. When her battle prowess exploded out, she could even cause some early stage or mid-stage superior gods to feel helpless. I can follow by your side. However, aren't you afraid that when the time comes, the people of my sect will come looking for trouble with you? After all, my sect has many experts. Bai Lang was quite self-aware. This guy was stronger than him. It would be easy for Lin Fei to destroy him. He finally understood why Lin Fei had caught up to him. Thus, he was very rational. If you follow me, I can help you go further. Lin Fei laughed. That depends on whether or not you dare to take the gamble. The blue fairy's beautiful eyes lit up. This was the master she wanted to follow. He was incomparably powerful. Even the superior gods of the Heavenly Sword sect would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Bai Lang didn't think too far ahead. He immediately nodded. I am willing to follow you, my lord. He was gambling. After all, this Lin Fei was very mysterious. Perhaps he really did have some sort of powerful technique. If he followed him, he might be able to advance further. If he didn't follow him now, he might be killed in a short while. Between death and following, he would choose to follow. He would first be a hired thug. When the time came, it would be a different matter. In the future, just call me boss. I like this title. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 50-50. These people weren't very courageous. Lin Fei took care of some of them with a single move. Of course, this move made many people feel that Lin Fei's strength had become even stronger. He was almost invincible on the first floor. Coming to the second floor made them feel even more pressured, so they quickly escaped. Sir, where are we going now? The blue fairy asked. It's rare for us to come to the second level, so we should take a look around. I think we should go to your sect to take a look first. I heard that they kicked you out. As the master, I have to stand up for you. Don't you think so? Shun Dao, let's see what kind of experts your sect has. Lin Fei had come up purely to watch the show. Previously, he had sensed that there were indeed quite a number of experts. Of course, so far, he could only sense the auras of 3 people that could threaten him. The rest were not a match for him, which meant that there was a combat power close to the Divine Master level on this floor. Of course, even if there wasn't, there were probably some treasures that could reach this level and explode with power. Of course, the number 1 expert, Bai Lai, was one of them. Lin Fei didn't sense Bai Lai's aura after coming up, which surprised him. He couldn't say that he hadn't returned, or that he had gone into seclusion and concealed his aura. This was still a possibility, but Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he would go and have a chat with him when the time came. For now, it was better to go to the Blue Fairy's sect first. The Blue Fairy shook her head. Master, you don't have to be like this. That sect is still good to me. I heard that there are some tricks left behind by the previous experts. She was worried that Lin Fei would encounter the experts of the sect. Although he was also very angry and dissatisfied in his heart, he also received orders to come down, but in the end, he was fired. This kind of thing, no matter who encountered it, would not be satisfied. Lin Fei said, It's fine. Since I'm going, I have to see it. Moreover, I've already killed a few people on this floor. Why would I care so much? Just like that, the 3 of them headed towards the Blue Fairy's sect. The Blue Fairy's sect was called Haoyue's sect. This sect was quite powerful, and Bai Lang had been in it for the past few years, so he naturally knew some things about it. Thus, he gave a very detailed explanation. The Bright Moon sect was quite powerful, because they had a paragon high god. More than one, there were 3 of them. His strength was also considered quite strong. The Haoyue's sect was an easy place to find. With the Blue Fairy leading the way, they soon entered the territory of the Haoyue's sect. There were some big and small cities operating in this area, but they were not attractive to Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the mountain gate of Haoyue's sect. The mountain gate was enveloped by a huge formation. Why is the Blue Fairy back? Aren't you supposed to be a maid down there? Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hao-US sect, the guards immediately recognized the Blue Fairy. Who didn't know that 1,000 years ago, the Blue Fairy had been captured and made a maid? Who would have thought that she would appear at this time? The Blue Fairy slapped out with her palm, sending those guards flying. It's not up to you to talk about my affairs. The Blue Fairy had quite a temper. With this attack, these guards suffered greatly. Lin Fei, who was standing at the side, smiled faintly. That's right. You're a disciple of the sect after all, and you've contributed greatly to the sect. But now that you've failed, they've kicked you out. We have to seek justice for you. Bai Lang, your swordsmanship is quite impressive. You can lead the way. How about we charge through this Hao-US sect? That feels pretty good, right? Bai Lang was thinking about how not to attack, but he didn't expect that he would attack so soon. Moreover, the one who attacked was the Hao-US sect. He actually wanted to be the vanguard. However, in front of the Demon King, Lin Fei, Bai Lang didn't dare to think too much. Boss, I'll do it now. He didn't dare to think too much. A ray of sword light instantly slashed over. Then, he charged in like a ray of light. The experts of the Hao-US sect felt it immediately. This was because a sword intent had exploded in their sect. Because there weren't many sword cultivators in the Hao-US sect, the might of the sword intent was exclusive to sword cultivators. They realized that a strong enemy had barged in. They chased after him. When they came out, they saw the disciples of the Hao-US sect retreating continuously. Basically, there weren't many people who could suppress the other party. With one look, they recognized him. He was Bai Lang from the Heavenly Sword sect. They couldn't believe that Bai Lang was so daring. Could it be that the Heavenly Sword sect was going to attack? The Hao-US sect didn't have any enmity with the Heavenly Sword sect at all. They couldn't understand it no matter how much they thought about it. When they saw the Blue Fairy behind him, they seemed to understand what was going on. Because there was a young man standing next to Mr. Baiyu. Although he looked ordinary, he had a very imposing aura. One look at him would cause one's body to go numb. The young man could kill them with one move. Bai Lang's sword light came one after another. These demigods and intermediate gods couldn't withstand it at all. Even a high god wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was very difficult for them to withstand it. I'm just following orders. If you don't want to die under my sword, don't attack. Bai Lang's voice was very cold. The experts of the Hao-US sect were stunned. Their gazes fell on the young man again. At this moment, they seemed to know who this person was. That was the great demon king, Lin Fei. Not good. Hurry up and report that the great demon king, Lin Fei, has come. Even the Blue Fairy, has come. Hurry up and send the message. They all came back to their senses and didn't attack again. After all, Bai Lang of the Heavenly Sword sect was very powerful. His swordsmanship was very domineering. Not to mention, he had mastered the 3 flying sword forms. That was a sword technique that could pressure even a peak stage high god. There were also those who had been retreating. They finally knew who this young man was. It was actually the great demon king Lin Fei who had caused such a commotion. Didn't they say that this guy was only a demigod? At most, he was a god. Why would he dare to come to this level? This made them even more confused. More importantly, Bai Lang of the Heavenly Sword sect seemed to be willing to be his fighter. They didn't even dare to think about it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One figure after another quickly came out. After coming out, their gazes fell on the Blue Fairy, and then on the great demon king, Li Fei. Great demon king, Lin Fei, you actually dare to come to our Hao-US sect and cause trouble. Chapter 50-51. They recognized the Blue Fairy at first glance. Then, they recognized Lin Fei. They had not forgotten this person at all. 1,000 years ago, they had arranged for the Blue Fairy to go down. However, she had been captured and made into a maid. Because of this, the Hao-US sect had become a joke. In order to prevent the joke from spreading, they had expelled the blue fairy from the sect. After all, she had been away for 1,000 years. In other words, the blue fairy would not be able to come back. They had never expected that the blue fairy would come back after 1,000 years. He was not the only one. Even Lin Fei had come back. They even saw a young figure standing in front of them. Wasn't that the expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect, Bai Lang? This caused them to be momentarily unable to recover from their shock. What the hell was going on? When did the Great Demon King invite an expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect? That's right. It's me, Lin Fei. I'm here today to settle the score with you. After all, the blue fairy is my maid. She was originally a member of your sect. In the end, you chased her out for no reason. How do you think we should compensate her for her mental damage? You should at least inform her of my expulsion. Of course, you should also inform my master. Don't you think so? These people were all enraged. This Lin Fei was too arrogant. He had actually come to the Haoyu's sect to cause trouble. He even wanted to seek justice for his maid. They could not believe it. After all, the Haoyu's sect was a first-rate force. It was considered to be at the top of this level. It could not be compared to those top-notch forces. However, it was still very strong. This Lin Fei swaggered over just like that. He was not taking them seriously at all. Lin Fei, aren't you being too full of yourself? The blue fairy is no longer a member of our Haoyu's sect. Now that you've brought her here to ask for mental damages, do you think that our Haoyu's sect is a pushover? One by one, figures stepped forward. These were the higher-ups of the Haoyu's sect. He glared angrily at Lin Fei, as if his eyes could kill a human head. Lin Fei burst into laughter. I'm here to ask for mental damages. So what? I advise you to give me an honest explanation. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your Haoyu's sect won't be able to handle it. Lin Fei's words once again provoked the members of the Haoyu's sect. The higher-ups glared at him angrily. The blue fairy, are you sure you want to get back at us for the mental damages we suffered when we expelled you? A figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man. The expression on the blue fairy's face changed slightly when she saw the middle-aged man. However, it quickly became resolute. Back then, I received orders to work for the sect. In the end, you expelled me without saying a word. It's normal for me to seek justice even after 1,000 years. Impudent. The middle-aged man made his move. He was also a superior celestial. However, his attack was blocked by a sword. The swordlight was Bai Lang's attack. Bai Lang knew that he had to make a move. Otherwise, if he left a bad impression and got killed, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. The expressions of the members of the Haoyu's sect changed when they saw the sword. Bai Lang of the Sky Rapier sect had actually made a move on the Haoyu's sect. I know that you are Bai Lang of the Sky Rapier sect. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you are with the Great Demon King? If that's the case, I don't mind taking you down and bringing you to the Sky Rapier sect to seek justice. The higher-ups were rather fearful of the Sky Rapier sect, as the members of the Sky Rapier sect were all sword cultivators. The fighting power of sword cultivators was exceptionally strong. Their attacks could destroy the heavens and the earth. There was simply no one in the same realm as them who could match up to them. However, this fellow had actually come here. This made them even more puzzled. Since you're working for my boss, you only need to tell me if you're willing to give me an explanation. If you're unwilling, then I won't be merciful with my sword. I really want to meet the experts of the Haoyu sect. Bai Lang would be lying if he said that he wasn't flustered while facing so many higher-ups of the Haoyu sect. However, he still had to put on an act. The blue fairy also snorted coldly at the middle-aged man. I'm really disappointed. I should have some credit, right? How could you kick me out just like that? All the more reason for me to seek justice. Of course, they knew that the blue fairy had gone down under their orders back then. However, the moment she came up, she actually said that she wanted to seek justice. This made them feel a little embarrassed. This was especially so in front of so many disciples. The blue fairy, shut up now. Someone, take her down. Whoosh. 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 A few figures flew out. They were all experts of the younger generation. However, as soon as they appeared, the blue fairy attacked immediately. The few figures were sent flying. They were defeated in an instant. They weren't a match for her at all. This was because these experts of the same generation were all intermediate celestials. However, they were still a far cry from her. The moment the blue fairy attacked, a few of them were injured. The higher-ups of the Haoyue sect were also shocked. Her strength had actually increased so quickly. Logically speaking, it didn't make sense. This was completely different from what they had imagined. I wonder who else wants to take me down. I don't mind having a good fight with them, Bai Lang said. Me too. It's been a long time since I've fought against the experts of the Haoyue sect alone. Let's see who's stronger. The higher-ups of the Haoyue sect all felt that both the blue fairy and Bai Lang were being controlled by someone. They really didn't know who gave them the courage to cause trouble here. Stubborn fellows, all of you, take action. Capture the two of them. I'll personally take down this Lin Fei. They hadn't received the news that Lin Fei had killed a high god. After all, Lin Fei had only been here for a short period of time. Also, not everyone was paying attention to what had happened there. After all, this level was very large. Therefore, they didn't know what had happened. Many figures charged towards the blue fairy. Bai Lang was also very fierce. Of course, there were also the higher-ups and the elders. All of them stared at this Lin Fei. One of the elders instantly made his move. This was an expert in close combat. As soon as he attacked, he sent out 2 short spikes. These 2 spikes were very short, but they contained tremendous explosive power. When they exploded out, the surrounding space began to tremble. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the neck of this close combat expert. No one knew how Lin Fei had instantly grabbed the opponent. After all, this fellow was very strong in close combat, and his speed was extremely fast as well. But at this moment, he was lifted up like a dead dog. There was a loud bang. He smashed onto the ground in front of him. The ground cracked open, and a deep crater appeared. This close combat expert actually didn't crawl out. All of you, come and give it a try. Let me see how strong your Haoyue sect is. Hua. A formless ray of light instantly shot out. Chapter 50-52. This formless energy instantly spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, figures would be sent flying. Even the higher-ups of the Haoyue sect were sent flying. One by one, they were sent flying. One by one, they fell to the ground and spat out blood. None of them were able to stand steadily. It seems that the Haoyue sect doesn't have many experts. I wonder what kind of explanation you should give me. Why don't I just kill all of you? Bai Lang, who had been standing at the very front, felt a destructive force pass by him just now. It didn't land on him. Instead, the higher-ups of the Haoyue sect were all sent flying. None of them could withstand it. Bai Lang didn't even dare to think about it. Most of these people were at the high god level. It would be impressive for one person to fight against 1 or 2 of them. But now, one person was able to fight against so many of them. Moreover, there were 1 or 2 peak stage high gods among them. In the end, it was still useless. They were all sent flying. If he wanted to kill them, wouldn't that mean that he could do it in the time it took to think about it? Bai Lang couldn't stand still. At the same time, he was ecstatic. He knew that he had finally found the right person. He had found the right person to rely on. Such a person was really terrifying. No wonder he was called the Great Demon King. He had even come to the 2nd floor. The blue fairy knew that her master was very strong. However, she was still worried when she came over. After all, the Haoyue sect was also a top-level power. Although they weren't top-level, they were still first-rate. But now, all the higher-ups had fallen to the ground. They didn't even see how he had done it. The blue fairy's gaze became even more worshipful. This was her master. As for the higher-ups of the Haoyue sect, they were completely devastated. They could accept being defeated by experts. But to be defeated by a young man who came down from the lower levels, was even more humiliating. Until now, they still couldn't tell how strong this person was. But without a doubt, this person's strength was probably something that only the sect leader could suppress. Otherwise, the others would not be able to do it. At the very least, if this person wanted to kill them, it would only take a few thoughts. Within that trace of power, they felt the true trembling of their souls. For a moment, none of them dared to speak. Sect leader of Haoyue sect, are you still not going to come out? Or do you want me to make a second move? If I make a second move, they won't be able to survive. I wonder if the overall strength of the Haoyue sect will plummet after losing these higher-ups. It wasn't a very loud voice, but it spread throughout the Haoyue sect. A figure rushed out of a palace. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhang Xian. Looking at all the people lying on the ground, he slowly retracted his gaze. It landed on the young man not far away. I am the sect leader of the Haoyue sect. It was a white-haired old man, but when he looked at Lin Fei, his eyes were filled with endless fear. This was because he could feel the aura of death from this person. There weren't many people on this level who could give him such a feeling. It's our Haoyue sect's fault. I'm willing to apologize and give the blue fairy a satisfactory explanation. The moment this person came out, he lowered his head and spoke to Lin Fei. This caused the hearts of the higher-ups and elders to collapse instantly. They hoped that the sect leader would make a move. After all, the sect leader was the strongest person in the entire sect. It was only now that they realized how terrifying this demon king was. Even the sect leader had to lower his head in front of him. This was something they had never seen before. They finally knew that their judgment was right. Other than being stronger than the sect leader, what else could it be? At the same time, they couldn't help but feel emotional that the blue fairy had followed such a strong master. This master had come to their Haoyue sect the moment he arrived. That's right. One has to pay the price for doing something wrong. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the clan master Haoyue didn't make a move. This guy was pretty smart. He also knew that if he made a move, it would be an embarrassment. Hence, he might as well not make a move. This way, he could still keep his face. Otherwise, if he were to get injured, it wouldn't be something that could be recovered in a short period of time. Since I want to give her an explanation, I'll let her be the sect leader of Haoyue sect. Lin Fei smiled faintly. With this smile, the higher-ups of Haoyue sect blinked in unison. This scene was completely different from what they had described. Even the clan master Haoyue was the same. Sir, aren't you going overboard? I can compensate her, but I can't let her be the sect leader of Haoyue sect. This has never happened before. Even though the blue fairy was the same. She didn't know that her master wanted her to be the sect leader of Haoyue sect. That was a top-notch first-rate force. It seems that if you don't suffer, you'll never know what it means to bow your head when you're under someone else's roof. Lin Fei shook his head. In an instant, a punch was unleashed. After the punch was unleashed, the Haoyue clan master felt as though there was only a gigantic fist before him. The power of the fist was surging towards him. No matter what technique he had, he was completely rendered useless. His entire body fell to the ground and half of his body was broken. He couldn't even withstand this punch from his opponent. He was seriously injured. He had the power of a perfect high god, and he also had a certain defensive treasure. Even if a few perfect high gods joined forces against him, they might not be able to achieve such an effect. Looking at his half-broken body and the power that kept seeping in, he knew that he had indeed underestimated this Lin Fei. I'll ask you again. Have you thought it through? You only have 3 breaths time to think it through. Lin Fei walked over step by step, his gaze fixed on the clan master Haoyue. The clan master Haoyue felt his scalp go numb. I'm willing to let the Blue Fairy be the sect leader. The clan master Haoyue didn't dare to think any further. He immediately agreed. If he didn't agree, he would definitely die from the next punch. This unremarkable great demon King Lin Fei definitely had the power of a divine master. It was simply unbelievable. It was in such a situation that he was seriously injured and suffered a loss. Without comparison, there would be no harm. That's more like it. If he had agreed long ago, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Don't you think so? Lin Fei looked at the other higher-ups. I wonder what you guys think. Chapter 50-53. The Blue Fairy felt like she was dreaming when she became the sect leader of Haoyue's sect just like that. She had never imagined that she would be promoted just like that. Regardless of whether it was Fairy Greenstream or herself, they were all shocked. Even the others felt the same. They all felt like they were dreaming. They had never expected to witness such a scene. That senior sister who had been gone for 1,000 years had actually become the sect master in a flash. This was simply an unbelievable thing. If it was anything else, they could accept it. But this was really hard for them to accept. Their sect leader and the higher-ups were not a match for the great demon king. None of them had heard of Lin Fei's name. He was called the great demon king in the lower world. But they didn't care about it. But now, they knew that the great demon king was really terrifying. They didn't dare to believe that it was real. Just like that, the Haoyue sect changed to a new leader. No, it should be said that it changed to a new sect leader. No matter who it was, it felt like the world had changed. Master, I don't want to be the sect leader. I want to be by your side. There were only 2 people in the study room. One of them was the Blue Fairy. As for Bai Lang, he stood at the outermost. He was a qualified fighter. At the beginning, he felt a little wronged. But now, he felt that he had followed the right person. Haoyue's sect wasn't a small sect. It was considered a top-notch sect. The sect leader had the battle prowess of a superior god. But he still lost miserably. This gave Bai Lang even more hope. Perhaps he would be able to obtain a lot of good things by following this person. His strength would also increase, which was what he yearned for the most. He was very happy to be a gold medal fighter. It was hard to find such an opportunity. It was great now. You have followed me for so many years. You deserve to be the sect leader. This is a reward for you. Don't you think so? Ordinary people don't have such an opportunity. You deserve to be the sect leader. No one can refuse it. Lin Fei drank his tea and said with a smile. To him, being the sect master was just a gift he had given to the Blue Fairy. This person from the Haoyue sect was not considered strong. In fact, he was still a distance away from becoming a divine master. He thought that this old ancestor would have some strength. But I can't do it alone. The Blue Fairy was really anxious. He could talk about other things, but as a sect master, he really couldn't manage everything. Lin Fei laughed. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you can't handle it with my help. Your current strength is already at the peak of the mid-god stage. Just one more step and you'll be a high god. With this realm and your powerful body, don't tell me you can't take them down. I'm very confident in you. What's more, we've already come to this level. No matter what, we have to have a faction. We can't just let your family's adults wander outside, right? What could be more suitable than the Haoyue sect? Lin Fei blinked at the Blue Fairy. The Blue Fairy suddenly understood and giggled. All right, go out and meet your senior and junior brothers and sisters. You can be considered a sect master. See if anyone has the intention to rely on you. If anyone has the intention, tell me and I'll take it. This time, the Blue Fairy was quite obedient and went out happily. After the Blue Fairy left, Lin Fei called Bai Lang in. This guy was still useful. His sword skills were quite impressive. However, he was still far from what he had imagined. Bai Lang didn't know why he was called, so he obediently entered. Boss, you were looking for me? Right now, Bai Lang was being extremely respectful. He wouldn't say anything unnecessary. He also knew that it was best to be obedient in front of his boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good ending. Even now, he couldn't see through this person. It was as if he was a ferocious existence. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. Your performance today was pretty good. Bai Lang didn't dare to be complacent. It's what I should do. Lin Fei casually took out an item. This is for you. As long as you become my gold medal fighter, I'll make you more and more gold medals. Bai Lang thought it was something, but when he saw it, he couldn't stay calm. It was something that looked like a heart, and it just appeared in front of him. He exclaimed. Isn't this the legendary sword heart? He didn't dare to imagine it. There was actually such a thing. He was an expert from the Heavenly Sword sect, so he naturally knew about the sword heart. He heard that it was a special existence. As long as one refined it, they would improve by leaps and bounds in any sword Dao technique, and their strength would increase tremendously. Even if it was a difficult technique, it would be extremely easy to master. In the Heavenly Sword sect, only the sect master could master the sword heart. It was a coincidence that he refined and absorbed it. But now, a sword heart just appeared in front of him. Bai Lang swallowed his saliva and knelt down with a thud. Boss, I will be your strongest gold medal fighter in the future. No one can take my position. His own sect was nothing at this point in time. This was the sword heart. A sword heart, no matter who it was, would be regarded as a treasure. It was something that could only be encountered by chance. This sword heart was also obtained by Lin Fei when he signed in. To him, this thing wasn't of much use. It was useless to keep it. But for some people, it was different. It was definitely a good thing. There was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound, just like now. Bai Lang, who didn't have any thoughts about it, instantly changed his mind. He had to hold on to such a thick thigh tightly. If he didn't hold on to this thick thigh tightly, it would be a huge regret in his life. Hence, he had to hold on to it tightly. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be a next time. Bai Lang took the sword heart and left. He didn't go too far. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the door. He knew that this was the best place to refine the sword heart at this time. Lin Fei knew that the other party was outside. This guy was quite smart. He knew that there wouldn't be any accidents if he refined it here. Although it was the Blue Fairy's first time becoming the sect master. However, he also knew what a sect master should do. Soon, he took in a group of people who were close to him. He knew these people very well. As for those who had other ideas, he directly imprisoned them. In a place like this, there were still many places that required hard labor. These people all had their own thoughts, so they wouldn't stand on ceremony. They were sent to do hard labor. Chapter 50-54. How US sect was a foothold for Lin Fei. It was a good foothold. It was also familiar to the Blue Fairy. In less than half a month, the Blue Fairy had already taken control of the overall situation. Anyone in the entire How US sect who had any thoughts were sent away to do manual labor. The one who personally took action was Bai Lang. Bai Lang really became a top fighter. Although his realm did not increase by much, the power of the techniques he mastered had increased by at least more than half. Even if there were some techniques that he couldn't master before, he could use them now. Now, the combat power he could unleash had reached the peak of the upper realm. Even Bai Lang was shocked by the speed at which he was improving. He became even more responsible and took on the role of a fighter. Anyone who had any thoughts or was dissatisfied with him, he would directly make a move. No one could stop him. Old ancestor Hao Yu was also pulled out. From time to time, he would become the most suitable opponent for Bai Lang. Old ancestor Hao Yu first lost to the great demon king Lin Fei, so he was naturally convinced. He was convinced that the other party was stronger and more powerful than him. There was no way he could withstand a head-on confrontation. If Bai Lang wanted to fight him, wouldn't that be bullying him? In the end, he found that he was a little inferior to the other party. Other than the slight advantage he had at the beginning, the other party's progress was very great every day. After half a month, old ancestor Hao Yu was no match for Bai Lang. Such a huge improvement made old ancestor Hao Yu dumbfounded. When did the Heavenly Sword sect have such a monster? Logically speaking, such a monster should not have an ordinary reputation. Bai Lang's reputation in the Heavenly Sword sect was indeed ordinary and not the strongest. But now, he could erupt with the strength of a peak stage cultivator in the blink of an eye. Coupled with his identity as a sword cultivator, he directly suppressed old ancestor Hao Yu. The longer they fought, the faster the other party improved. What the hell was this? Ding! Sign in at Hao Yu's sect. Obtained 2% experience increase. Obtained 1% of spatial origin. This was the benefit of Lin Fei signing in at Hao Yu's sect. The 2% experience increase was for the ancient tyrant body. After all, his ancient overlord body had already reached the 4th level, and it was already at 11%. This kind of progress was quite fast. Sometimes, he could sign in at 2%, and sometimes, he could sign in at less than 1%, but it was still a huge improvement. For Lin Fei, he had gained a lot in this half a month. In particular, he had gained quite a bit from the space essence. As long as he reached 100%, he would be able to control a brand new space essence. That was quite extraordinary. This also made Lin Fei like signing in even more. Signing in was indeed the most suitable place. He even had a thought in his heart. If he went to a powerful sect to sign in, he would definitely have a greater harvest. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. This is the information I've gathered. Over the past 1,000 years, this level has changed a lot. Take a look. When the blue fairy came in, her aura also changed greatly. She stood behind Lin Fei and gently tapped his shoulder. Lin Fei picked up the document in his hand. He was quite looking forward to this document. He wanted to know what changes had happened on this level in the past 1,000 years. Of course, he also wanted to understand the distribution of some forces. After flipping through it, Lin Fei was a little surprised. It was a little different from what he imagined. In that case, the strongest person on this level, Bai Lai, should be injured and in seclusion. No wonder the situation on this level is a little different. Lin Fei noticed one thing. That Bai Lai was injured and in seclusion, causing everyone on this level to have some thoughts. As soon as he came up, Lin Fei felt it. Otherwise, with Bai Lai's temper, he would have definitely come over immediately. It had already been more than half a month since he had arrived. Lin Fei was quite puzzled before, but now he completely understood. The strongest person was injured, and it seemed that his injury was not light. If there was no accident, he should have been left behind in the ancient mountain. That should be the case. There are rumors outside that Bai Lai was seriously injured, but no one dared to test it out. The blue fairy said from the side. The blue fairy didn't care much about other things, but the sect that Bai Lai was in was quite concerned about it. She and Bai Xingnan had the experience of searching for treasures together, so they were more or less related. As for the other distributions, Lin Fei remembered them in his mind. There were 2 other forces active on this level. These 2 forces both wanted to become the masters of this level, but Bai Lai, the number 1 expert, was fighting. Therefore, their thoughts had always been suppressed. Now that Bai Lai was injured and his strength was greatly affected, these 2 forces were a little moved. All kinds of small methods were used from time to time, and the spearhead was pointed at Bai Lai, which could be considered a small test. If Bai Lai never made a move, then they could prove that Bai Lai was seriously injured. I have nothing to do right now anyway, so I might as well go and take a look. There were quite a few secret realms on this level, but these secret realms had basically been developed by others. Lin Fei was not in the mood to do anything else. It was better to see Bai Li and see what had happened. After all, he wanted to know something about the outside world from Bai Lai. In particular, the world on this level was quite different. It might not be easy to know other secrets, but it should be very clear from Bai Lai. After giving some instructions, Lin Fei left. Although there were not many experts in the Bright Moon sect now, there were. Old ancestor Bright Moon and Bai Lang were naturally different. Moreover, the strength of this formation had greatly improved compared to before. It had to leave the Bright Moon sect and move silently in the void. Legend had it that its speed was extremely fast, as if it was walking. Every step it took covered a large distance. The entire underground city was not big, but it was not small in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei traveled through the deep void, so he basically did not encounter any experts on this level. In this battle, one could not move at all without certain strength. Therefore, those who could be on this level had a certain level of strength. At the very least, they were in the upper levels. It did not take long for them to arrive at the 6 Absolute Hall. This place was controlled by Bai Lai, and the 6 Absolute Hall was also a special place. It was a treasure that could erupt with superpower. Even Bai Lai would not be able to become the number 1 expert, let alone suppress everyone else. As soon as he arrived, Lin Fei saw this palace. This palace was faintly discernible, but it gave Lin Fei a strong sense of danger. This was a treasure of at least the Divine Master level. Chapter 50-55. It was Lin Fei's first time coming to this place. However, as soon as he arrived, he realized that there was really someone watching this place from the void. This was a very powerful person. His technique was almost integrated with the void. In other words, this person had mastered a very rare void technique. Not everyone would be able to detect such a method. Especially when it was used to keep an eye on someone, it was absolutely effective. Lin Fei was able to sense the other party's presence because he was stronger than the other party. Moreover, he was so close to the other party. Naturally, he could not hide. Lin Fei easily sensed it. Looks like Bai Lai has more or less encountered some problems. Otherwise, there wouldn't be someone watching here. Without batting an eyelid, Lin Fei arrived in the depths of the void. There was really a treasure in the depths of the void. This treasure was able to conceal the figure of the other party. It was just so quiet. Lin Fei opened his 5 fingers and grabbed the treasure. Then, the treasure shrank and escaped. Obviously, he knew that he was being watched and did not dare to hesitate at all. That was the right thing to do. If he stopped to resist, it would seem abnormal. Since Lin Fei had made a move, how could he let the other party leave? Waves of energy wrapped around him tightly and the entire void became like a ball. The person kept struggling inside and kept shrinking until he fell into Lin Fei's hands. It was very difficult for him to come out. As soon as he came out, he realized that he could not move. A wave of energy appeared between his eyebrows. This power was not considered strong. In fact, it looked a little weak. However, it was this weak power that made him feel that he would definitely die if he struggled. This was definitely a super expert. Be obedient. You don't want to die so easily, right? It's not easy to cultivate to your level and have such techniques. Lin Fei's voice was very calm. However, when the other party heard it, he knew that he would definitely die if he did not obey. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept him. He then entered the 6 Absolute Palace. There weren't many obstacles in this place, and Lin Fei could even find a slight loophole. He easily entered the 6 Absolute Palace. As soon as he entered, he locked onto a figure, Bai Xingnan. Bai Xingnan stood in front of a palace with a very serious expression. There were several figures beside her. These figures were all experts, but it seemed like they weren't in a good mood. Another mining area has been lost. They are preparing to take advantage of the situation. This is too much. Bai Xingnan's voice sounded very cold. The others were also glaring at him angrily. Do you want me to do it? One of the elders said. No, if you make a move, they will be even more unbridled. They were all elders in the 6 Absolute Palace and they were all high-level elders. I'll think about it again. Don't act blindly. Although Bai Xingnan really wanted to attack, she knew that this was not the time to do so. Because there was no chance of winning, the people outside kept peeping. After the elders left, Bai Xingnan returned to her study room with exhaustion written all over her face. 6 Absolute Palace was in the biggest crisis in history. Although those people had not made a move yet, they had already shown some of their methods and kept probing. In such a short period of time, they had already lost a lot of mining areas. They had been taken away. Currently, he only had 3 large mining areas in his hands. These 3 large mining areas contained some of the most precious resources. Once they fell into the hands of others, all the good things in 6 Absolute Palace would be taken away. Only the 6 Absolute Palace was left. This time, the action was too fast. It was so fast that Bai Xingnan couldn't react in time and seemed very passive. The most important thing was that no one knew who had spread the news. No matter who it was, they all came up to probe. This was the worst thing that had happened to Bai Xingnan. Long time no see. Your complexion is much worse than before, Miss Bai. Layers of ripples appeared in the void. A voice was heard. Bai Xingnan's expression instantly changed when she heard the voice. A flying sword flew out and directly entered the void. Then, a figure walked out. Bai Xingnan didn't dare to imagine it. It was simply impossible for someone from their 6 Absolute Palace to be able to come in. Furthermore, he had avoided everyone's eyes and ears and was silent. If you attack again, the people outside will come in. Lin Fei's figure walked out just like that. He was also holding a flying sword in his hand. This flying sword was gently held between 2 hands, unable to unleash any strength. Bai Xingnan suddenly felt that the voice was a little familiar. Then, he saw a familiar figure. It was the great demon King Lin Fei who was on the first floor. He said in surprise, "Why did you come up? This is the 2nd floor. I wonder how many people are looking for trouble with you. Why did you come up here?" The last time he went down, Bai Xingnan had indeed suffered a lot at the hands of Lin Fei. Fortunately, this suffering was nothing, and he still had a huge advantage in the everlasting mountain. It was all thanks to Lin Fei. It was just that he didn't expect this guy to actually come to the 2nd floor. It had only been 100 years. This 2nd floor isn't some dragon's pool or tiger's den. Can't I come up? On the other hand, your situation isn't looking good. Lin Fei smiled. Bai Xingnan was indeed worried that an enemy had sneaked in just now. Now, he heaved a sigh of relief and sat back down. As long as it wasn't an enemy, it would be fine. If it really was an enemy, then it would be the biggest problem. It could only be said that the 6 Absolute Palace had already been infiltrated. I've let you see a joke. I didn't expect to lose so much of the family business that my father left behind in such a short period of time. I feel ashamed to meet my father. Bai Xingnan smiled bitterly. She had seen the changes in the 6 Absolute Palace in the past few decades. Many powers were at arm's length with them. There was no need to guess to know that they were preparing to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the situation. This kind of thing was very easy to see not just anywhere. Your 6 Absolute Palace is indeed in a lot of trouble. Look at who this person is. I caught him for you from the outside. Lin Fei waved his hand. A figure fell to the ground. It was the guy who had been captured by Lin Fei earlier. However, the situation wasn't right. This person's entire body was sealed. When Bai Xingnan saw this, he cried out in alarm. It's you, Shadow King. Chapter 50-56. King Shadow. Lin Fei was surprised to hear this. On second thought, it seemed to be quite normal. This guy was indeed hiding in the void. Those who were not capable would not be able to find him. No wonder he had been spying here. Bai Xingnan was also very excited. This guy's strength was definitely very powerful on this level. However, he was caught by Lin Fei. After a short moment of surprise, her gaze fell on Lin Fei. Your strength has improved so quickly. No wonder you dare to come to the 2nd level. This guy is not good at other things, but his concealment ability is top-notch. He can be ranked in the top 5 on our side. Bai Xingnan was worried that this guy would be at a disadvantage when he climbed to the second level. Now, it seemed that this guy would not be at a disadvantage at all. He could even take down King Shadow. Such strength was definitely very powerful. No wonder this guy's concealment ability is so good. It's really rare to see him hiding there. Now, you can do whatever you want with this person. Ask him anything you want. Don't hide anything from him. Otherwise, I'll turn him into ashes with one palm strike. Lin Fei sat down casually. Bai Xingnan was very grateful. King Shadow also said, "Don't kill me. I'm just a person who was paid to follow you. I can tell you who ordered me to come here this time. I don't have any thoughts about 6 Absolute Palace. I don't have any thoughts at all." King Shadow had no choice but to explain at this time. If he did not, he would be easily destroyed. This guy could easily destroy him. If he knew that Bai Xingnan from 6 Absolute Palace knew such a person, he would not have dared to come here so easily. He didn't even feel anything before he was directly taken down by them. No one would believe him if he told others. He was King Shadow. He could be ranked in the top 5 on this level. There were only a handful of people who wanted to track him down. However, he fell into the hands of a young man today. Moreover, this young man was so powerful. He could not help but break out in cold sweat for those people. These guys were probably going to suffer a lot. Bai Xingnan's expression was really ugly. 6 Absolute Palace was being watched by someone, and this person was King Shadow. Fortunately, the formation was always open. Otherwise, he would have slipped in at any time. That was the biggest problem. "Tell me, who sent you here?" "I was sent here by the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Bai Yun. I've been watching your every move. Unfortunately, your formation hasn't been opened and I haven't been able to enter. However, it won't be long before someone in your 6 Absolute Palace cooperates with the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Bai Yun." King of Shadows was indeed more honest, spilling everything out at once. Bai Xingnan's expression became even more unsightly. This situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Yellow Spring Hierarch, Forefather White Cloud. Bai Xingnan gritted her teeth. These two people were 6 Absolute Palace's opponents. When their father was around, they had been suppressing them, not daring to make any movements. They didn't expect that the two of them were the masterminds behind all of this. He even invited the Shadow King. More importantly, she found out that someone in the 6 Absolute Palace was colluding with the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Bai Yun. That was the biggest problem. "That's all I know." The Shadow Lord regretted coming here. There really was no harm without comparison. Bai Xingnan glanced at him coldly and retracted her gaze. "Then do you know who is colluding with the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Bai Yun?" Bai Xingnan had to figure out this matter. It was definitely a huge danger for such a bomb to stay in the 6 Absolute Palace. She could even guess who it was. It should be a senior elder. Only the elders of the upper echelons had this kind of ability and means. No one would have any doubts. "I really don't know about this. I only know that your 6 Absolute Palace has their people." The Shadow King shook his head. He really didn't know. Bai Xingnan looked at Lin Fei with gratitude in her eyes. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, she wouldn't have found out about this. Not to mention knowing that there was someone colluding with the outside world. Leaving such a person here was definitely going to be a big problem. Unfortunately, she didn't know his name. Lin Fei spoke very casually. "Isn't it just someone who colluded with you? I happen to have nothing to do recently, so I wanted to talk to your father about something. It seems like your father is in a bit of trouble now. I can help you hold the fort. After all, your father has helped me with something." Bai Xingnan was even more grateful. "Thank you, fellow Lin. My father will be very grateful if he knows." Bai Xingnan didn't know what level Lin Fei's strength had reached. She knew that Lin Fei's strength was definitely more terrifying than she imagined. He was even at the same level as her father. Only then would she dare to say such words. Then I'll leave everything to you, fellow Lin. What should we do with this Shadow Lord? Bai Xingnan stared coldly at the Shadow Lord. This guy is the easiest. Let him continue to keep an eye on our 6 absolute palace. Just pretend that nothing happened and spread the news. When the time comes, we'll catch them all in one fell swoop if they make a move. But for now, let's settle the internal matters first. The Shadow Lord quickly nodded. I'm willing to be a spy, I'm willing to be a spy. He would be courting death if he didn't become a spy at this time. The Shadow Lord did not want to die. He had mastered the Void Dao and was very good at sneaking around. Although his actual strength was a little weak, he could still keep an eye on people or check for information. There was really no one who could stop the Shadow Lord. Therefore, the Shadow Lord took on the job of gathering information. The reward was quite good. Anyone would come to him for help. Of course, it would not work if they didn't have a certain level of wealth. It was not that easy to ask the Shadow Lord for help. The benefits offered by the Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun this time really tempted the Shadow Lord. Then what's your ultimate goal? They want to know if Temple Master Bai is really seriously injured and unconscious. Once they're sure, they'll attack and snatch the 6 absolute palace away. Bai Xingnan knew it would be like this. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Lin to use some tricks on him and make him obediently become a spy. Lin Fei raised his hand and a force entered the Shadow Lord's body. The force was not strong, only about the size of a fingernail. However, the Shadow Lord instantly felt a terrifying aura. I'll definitely be a good spy. Chapter 50-57. It was as if nothing had happened in 6 Absolute Temple. Only Bai Xingnan knew that 6 Absolute Temple was waiting for that person to appear. As for which elder it was, he wasn't very clear in his heart right now. However, as soon as he appeared, they would be done for. It would be a good opportunity to get rid of some of the people in 6 Absolute Temple. A long time ago, she felt that there were some internal problems, but Bai Xingnan did not pay much attention to these problems. She felt that these were trivial matters, but now she knew that these trivial matters had suddenly become big problems. The Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun had begun to infiltrate and could actually contact the high-level elders. She even suspected that it was not as simple as just one high-level elder. What she had to do now was very simple, which was to wait. As long as she waited for that person to appear, everything would be fine. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. There was not much change in 6 Absolute Temple, and it was the same on the outside. Actions against the mining areas of 6 Absolute Temple were still happening as usual. They would appear from time to time and could not be suppressed at all. It was obvious that they were probing. Nightfall. In a study room, 3 figures were sitting together, surrounded by lines of runes. This was a formation, a very powerful formation. It could isolate all aura fluctuations and even make them feel as if they were not in the same space. This was a very powerful treasure, and it was not easy to obtain such a treasure. Our temple master should be recovering from his injuries. His injuries are not ordinary, so I think it's about time for us to open the formation. The person who spoke was a big man with a beard. He was the 2nd elder of 6 Absolute Temple. Basically, there won't be too much of a problem. Bai Xingnan and those few elders can't stop our people at all. It's just the right time for us to make a great contribution. The other 2 were also high-level elders. One was the 9th elder, and the other was the 10th elder. The 3 elders had extremely high authority in the upper echelons. There were only 10 high-level elders in the entire 6 Absolute Temple. Every high-level elder was very important and they were in charge of controlling the formation. They were also placed high hopes on them. However, this time, they had decided to rebel. The entire 6 Absolute Temple was no longer as glorious as it used to be. These mining areas had all been taken away. Bai Lai had never shown up. One could imagine that the rumors outside were true. He was heavily injured in the Everlasting Mountain. This time, Yellow Spring Cult Master and White Cloud Ancestor personally came to discuss cooperation with them. He had shown great sincerity. When faced with benefits and death, they would rather choose benefits than death. Therefore, the three of them immediately had an idea. However, they had not made a move yet. Recently, they had more or less figured out that Palace Master Bai was seriously injured. He probably only had 20 to 30% of his strength left, or maybe even less. Then let's take action tonight. Ancestor Bai Yun and the Netherworld Hierarch have arranged for a few experts to come over. We can take down Bai Xingnan and kill everyone in the 6 Absolute Palace. Then, we'll eat Palace Master Bai quietly. I believe it won't be a problem. After the three of them discussed for a while and determined that there were no problems, they prepared to take action. King Shadow, who was outside, also received the news immediately. King of Shadows was the best at finding people. However, the current King of Shadows was extremely well behaved. The moment they received the news, they immediately spread it out. Then, a young figure appeared beside him. This figure was as mysterious and unpredictable as ever. I just received news that they're going to take action tonight. They've arranged for a group of people to come in first while I enter the 6 Absolute Palace to test Palace Master Bai. Lin Fei knew that they would not let him wait for too long. They would definitely not sit still. He did not expect them to take action in just a few days. It seemed that they had indeed studied for a long time. Then, just do as you normally would. Lin Fei left after saying that. However, he did not return to the 6 Absolute Palace. Instead, he stayed in the depths of the void. Not long after, figures appeared in the void. These figures were very strange and even used treasures. They were faintly discernible as they approached the 6 Absolute Palace. They even bumped into King of Shadows. 6 peak stage high gods and 10 late stage high gods. What a lineup. They're preparing to deal with the internal affairs first. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly knew what they were planning. 16 high gods. This was an extremely powerful force. If it was just by Xingnan alone, she would not be able to stop these people at all. 6 peak stage high gods would be able to take care of her. That was because Bai Xingnan was still unable to control the power of the 6 Absolute Palace. So far, the 6 Absolute Palace could only display its true power in Bai Lai's hands. Everyone else had to stand aside. The formation of the 6 Absolute Palace began to change slightly. The slight change was not very obvious. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to notice it at all. Bai Xingnan, who was in the study room, also received the news. Her eyes became extremely cold. Soon, they would know which high-level elder betrayed the 6 Absolute Palace. Hopefully, it was only 1, not 2, or 3. Lin Fei observed from the void. After they entered, Lin Fei did not leave. That was because he sensed 2 powerful auras looming in the distance. These 2 auras surpassed the peak stage high god just now. Even a perfected high god seemed to be inferior to them. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the Netherworld's sect master and ancestor Bai Yun, the top 5 experts in this world. Lin Fei immediately knew who these 2 people were. One was the Netherworld's sect master and the other was ancestor Bai Yun. They were both famous. However, they had their eyes on the 6 Absolute Palace. I wonder who else could it be other than them. They should not be the only ones who have their eyes on the 6 Absolute Palace. It's such a powerful treasure. Anyone who possesses it can become the number 1 expert on this level. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and decided to wait a little longer. The situation in the 6 Absolute Palace had also changed. The 6 peak stage high gods, the 10 late stage high gods, and the people led by the 3 high-level elders immediately caused chaos in the entire 6 Absolute Palace. 2nd Elder. 9th Elder, 10th Elder, you're really good to have contacted so many people. Traitorous dogs. Bai Xingnan stared coldly at these people. Chapter 50-58. The 3 elders gathered with the group and prepared to look for Bai Xingnan. They would capture Bai Xingnan first. That way, they would have a huge advantage. Then, they would be able to put aside everything else. However, as soon as they entered the small palace where Bai Xingnan was, a large formation instantly appeared and trapped them. They were dumbfounded by the fact that they were trapped. How did they encounter such a situation? It was completely different from what they had imagined. Then, Bai Xingnan walked out. No one knew that they had chosen to cooperate with the Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun. However, the current situation was a little unbelievable. How could this be? Bai Xingnan, how did you know? That's impossible. The second elder and the elder's eyes turned cold. They would not have any thoughts if they knew that Bai Xingnan had received the news. However, it seemed a little too late now. She was already prepared. Do you think I can't know what you're up to? Bai Xingnan was very disappointed. She had originally thought that there would only be one elder, but in the blink of an eye, 3 elders had appeared. And all of them were high-level elders. He finally understood why they let people in. They actually invited so many experts. It was really unexpected, really unexpected. After a brief moment of surprise, the 3 elders immediately recovered. Bai Xingnan, so what if you knew in advance? So what if you set up a trap? Do you think you can hold us? Although the second elder was momentarily shocked, he suddenly recovered. This time, they had invited an expert to help them. There were 6 peak high-level celestials and 10 late-stage high-level celestials among them. This kind of strength could definitely render the experts of 6 Absolute Hall powerless. The second elder's voice was even louder. Listen up, all of you. Bai Lang from 6 Absolute Palace is seriously injured and doesn't have much combat power left. If you follow him, you'll definitely die. I think it's better for you to follow us. Your status and treatment will be different. Don't miss it. Many people were aware of 6 Absolute Hall's current situation. However, their thoughts did not change much after hearing the second elder's words. Instead, they continued to stare at Bai Xingnan. Bai Xingnan just watched quietly. Whatever moves you have, bring them all out. This is your last chance. Bai Xingnan became more and more disappointed. These guys were really different from what he had imagined. These people were not persuaded, which made the 3 elders even more annoyed. The 6 peak stage high gods all let out cold snorts. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's just take action. The 6 of them attacked in an instant. After all, they were experts at the pinnacle of high god realm. Since they could stand here, they naturally wouldn't take these people seriously. If it was Bai Lai, they naturally wouldn't have such thoughts. However, if it was just Bai Xingnan, they would be able to deal with her with a single word. At this moment, the 6 peak stage high god experts felt a ray of light pass through their bodies. The flowing light seemed to be very terrifying. They couldn't resist it at all. After the beam of light passed, they all fell to the ground one by one. There were huge wounds on their bodies. They had all been injured in a single exchange. Much less those 10 late-stage high gods. It was the same for the 3 high-level elders. Following which, a figure walked out from the void. It was neither hurried nor slow. This is also a big fish in the net. Bai Xingnan, of course, couldn't deal with such a powerful force. However, this time, with Lin Fei here, things were different. Lin Fei's attack directly suppressed them. The power of a single palm could easily suppress all of them. Just now, he only flicked his finger, and the power of that one wave was so powerful that they couldn't resist it. The 6 peak stage high god experts finally revealed a horrified expression. The power of one person had seriously injured them all. Didn't that mean that he had the power of a great perfection high god? Since when did the 6 Absolute Palace have such an expert? This was something they couldn't believe. All they knew was that this was a huge trap. With such an expert here, even 6 consummate high god stage experts might not be a match for him. That Bai Lang was too ruthless. He actually left such a powerful expert behind. Just take these people down. It's a waste to kill them, but it'll be different if we subdue them. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Rays of power directly hit their bodies. Every ray of power made them feel like a nightmare. Now, listen to Bai Xingnan. Otherwise, with a single thought, your life's work will be gone. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Later, just send the message outside as usual. If you do well, you'll naturally live longer. If you don't, you'll die early and reincarnate early. These are my words for you. Bai Xingnan's movements were also quite fast. She took all of them down in an instant. If I'm not mistaken, the Yellow Spring Sect Master and Ancestor White Cloud are also outside. However, they didn't come in. These two people are quite strong and have some powerful treasures. Lin Fei never felt that his guesses were wrong. Those two people were most likely the masterminds behind the scenes. Bai Xingnan's expression was also ugly. They actually dared to come. However, with their intelligence, they probably won't just come in like this. They're just testing us at most. Bai Xingnan was able to see this quite clearly. Apart from the two of them, there should be other people watching. Such a commotion can fool most people, but it can't fool the top experts. Lin Fei didn't go out again, but he knew that there were definitely more than 2 experts. There must be another 2 experts hiding in the dark, or even 3 or 4. Thank you so much for taking down so many superior gods in one go. There's a total of 16 superior gods. 6 Absolute Palace doesn't have as many superior gods as they do. Superior gods were very common, but it was different when one reached the later stage or the peak stage. This time, 6 Absolute Palace's strength had increased a lot. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't care about these people. He didn't care about how to subdue Bai Xingnan. On the other side, a few figures came from the depths of the void. They were quite strong. They were all observing 6 Absolute Palace. They didn't know what would happen next. After all, the Yellow Spring Sect Master and Ancestor White Cloud had made a move. Chapter 50-59. The Yellow Spring Sect leader and Ancestor Bai Yun were indeed watching the situation from the outside. They also wanted to know how the situation inside was progressing. After all, they had come here to watch. If they could succeed, it would be the best thing to silently take control of the 6 Absolute Palace. After all, Bai Lai had already been injured in the Everlasting Mountain. This matter could be hidden from ordinary people, but it could not be hidden from them. So they tried all sorts of methods. In just a few decades, they had caused the 6 Absolute Palace to lose quite a few mining areas, and even caused many forces to become hesitant. They silently stood on their side. This was their greatest achievement. But even so, Bai Lai was still nowhere to be seen. This further proved that Bai Lai's injuries were very serious, and nothing could disturb him. And now, as long as this step was completed, they would have the time and the opportunity to slowly figure out Bai Lai. Where exactly was he cultivating in seclusion? When the time came, they would gather all their strength and kill Bai Lai. If nothing unexpected happens, Bai Lai must have been seriously injured this time. He can't even care about this kind of thing. The Yellow Spring Sect leader was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His face was very pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for 10,000 years. Next to him was Ancestor Bai Yun. Ancestor Bai Yun was an ancestor, but he looked very ordinary. However, his eyes were very cold, so cold that it was terrifying. The two of them had worked together to obtain a huge advantage. Now, they were only one step away. As long as their people could occupy the 6 Absolute Palace and even take down Bai Xingnan, that was not a problem at all. At that time, they could hide their strength and bide their time. No one would know that they were one step ahead of them. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. We've arranged for 6 peak superior gods and 10 late superior gods. Not everyone can stop them. Although Bai Xingnan has also broken through to the superior god level, he isn't that strong. He also doesn't control the 6 Absolute Palace, so there's nothing to be afraid of. The Yellow Spring Sect leader and Ancestor Bai Yun understood Bai Xingnan very well. After all, Bai Xingnan was that person's only daughter. As for the other siblings, they didn't have any. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have used such a method. If Bai Lai had a few sons, they would have at least one method. Right now, they could only use such a move. Fortunately, this trip did not seem to be too much of a problem. They would definitely be able to easily take down the 6 Absolute Palace. Time was ticking away. The Netherworld Hierarch and Ancestor White Cloud were both overjoyed. They had been looking forward to it for a long time, and they were finally about to reach the next step. Now all we have to do is wait for the message. The message came. The two of them could enter the 6 Absolute Palace. For this day, they had thought about it for a long time. Today, they could finally do it. A jade talisman in the Yellow Spring Hierarch's hand finally lit up. He saw a piece of information inside. A message from the second elder. Bai Xingnan has been captured by us. All the places are under our control. The 2 sirs can come in now. The message was from the second elder. When they received the second elder's message, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. This step was also within their expectations. There were only a few experts in the entire 6 Absolute Palace. After all, they had sent many experts on this trip. Again, it was completely silent. Most importantly, 6 Absolute Palace still had the second elder on their side. There was also the 9th elder and the 10th elder. That was completely different. At the very least, they could catch them off guard. The 2 of them immediately flew toward the 6 Absolute Palace. However, when they were about to reach the 6 Absolute Palace, the Yellow Spring Hierarch suddenly stopped again. Ancestor Bai Yun, who was next to him, did not understand. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Ancestor Huangquan was more vigilant by nature. I don't know why, but I feel a little strange. Although our arrangements are very appropriate, Bai Lai is already injured, and there are only a few experts in the 6 Absolute Palace. Why do I still feel a little uneasy? So you have the same idea. Actually, I have the same idea too. I feel that the 6 Absolute Palace is not as simple as we think. With their cultivation realm, they indeed felt that the 6 Absolute Palace was not as easy to break through as they had imagined. Although they had captured Bai Xingnan and everything seemed to be within their expectations, the 2 of them still felt a little uneasy in their hearts. This trace of uneasiness was not infinitely magnified, but it also let them know that something was definitely not right when they thought about it. As for where the abnormality lay, it was unknown. The 2 of them quickly left after looking at each other. One in front and one behind, they quickly distanced themselves from each other and did not move forward at all. Lin Fei, who was in the void, also watched the 2 of them leave. He had to admit that the 2 of them were really very smart. They actually left at this time. The big formation inside had already been activated. As long as they entered within these 2 days, Lin Fei would give them a head-on blow. He would let them experience it. However, it was quite surprising that they left in the blink of an eye. They were worthy of being experts in this area. This feeling was quite effective. Since they were not going to come in, Lin Fei was naturally going to teach them a lesson. At least, he would let them know that the 6 Absolute Palace was not a place that anyone could enter. A saber light. It instantly slashed out from the void. The saber light turned into a huge stream of light and swept across. Be it the Yellow Spring Hierarch or Ancestor Bai Yun, they were instantly sent flying by the saber. Under the saber light, countless bright lights appeared around the 2 of them. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them disappeared one after another. The Yellow Spring Hierarch and Ancestor Bai Yun did not expect that someone would attack them in the void. The saber light was so terrifying that the pure power in the saber shocked them deeply. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The second saber light slashed across the void and the people who were originally hiding in the void disappeared one by one. In the blink of an eye, this part of the void became quiet and tranquil. There's always a price to pay for watching the show. I wonder if you guys have experienced it this time. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and returned to the 6 Absolute Palace. For quite a long time, these people will not dare to have any thoughts or ideas. The 2 sabers just now were not a joke. At the very least, the Yellow Spring Hierarch and Ancestor Baiyun had suffered a lot. As for the others, they were already prepared after the first slash, so they didn't suffer much damage from the slash. Lin Fei had also controlled his power, so only the Yellow Spring Hierarch and Ancestor Baiyun suffered. Chapter 50-60. The two blade lights at the entrance of 6 Absolute Palace. This appearance had indeed caused a huge commotion on this floor. Of course, this sensation was only limited to the top circle. The experts in the top circle were all great perfection high god. They could even be a little stronger. However, at this moment, they all felt that 6 Absolute Palace was unusual. They all knew about the experts of 6 Absolute Palace. Apart from Bai Lai, who was the strongest, the rest of them were average in strength. At most, they could not break through the defenses. After all, 6 Absolute Palace was a powerful treasure. Therefore, 6 Absolute Palace had always been above them. This time, the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Baiyun suffered a big loss, which really made everyone feel different. No one knew who did it, and no one knew how many more experts like him were in 6 Absolute Palace. It also let them know that 6 Absolute Palace was far stronger than them. The various forces that were originally eager to make a move on the remaining mines stopped for a while and did not make a move at all. It seemed like they would not make a move until they knew the specific situation. Even the Netherworld Sect Master and the others could not stop them, let alone the other forces. If someone came knocking on their door, they would not even have a place to cry. Therefore, this level fell into a short period of peace. It was as if nothing had happened before. Lin Fei did not stay in 6 Absolute Palace for a long time. He also knew that Bai Lai was not in 6 Absolute Palace but somewhere else. That was the only way to recover with peace of mind. The 16 High God experts all remained and became a new force for the 6 Absolute Palace. At least for a long time, they could still be the main force. Lin Fei had already left and returned to Haoyu's sect. Master, you're finally back. I heard that the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Baiyun were attacked this time. I still can't figure out what happened. After Fairy Baiyu became the Sect Master, she didn't slack off. She immediately expanded the intelligence network. Originally, the Haoyu's sect had a certain level of strength, so the intelligence gathering was relatively smooth. Until now, the Blue Fairy had not figured out what kind of experts 6 Absolute Palace had. The two of them were injured by me. The others also more or less felt the power of my saber. Your intelligence gathering is not bad. Do you have any more details? Master, you're too amazing. You were even able to injure the Netherworld Cult Master and White Cloud Ancestor. I heard that they're extremely strong, and they even have a chance of breaking through to the Almighty level. The Blue Fairy's eyes began to shine. She was once again in admiration. That was a top-notch existence. He had actually suffered a huge loss in front of his master, and even now, he didn't dare to make any movements. I've gathered some information about the 3rd floor. Fairy Green Stream hurriedly took out a set of information. The Great World of Gods had a total of 3 layers. The first layer was the most ordinary, while the second layer was the world of this world. Both the resources and the area were much larger. There was no information on the 3rd floor that was leaked to the outside world. Although Lin Fei had yet to meet the experts on this level, Netherworld Hierarch and White Cloud Ancestor had seen them. They were the top 5 experts. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this layer, but he was especially interested in the 3rd floor. The information was also in Lin Fei's hands. The information on the 3rd floor was also intermittent, but Lin Fei could more or less understand the situation. It seems like the 3rd floor is an important place that controls the great world of gods. After looking through the information, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The 3rd floor could only be entered by almighty-level experts. However, Lin Fei had no idea how to get to the 3rd floor. Master, I'm afraid that only Bai Lai knows how to go to the 3rd floor, or to the 2nd floor, the so-called Forbidden Zone. There was also a Forbidden Zone in the 2nd floor, and it was also the most dangerous place in the 2nd floor. This Forbidden Zone seems to be connected to another world, so it's very dangerous. Ordinary people don't dare to enter, and only late-stage high gods dare to enter. However, it's very dangerous after entering, and they might not be able to come out. The blue fairy knew a lot about this. If I'm not wrong, Bailai should be hiding inside. That's the safest place. After all, the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. We know this principle, and Bailai should also know this principle. This was also what Lin Fei had just thought of. He had been guessing where Bailai would go, and now he really knew. Then you guard the Haoyue sect well. I'll go take a look at the Forbidden Zone. Since Lin Fei knew, he naturally didn't hesitate and headed straight for the Forbidden Zone. Before leaving, he gave the blue fairy 6 divine talismans of power. A single surge of power was enough to kill a high god paragon. Even if someone had designs on the Haoyue sect, it would be useless. They would be killed immediately. Lin Fei didn't want to go out and find that the Haoyue sect was gone when he returned. Fairy Baiyu had a lot of potential to be nurtured. At the end of the second layer, there was a dark area. This darkness controlled a large area. When Lin Fei arrived, he sensed that something was different about this place. He furrowed his brows slightly. After frowning slightly, he sensed that this forbidden zone seemed to be moving. It was constantly spreading outwards. To put it more simply, this forbidden zone seemed to be eating away at this world. Even though this was happening very slowly, it would take at least tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years for it to devour this layer. It was devouring this world. Looks like this forbidden zone is different as well. Lin Fei sensed for a moment, then entered. As he entered, there was an enormous power suppressing him, causing his senses to shrink limitlessly. Even though Lin Fei was extremely powerful right now, the range of his senses was only a few 100 million kilometers or so. His greatest limit was 800 million kilometers. For others, they probably wouldn't even be able to reach half of his range. In fact, they would only be able to reach 1 or 200 million kilometers. This was the benefit of being powerful. Being able to sense so far away was enough for Lin Fei. It wouldn't be easy for someone to quickly reach him from a few 100 million kilometers away. Basically, as soon as someone moved, he would be able to react. This forbidden zone was extremely large. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush, so he began to slowly search. After all, this so-called forbidden zone was extremely dangerous, and there were some things that he didn't know about. At first, he didn't encounter any tricks, but as he went deeper, he began to sense some special creatures hidden in the darkness. Chapter 5061. As soon as he entered the restricted area, he noticed that there were many special creatures. These creatures were all hidden inside and were faintly discernible. They were probably all thinking about him. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. These creatures weren't very strong and none of them were willing to die. Lin Fei continued to fly. He realized that this restricted area was bigger than he had imagined and it was much more mysterious. It wasn't easy to find someone here. However, Lin Fei had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. He used the Great Karma technique right away. This Great Karma technique came in handy at this time. He felt that he could check if he and Bailai were here or not. The moment he connected, a faintly discernible figure appeared. Lin Fei smiled. His guess was right, this Bailai was in this restricted area. The other places on the second floor weren't very safe, but it was different if they entered. The restricted area was more mysterious, and even one's perception was suppressed. Therefore, it wasn't something that just anyone could find if it was hidden here. After confirming the direction, Lin Fei headed towards this place. Along the way, the obstacles in the void were much larger. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He realized that there seemed to be a safe area and a dangerous area. With a whoosh, a cold light shot towards Lin Fei. It should be a hidden creature attacking. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold as he turned around and punched. With a loud explosion, it appeared. There was a crisp sound. That creature was directly killed by Lin Fei's punch. Following that, a cold light swept across the area. 2 consecutive slashes instantly caused the restricted area creatures to feel huge pressure. They didn't have any thoughts at all. After the 2 slashes, these restricted area creatures all felt how terrifying Lin Fei was and didn't attack. Lin Fei flew in for more than 10 days. If not for the Great Karma technique, he really wouldn't have been able to find any traces of Bai Lai. There were many restricted area creatures in the dark and their auras were all very strong. They were not afraid, but the knife in Lin Fei's hand might be a joke. With one saber strike, these Forbidden Zone creatures felt immense pressure. They did not dare to come over carelessly. Half a month passed in a flash. Lin Fei still hadn't reached the end of the Forbidden Zone. He didn't know where the Forbidden Zone was. He could only lock onto Bai Lai's position. It was just up ahead, and it would take at most half a day to get there. Hua la Lin Fei heard the sound. This sound seemed to be the sound of fighting. Most importantly, it was still in Bai Lai's direction. Thus, he sped up and spread out his perception power. The distance of 800 million kilometers was quickly covered. He saw this scene. There was actually a palace inside the forbidden area. However, the situation of the palace was quite bad because there were 2 powerful creatures constantly attacking it. These 2 creatures were quite strong. He had actually reached the pseudo-divine master level. Even though a pseudo-divine master's level wasn't considered very strong, if they were used to attack the palace, it would be as easy as grabbing a snail with 2 hands. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Lai should be inside this palace. They had run into each other in such a situation. Lin Fei was indeed quite surprised. Suddenly, one of the figures fighting over there stared at Lin Fei. He had actually sensed the distance of several 100 million kilometers in an instant. What powerful perception power! Voila! One of the Forbidden Zone creatures charged at Lin Fei. With one of the 2 creatures coming his way, Bai Lai instantly felt much more relaxed inside the palace. However, he couldn't sense anyone coming his way. The pressure on his heart suddenly tightened. This is really bad. Not only did 2 Forbidden Zone creatures come, but there's also someone else coming. This time, I really can't avoid disaster or blessing. Inside the palace, Bai Lai's face was somewhat pale. He was constantly controlling the palace to block the attacks of the creatures. Ever since he was injured last time, Bai Lai had come to this Forbidden Zone. He used a treasure to do so. This palace could be big or small. If he hid it in this Forbidden Zone, no one would be able to find it. It was also the safest place to recuperate. But now, he discovered that he had encountered trouble. He didn't know what was going on, but he had actually been targeted by 2 Forbidden Zone creatures. Moreover, they were 2 pseudo-god masters. They were not just an ordinary level of strength. Usually, one of them was very terrifying. Now that there were 2, Bai Lai couldn't resist. He was also bitterly holding on. Now, someone else had come. Although he had attracted a Forbidden Zone creature over, who knew how strong this person was? Now, Bai Lai didn't dare to think too much. He could only rely on the heavens. This time, he had come here to recuperate. He didn't tell anyone, not even his own daughter. There were countless people on this floor who couldn't wait for him to be injured and couldn't wait to find a place where he could recuperate. This Forbidden Zone creature was extremely fast. Under Lin Fei's perception, it was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei also praised the Forbidden Zone creatures in his heart for being smart. This way, the pressure on Bai Lai had decreased by a lot. At the very least, 2 of them attacking a palace was much less pressure than one attacking. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a powerful Forbidden Zone creature. It was the perfect time to start. The Forbidden Zone creature was also getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. From 800 million miles, it instantly broke through to 100 million miles. The Forbidden Zone creature was already faintly discernible. At this moment, Lin Fei made his move. His fist directly pierced through it. At this moment, Lin Fei directly used his strength. The power of this fist was like the speed of light. It instantly pierced through the Forbidden Zone creature. The Forbidden Zone creature immediately howled in pain. Looks like this pseudo-god master Forbidden Zone creature isn't as strong as I thought. Lin Fei coldly snorted. Another punch came, but this one was blocked by the Forbidden Zone creature. The Forbidden Zone creature blocked it, forming a defense around its body. With this defense, Lin Fei's figure had already arrived. The immemorial tyrant saber in his hand directly slashed down. This saber strike was imbued with the aura of eternity. The Forbidden Zone creature couldn't move for a moment. Then, it was slashed by Lin Fei's saber. Following that, a shiny object fell out. Lin Fei grabbed it and it landed in his hand. It was something like a magic core, but it was filled with a very strong power. I really overestimated this Forbidden Zone creature, and it's even at the pseudo-god master level. Lin Fei shook his head. He was still quite disappointed. It wasn't as strong as he had imagined. He had been happy for nothing. This thing in his hand was a little mysterious. He casually put it away. Chapter 5062. Bai Lai, who was inside the palace, felt very surprised when he heard the scream of the Forbidden Zone creature. It can't be. Could it be that the Forbidden Zone creature was heavily injured by that person? That shouldn't be the case. This Forbidden Zone creature is also at the pseudo-god lord level. In a one-on-one fight, even I am not his match, let alone in this Forbidden Zone. Bai Lai's imagination ran wild. But he couldn't figure out who had come here. He had no impression at all. After all, he knew all the experts on this floor. He was the strongest. The ones behind him, such as the Yellow Springs Patriarch and ancestor White Cloud, couldn't catch up at all. Not to mention that they had such combat power. Could it be someone from the Forbidden Zone? Bai Lai couldn't think of any other explanation. In theory, those people wouldn't come here. They looked down on this place. Bai Lai knew the most secrets on this floor. Only he himself knew, and at the same time, he also knew why he had come to this forbidden area to heal his injuries. It was because this place was safe. Although there were some Forbidden Zone creatures, they wouldn't affect him too much. But this time, it was an accident. Two pseudo-god lord Forbidden Zone creatures had come at once. Now, this Forbidden Zone creature seemed to have run into trouble. The Forbidden Zone creature that was attacking suddenly launched a fierce attack and fled into the distance. This really surprised Bai Lai. The scene was restored to silence. Although Bai Lai was relieved, he immediately realized that the situation was not as good as he thought. A true expert had come. The restricted zone creature that had just chased after it might have suffered a great loss, or it might have been killed by someone. To be able to kill such a pseudo-god lord Forbidden Zone creature, this person's strength was unimaginable. That was why this Forbidden Zone creature had fled. These Forbidden Zone creatures weren't without intelligence. They still had a little bit of it and were very sensitive to danger. Bai Lai wanted to control the palace to leave, but he knew that it was too difficult. He couldn't do it at all, because the palace consumed too much energy. Even the formations inside were damaged. It was all done by these Forbidden Region creatures. All Bai Lai could do now was wait and see who had come. Let's see who's here. I still have some trump cards in my hands. At worst, I'll just go all out. Not long after, he saw a stream of light coming over. The stream of light was extremely fast, but the aura on the body was very unfamiliar. When this person appeared, he saw a young figure. Who else could it be other than that Lin Fei? It was extremely shocking. I've come all the way here, and you're not going to invite me in? Lin Fei was planning to kill the other Forbidden Zone creature as well, so he could warm up. Unexpectedly, this Forbidden Zone creature was smarter than he had imagined. In the blink of an eye, it had fled, immediately finding its trail and escaping from the range of his perception. This speed could not be considered slow enough. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not have much interest in Forbidden Zone creatures. A figure appeared. It was Bai Lai. His face was pale, but there was gratitude on his face. So it's you who has come to help me. Please come forward. Bai Lai heaved a sigh of relief. This Lin Fei actually came from the first floor. Furthermore, he was able to come to the Forbidden Zone. He must have been to his 6th Absolute Palace. If it was someone else, it would be very dangerous for Bai Lai. But this Lin Fei was different. He had always been unable to see through this Lin Fei. He did not expect him to come this time. It was really unexpected. He even killed a Forbidden Zone creature. That was a pseudo-godlord level Forbidden Zone creature. It was a little unbelievable to say it out loud. Since when did this Lin Fei become so strong? But no matter what, Bai Lai was finally relieved. There was no trouble at all. Not long after, the two of them sat in a courtyard inside the palace. The palace also retracted, turning into a speck of dust. Although it could not be moved for the time being, with Lin Fei here, there was naturally no danger. Bai Lai had even taken out his best tea. It had a calming effect. Of course, it also had the effect of strengthening the body. It was not much to Lin Fei, but he could still understand how precious it was. Your daughter said that you should be in this Forbidden Zone. I thought about it for a long time, but I didn't expect to really run into you. You're really unlucky when it comes to healing your injuries. Lin Fei said as he sipped his tea. Bai Lai also smiled bitterly. I can't help it. Other places are not safe, even the 6th Absolute Palace. However, this Forbidden Zone is safe. Although there are also Forbidden Zone creatures, I'm just unlucky today. Bai Lai also took a sip of tea and then asked about the situation outside the 6th Absolute Palace. If he hadn't asked, he wouldn't have known. Now that he asked, Bai Lai was a little angry. This Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun are really bold. They behaved themselves when I was here, but when I wasn't here, they tried all kinds of things. Fortunately, you helped me a lot. Bai Lai was also more and more grateful to Lin Fei. If it were not for Lin Fei's help, he did not know what would have happened to him. Even his palace might be destroyed by this Forbidden Zone creature. At that time, it was easy to imagine what kind of situation it would be. This was not something he wanted to see. I've already taught the Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun a lesson, so they won't dare to do anything for a while. However, you have to do the rest yourself. I'm relieved to see you this time. Of course, I don't think it's a problem to talk about the outside world. Bai Lai laughed, took out a book from his ring, and placed it in front of Lin Fei. This is the situation in the outside star region. It's more detailed. I bought it from the World Tower. It has all kinds of information. You can have a look first. I'll go fix the formation first. We'll talk about it after we leave this place. Lin Fei did not say anything. As he sipped his tea, he flipped through the documents. The information was quite detailed. After looking through it, he knew what was going on outside. For example, the star region that Lin Fei was in was called the Mountain River Star Region. This star domain wasn't very powerful. In fact, it was relatively weak. This was because there were no experts in this star region. The strongest Divine Master was only a 4-star Divine Master. This level was not considered high. For example, the strongest Divine Master in some powerful star region was a 7-star Divine Master. Therefore, there was a big difference in comparison. Because this star region was relatively weak, some people naturally looked down on it.